high probability, but still, AMD's got to be on your watch today. What's interesting, I saw an upgrade downgrade Rocket Lab, which was very disappointing yesterday in the morning because I had one idea for Rocket Lab, and that was big level at 58, breakout 58, never happened, only pre-market dark pool prints. It might be up 2.5%, but upgrade or not, I'm thinking continuation means sell. Gapped up, lost a bid, 54 first, and then 57. Just looking at the earnings, day 2 type of play here, and want to continue after that. So yeah, they might have got an upgrade, but this one is on my list to look for that pop and fade. Do not want to fight it. If it breaks out 58, then I go back to what I wanted to do literally at this time yesterday. But until then, I'm going to fade it.
Yeah, I really like AMD. I was actually going to look at bullish here on. I was going to talk about this before we went over to Joe there, but yeah, with crypto, you know, not everything is the same right here. As bullish, also making new lows right here into breaking everything. It never had a successful IPO, basically. I mean, first day fine, and then second day down, down, down. We tried to gap through again and hold that $70 level, but we did not, and now bullish all the way back down in. And then the other one was Gemmy, which of course is Gemini Space Station, which had some crypto relevance to it. I think this is the Winklevoss brothers, I believe. Yeah. The last couple IPOs have looked like. So if you wonder why it's SPAC season maybe right now and maybe not IPO time, I mean, how embarrassing is this for Morgan Stanley or Goldman or whoever's underwriting these guys? Like, bring it to market, get everybody who owns the stock rich and everything like that, and then just crush this down. Now, I know there's periods and whatnot. Well, anybody that's in this on lockup is a problem. I don't even know. This has been since September 11th or 12th. It looks like it IPO'd. So we're getting close. I mean, it'll be 60 days, you know, soon, but yeah, not a great. And then the other one, I mean, there's so many of them. I don't even, we talked about Stub actually not doing that bad when you look at all the other ones right here trying to hold out. So we'll have to wait to see if something gets going on through StubHub. But yeah, those last couple IPOs, man, pretty disastrous.
Except for one, the Miami.
The one that we never even really looked at.
It's like the one, we don't look at it because it's
Neil
boring.
has it up there. If you
all the Miami Exchange does, they're just a gateway on all the North American markets, and it's a straight shot to the upside. Yeah,
I don't know. Andre must be busy over there. But yeah, there's the day chart.
All it does is go. It's just
30 to 50. Steady. Hey man, markets increasing in volume, more revenues coming their way. We talk all the time about adding and removing liquidity. So, you know, if you go over to probably a bigger name, let's just go over to Apple's liquidity on here. No, I don't see it on here anyways. But once the market will open up, you'll start to see just another gateway available there. So MIAX, yeah, whoever was invested in that. And you can grab the NASDAQ, like, you know, there's the NASDAQ, you know, stock as well. And I don't know, with the lack of IPO success, yeah, maybe this is helped lead this one back down to the downside. But yeah, you can invest in the NASDAQ if you like all these trades going through and whatnot. NASDAQ could be a play for you. Randy, is that door's open just a little bit, right? Isn't it, or no? It is.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Randy pretends like he has no idea.
As he walks.
Yeah. All right, that's NASDAQ up zeros right now, but a good space to look if you're looking for something. All right, let's go back over to the desk. 9 o'clock, we can begin our rundown.
All right, Raheem has jumped in here. We're going to touch on some gold ideas coming up in the next few minutes here as well. But Raheem will hang out for the rundown and talk about AMD as well, because
let's do it. I'm here.
Why the hell not? Big day yesterday for AMD. If you missed the analyst day, it was wild price action back and forth. Guys, this is a long list of analysts' moves then to follow this morning for AMD, including a bunch of price target increases. Bottom line, $100 billion targeted for AMD coming up over the next few years here.
AMD, absolute beast. Look, when you say the addressable market, the previous projection for 2028 was 500 billion. And then yesterday they slapped 40% annually on top of that to say that it gets to the trillion by 2030. And then they're going to be able to have 35% revenue growth on their own. And all of this is for them to get to double digits from single digits of market share, because NVIDIA has been getting everything. So yeah, it's bullish. I mean, what's crazy about this is, like, it bought from the same level while that event was happening, both in the aftermarket and then at the open of the event, about 238. I think we can forget about that price for today. The first place I'm looking is where there was at 247 to 48, like in here, those wick tops, looking for that little resistance to turn into support. The other place to look is going to be the obvious 250 level on dips. I'm not chasing it all the way up here. But there's still this like chop fest that you have when you get into the 260 level. And if it gets into there, regardless of how any longs have gone, I think up there is going to be looking for a reversion short, just based on the way it's traded in the 260s. But get to there, 250 first, and then the 247, looking for dip buys on AMD. A lot of strength in this one, and a lot of the market they can play some catch up in. And with OpenAI, of course, getting the deal with them, that was the big spike earlier. Now, as long as the money train doesn't run out with OpenAI and others, and they can get their piece of the pie too.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the money trade will run out, but not anytime soon. Now we go long on AMD. I have the same level there, 248. The weekly resistance is now broken here. We got the great conference call yesterday, projection raised, margin increased. We like, you can go find it, I put it in there, get part of our chat right now. And the only way to get into there is be a subscriber. So let me just see how many of you right now are subscribed. 78.6% of you. Wow, okay. So if we can get 1 out of every 5 of you are not subscribed, get in there and hit. But yeah, that's where the 200 period moving average is. And it's not just that. This is 248 right into here. And it was just been the sort of the, and it's just the weekly, right? We just go back. It's only Wednesday. So we couldn't really break yesterday. And then we couldn't break it on Monday, right back up here, 248. We don't really break it yesterday. And then today, this morning, obviously, we increased through it. So yeah, good support levels right here for AMD. Play strong names, play strong stories. It's way too much, but what are you going to do, man? I'm not here to judge the moves. I'm just here to watch out for price action. And I think if you fall back into the 200 period on such a strong push, that to me is a buy. So we'll be sitting there. I'm already sitting there. I'm sitting at 248.50. So if this falls in here in the pre-market on some kind of imbalance, I'm here for it. So we're ready to rock and roll with AMD, downside to 248. Upside, I don't know. I mean, we just had written it down. The 52-week mentioned already, 267, which is way up there. So I don't think we get to that anytime soon. But been wrong before, man. AMD, like it just in the after hours, it bumped $10. So once real liquidity comes in, we could see if they want to carry the day here for advanced micro devices. I think it's such a crazy move to the upside, all happening basically at the conference. Yeah. And so let's give it a shot here and see if it holds some of these levels. I'm looking at 248, so give me $4 lower, and we're dip buying.
Some complications this morning for Raheem, but he has joined this morning to
made it.
Touch on gold. You live closer than I think anyone.
Yes.
It takes me the longest to get here.
Do not short Uber based on the fact that I had a bad ride this morning, friends.
No, it's fine.
Just continue. It's all good.
Needless to say, that driver won't get a tip.
Yes.
All right, gold futures to start things off here. We touched on this going back to the beginning of the week. Nice bounce off 4,000 once again. Here's another green day setting up, shouting distance to all-time highs once again.
Yeah.
We came back and sat on that 4,000 for a week and a half, 2 weeks kind of thing.
Yeah.
And just could not get through it.
Yeah, no, it's a geopolitical thing. We all understand that. And if gold had that rise to $5,000 or $6,000 on the trajectory that it was on,
yeah,
we have bigger problems in the world than the stock market is. Like there's something utterly wrong happening if that's the trajectory that we're on. So all goods need that bad. They need that pullback and they need that opportunity to go back. And so, when we do have questions and comments, gold going to go back up to where it was. And I think just the path that we're on, it's going to continue to sustain. More money, as we've seen through all these news items, is getting spent on mining, on critical minerals, on all the infrastructure that's going to be needed. And it's everywhere from Canada to the US, to pick a country. They're now saying we're going to be spending money on the infrastructure that's needed. And that's just going to help develop everything. And I think just what's going to be a shortage is workers.
Right.
Because AI can only do so much. You still need people to go in and do stuff.
Drive the trucks. I don't think AI can drive trucks yet. But the government aspect, or the global government aspect, is interesting as well. We showed a chart on the midday show going back of China's activity of buying the hard mineral itself over the past just 6 to 8, 12 months. Yeah. And it was just parabolic compared to prior years. So it seems that all over the world, as you mentioned, we're seeing still accumulation as well.
Central banks are purchasing gold in record numbers, and actually just anecdotally read a thing that the Canadian Mint said they've been getting outside interest from, Brendan and I calling saying, can we buy some? Like, there is this new renewed push into buying physical gold, much like people want to have, a Bitcoin, people want to have a couple ounces of gold sitting at home just in case it collapses. And all of these things just kind of push gold. It's a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. Canada's a small country, 35 million people, but if you've got instead of 2,000 people, you've got 30,000 people that want to buy an ounce or half an ounce of gold from the mint. That just speaks to what the market sentiment is around gold.
All right, we'll pause on that for a second. We'll go from the actual metal to digital Bitcoin or something along those lines. I'll try and make it without it being too awkward.
Seamless.
Yeah. CRCL earnings report was actually decent. The number across the board pretty good. It's the spend, it seems, going forward. Spending or forecasting higher spending in not only next year, but the next 2 years, guys. So right back to the lows, 102 on the report. We're down to 94 and change.
Yeah, well,
and change.
I was going to have a seamless way to transition that myself because silver's on the note for the third time today, this week. Silver yesterday, bounce, rally, bounce, rally. Both times, dip buys and trend breaks. So if it trends down in the AM, just going to look for wherever that is on the 3-minute. That's a 50-minute chart up there, but I'll use like a 3-minute chart for a bit of a trend break. Try it if it goes early, try it if it goes late, and then try to hold through. And then look for the up long as well. Now, as far as Circle goes, I feel oppositely about them. Unfortunately, support level, this is more technical than anything else. I understand that they beat, and that's the beat top and bottom line. Ultimately, you also see like most cryptos holding up decently today, although Bitcoin back under 105 just now. But you lost that major support under 100. And it's just, you have basically 2 days of trading on the of their IPO of price action and price history down here. So to me, it's a short until it gets back above 100. It's just a matter of where. In the first spot, if the pre-market high isn't the thing, like an easy, quick fail break of the pre-market high on a 15, and I wait for it to get in and try to fill this gap and then look for the short and circle. So it's more the action on that daily than anything else that guides me today.
I mean, just about gold there as well. Like, we stepped into this thing at 377. It does drop all the way down to 3 GLD. It does drop all the way down to 360 and basically, supports that 50-period moving average there on GLD. So I'm a big, I'm happy with that most recent purchase. Even no matter what it does, glad to be into gold now as we get back into hopefully all-time highs. Look, for Circle, I guess it's just a short. I mean, whenever we have a gap, we always say play it to the VWAP right there. We're going to try to do right into here. If we do get an opportunity for 95, let's have a look at it. I think it's going to happen quite quickly. We do have the imbalances coming out, but this is already a New York stock. This is a New York stock, so they're already out. And I don't see any Circle on here right now. So there's not too much interest, I don't think, right here. Open for this name. Obviously, it's done 3.5 million shares, so there's something here. But watch out just for this VWAP break. We went over the numbers. They were great. I would say watch out for 95. The wicked part about it is VWAP and 200-period moving average are basically right here. So all you have to do is break this, and then you get going to the long side. So, good report. Although we've been hit down, the average move on this, I thought was 12%, was the expected move, what we were looking for Circle. So, yeah, a little bit disappointing on the move, but earnings, good. Move down, not as much as expected. You know what? Perhaps this is a break long on Circle, like I was thinking, 95. So let's just see what happens. I don't think it's like an instant, oh my God, it's breaking 95, I need to go long. But this be a good area. Let's see if it can break that resistance, bounce around a little bit, then we can use it for our springboard. So I think it's a good looking stock right here. I like the stablecoin features. They talked about added revenue, extra revenues, guiding forward on that one as well. So I don't know where those are coming from, but yeah, just really beat up here. And I think we like the stock, right? But again, the PE, like they're not putting forward huge amounts here at all. What is it, 100 million or something? It was their sales. So sales was good. Sales was 700 million. Their other revenue category is 90 to 100 million. So that shouldn't move the needle that with a decent market cap still in circle. But yeah, I like the 95 break long on this name. Let's see if crypto can hold. It's at 105 and right now. All right, looks like IBM and Microsoft. I mean, IBM's at all-time highs. So there we go again for IBM. Oh, that picture back in the background there again. So that's pretty cool. I like that one. I'm actually wearing the red hat there today. Guess which one Neil is, I guess, over there. You can't really get, I guess, Sharif.
Oh, shoot, that's kind of this shirt, too.
Yeah, there we go. We got Brendo, Adara, Joe, of course, Sharif. Got to add Raheem there. Raheem has to be like walking in from the side.
Yeah. Or, well, Randy needs to be walking in.
Or Randy, yeah. Randy and Raheem be added to that picture over there. All right, Raheem, what do you think about the big screens around here?
I like it. I was just commenting that I think I've got to have, like you said, me and Randy got to have little walkthrough rolls. Raheem in his suit just goes strutting through from time to time. Like, when you throw in like the bang emoji, like, I should get a little Bay Street guy in a suit go walking through because one of these stocks is just
we can 40%. Do that. We can do that.
Let's work on that.
Yeah, we can definitely work on it.
Raheem just wandering through.
I mean, that image was, I think, 20 minutes of prompting on ChatGPT or Gemini that Ramin did. So good on her. OLA. Let's talk. Okay, we'll shift back to. It's going to be a little
transition.
A ping pong match here. This
transition.
We'll transition back to gold, and then we'll talk a little bit about quantum. So OLA, you brought some individual names here with you. OLA, we'll get to a couple of them, but I mean, this is great.
Yeah, OLA looks great. The reason we brought that one up is just speaking back to that government money, things that are spent in that infrastructure side of things. So Orla and Newmont, which is another known company, NEM on the exchange, they're putting together $6.6 million that's going towards a First Nations project because a lot of their work is in that part of the world. Orla recently bought a project of Newmont just north of Thunder Bay. So they're putting some of that money back into cultural programs, training programs, things of that nature to help support the First Nations so that they can continue to develop what they're doing and bring in both the infrastructure, the learning, and the culture to that part of Canada, so they can work on these projects. And Orla's had a nice little run here as well. It's a good look overall, and producing in large quantums on the gold side. Another one here that I'm sure many people have heard this for, Agnico Eagle, a much bigger market cap company, but AEM, if anyone's the ticker, also doesn't get better than that. Yeah, on a $100 stock at the beginning of the year, if I told you that you could be up 110% year to date on a gold $100 stock, I would have said all day. And I'm pretty sure if we rewind the tapes, we probably did tell you to take a look at Agnico at the beginning of the year on gold stocks. But yeah, that's one that's just been superbly record guidance, record profits. Last quarter, they just announced massive production. Their costs, I mean, with gold companies, their costs, once you're producing, your costs are your costs. And now when you were at $2,500 and now $4,400 gold, I mean, you're just making an extra $2,000 an ounce and you're producing, up to, 800, 900,000 ounces a month. So it just keeps going and going and going. And it seems the bigger companies, the more established companies that have the manufacturing in place, really capitalizing on that. And how could they? On that run, yeah. So you're generating more cash. And what Agnico is doing, what I like, is that they're taking their cash, and they're actually now taking more stakes into other. They've always been doing that, taking 9.9s and 19.9s, but now they're doing that into more and more and more companies, so they can actually help those companies grow. And those companies, again, if you look at them, either think, are they going to become M&A targets? Are they going to become asset divestiture targets? Are they going to get some of that Agnico sprinkle of fairy as well? So something to keep an eye out to. If you look at Agnico's press releases, a lot of them have been, Maple, White Gold, all these companies that are getting money from it. How do we get some Agnico fairy dust? I'll walk over to their office and see if we can make that happen. Pick some up. Yeah. All right. We'll shift back to some quantum here. IBM and Microsoft on the list this morning as well. We typically look at some of the smaller names also moving around to the upside this morning on the quantum side of things. Are you in this game at all, the quantum game? Yeah, no, it's an interesting space, and obviously completely different from gold. And we try and make sure in our world we understand as can about the world that's going on. And so yeah, the quantum space, I mean, just every day is a different announcement. Like when it comes to coming on here, even like we stopped doing our homework the night before anymore because in the morning there's a new tweet, there's a new something, and the world changes. So you have to be abreast of all things just to be a smart, savvy investor like our friends here that are watching are. There's just too much going on, not too much. lot going on. Never say too much. There's a lot going on.
The smaller cap names moving around here as well, guys, but both IBM and Microsoft with fresh investments into quantum once again.
When you think that quantum is possibly decades away, this is why we talk about Microsoft and IBM. And I think I'd put Alphabet up there with IBM, and maybe Microsoft could be a third in that realm, because they have solid revenue and profits to lead them for that next quarter, which, let's be real, you're not actually getting that with D-Wave and IonQ and the Rigettis of the world. So, like, I don't have a trade for IBM. I think this one is it's a hold. It just hit the all-time highs. Pre-market, pre-market, so it's like dipping off the all-time highs as we. But this one has pretty much everything working. It's got the dividend going for you as well. I would be a buyer of the dips at all of the major moving averages on, and I think this is the way to play quantum. And if you're looking at what recently reported, that might move around a little bit more, obviously. Unfortunately for Rigetti, since the earnings, like this, it hasn't broken down yet, but it is holding underneath the moving average in that prior support level at 34. So there hasn't been anything crazy. Like, it doesn't give you that post-earnings double-bottom, rounded bottom. That could easily happen in the next couple of days. Now it's kind of tracking towards a 30 breakdown. Nothing imminent today on this, but if there's a quantum name that I trade, it's much more likely to be Rigetti than it is IBM, even if I think IBM's a better stock.
Look, the only quantum I have on today is Google. The biggest and the baddest player in this space, I think, is Google. I mean, I think IBM could be up there as well. But yeah, this thing trying to break through. I do have it written on the sticky note here today as trade idea number 2. If we can dip into 291, which we're not that far away, right? We are near that all-time high and looking to get into the $300 mark. Immediately. We just had Jag ask me in the chat, like, am I, long or short bias today? Very, very long bias. As the futures are rating VWAP, we've already taken down that 25,000 and loved it. Now it's at 25.8 again. So I think that today, with some of these big names starting to get higher here, I really like into the space. 291, we'll see if that can hold. That's yesterday's closing area. So 291 to 291.50, which is what we wrote down. 291 to 290 to 291. So if we can get anywhere, we're dip buying Google today for a break of 300, break into the high side. This could really even get going through this pre-market level here as well. Just continues to just sort of ramp up this week. I mean, this was a $270 name not that long ago. Now you're breaking back up to all-time highs. The NASDAQ has been showing resiliency just over and over again during some of these moves recently, and now right back to highs for some of these huge names. What's up next is probably Microsoft. We talked about that dip buy opportunity at $5. It's still there. I mean, whether or not you buy it, you're long. Like, you're going to look back at your account. I'm long at 502, or it's not going to be that much difference. But right into here, Microsoft did have a little bit of a move down into 490 right there. We didn't get to 470, did we? I mean, the problem is like, I can never know with these little wicks because no, that would have been at the after hours. So I think the most we got into right here was that 490-ish area. So right now Microsoft is holding out and looking like it wants to think about getting higher. And it's good to hear some more stories, right? We're not as Azure based or anything when we're talking about quantum. This is a brand new sort of area for them, and with Halo and all that sort of going multi system now, and AMD talking about some video stuff yesterday. I think Microsoft with LinkedIn and with Xbox, and then there's some other now with some quantum news there. We have Copilot and everything. Yeah, Microsoft does have some moves to the upside to have happen, but this is not a name you want to be in if you believe that AI is in an overspend right now, because Microsoft spent a lot of money building out this whole platform with themselves, with Copilot and then Azure, and then some of the data center growth as well. So I would say watch out for. I still like the stock. It's just got to watch out if it breaks out 490. We're nowhere near there right now. Snowflake and Palantir, good names as well in this space. I'm wearing them right now. It does feel like we're walking on clouds. And if you own the stock today, you're in cloud 9. That's ONON.
Yeah, we'll touch on ON earnings here coming up as well. Raheem's still with us, sitting in for the rundown here this morning. We've touched on the individual names as far as gold is concerned. The overall market still moving around. Total Metals, another one that you brought. Yeah. TT, one that's much lower priced, obviously. But if someone's looking for an opportunity on a much smaller market cap scale, there's tons of these things that are doing just the same price action.
Yeah, you'll get some of that same price volatility. And like we've always said, just do your homework on the asset, on the site, who their neighbors are, what they're close to. Management team is always very important in all of these things. If you, like, checklist should be experienced management team, done it before, proximity to people, and what their capital markets plans are always important. So this company, Total, if that's the one that's up, they went public in August, I believe, and went out at 60 cents and trading over $1 in 3 months.
So we'll look at that essentially.
Yeah, and then they just raised a little bit more money, $9 million here at 60 cents with a 80-cent warrant, I believe, or half warrant. So take a look at those dates as well. Things are coming on. There will be a lot of price friction around those times. So if you do like those stories that are a little smaller name, smaller value size, again, look at what the acquisitions that they're making, their land packages, but then look at the dates that these financings are coming on, rolling off as well, because there will be a lot of price volatility in those immediate weeks, depending on the tax situation people have.
But potentially tons of opportunity, as we've seen many times here. ONON next on the list here, better than expected earnings report. If you zoom out on this one, daily chart, you can go all the way back to the middle of 2024, where we got down to 35-ish, and then it held again in April. And here we are, guys, bouncing off this same 35 level very nicely once again. ONON beat, and the forecast topping estimate.
And a healthy beat too, like over 5%, I believe. They were able to beat on revenue, so that's pretty solid for them, especially when you're already at the bottom. So, you know, they probably didn't have to beat by that much to be good. But as Brendan mentioned, $41 is prior support, $42 is the 50-period moving average. That gives you kind of two places to look. And stop me if you've heard this one before. One of those two numbers is the current volume weighted average price, and that's 41. So the prior support on ONON on the daily chart lines up with the volume weighted average price. So that's the first place, at least to look for myself on this. This morning, like, there's really, in terms of earnings moves, like there's Circle, and of course, you know, AMD is gonna be on watch. I already mentioned, like, I like some Rocket Lab. Like, there's, outside of a few cappers moving here and there, the things that actually have a catalyst and going to do a lot of extra volume aren't as high as usual. The last couple of days, far more names to look at that were going crazy. In this case, you know, you might want to lock on one or two. So this might be watching at the New York stock for the imbalances I just realized, because you actually might have something here. Remember we saw AI with that trap? It was like a trap buy imbalance a couple after their earnings, and then they tanked. ONON's a buy of 280,000 for now. If that gets really big, I usually see that on a gap up stock is, okay, just be careful, you might be pulling back. So that 41 and first place to look on ON. Great bounce off the low. Sometimes you got to really zoom it out. It found some support. Hopefully it can hold on to this 41. Underneath there, I think it would be back in trouble.
Good night yesterday for Nike. And Dow, everything started to rally a little bit yesterday as people looked elsewhere for some profits other than some AI spaces. I mean, NASDAQ was down and we had the Dow up 500 points yesterday. Just looking to see about this little level right there. I mean, Elliott Hill looking for the rebound in shares. Of course, we have the World Cup coming next year. These little things have never really spiked the stock for any particular reasons. But just this $60 level here for NKE, especially on this good report from ON. I mean, you know, I know that they're competitors, but when you're in this space, it's nice to see some retail names starting to get back to the upside there. You know, we've been buying some on these dips. We bought some Target as well, just trying to diversify. I'm not into Nike, but this is not a horrible idea here. Looking to see if we can wait for $60 to come back in. It's at 64 and change right now. Nice move up there for Nike, up 2% as well. So obviously ON is holding the day right there, but that's a good one. Target continues to look good, and then Lulu off that 160 as well. Good dip buy opportunity there that we've put on as well. So we're looking for this one. Up another 0.5% there. There's your 160 level for Lulu. Came in quite nicely. So, all right, with only 4 or 5 minutes left, we do have the NASDAQ imbalances. I'll just quickly look at them and then we'll throw it back. There's not much going on. We have with 1 million, but not really doing anything. This name could do 100 million today, so that's not going to be a big level there. CoreWeave on the come to get going from yesterday. Bad day for CoreWeave yesterday, down 18% or 15%. Sure at the lows, but now up 5% today and trying to get going. Cisco reports tonight. So that's the biggest name coming through tonight, Cisco, and we can wait to see if they do anything there on networking and, of course, some more cybersecurity talk there with Cisco. So we'll see what they're doing tonight. But yeah, not much going on right now. We can go back over. Oh, we talked about this earlier. We looked at the chart of GM. So let's go find the story and why they're so strong, General Motors.
Yeah, not a lot of price action so far here this morning, as we said in the pre-market. But GM, if you zoom out on a daily, looks fantastic. Back to highs here, 71.30. It's been a long time since we've talked about GM. In that sense. Again, if you missed it, just a supply chain related story here. They're looking to eliminate anything from China in their supply chain. So parts, manufacturing, anything out of the supply, given the political environment we're in currently. Yeah. Kind of an interesting move and timing specifically here for GM.
Yeah, timing specifically. I mean, you're definitely currying favor with certain political people that you want to be friendly to you, and the American stock market does react when those names happen because, you know, let's be fair. None of these decisions are made in a vacuum.
No,
GM didn't just decide to have a board meeting and say, "Hey, let's do this." It's a little bit of if we do this, we get that, and thus.
Exactly.
Right. And so when all those things come together, I would imagine a pro GM agenda might sooner or later to buy your trucks and buy them all American made and so on and so forth. So, all these things happen in a scale much larger than even the stock market.
A company that affects a lot of jobs in this country and specifically the province as well. So we'll keep an eye out for further storylines on GM.
Yes, sir.
Birdie told me that it's your birthday on Friday, and I know you mentioned that as well. But family, your wife, and your son wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
and we do as well. So happy birthday, Raheem, coming up on Friday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations!
Bitcoin for his birthday.
I mean, and you know what? You don't look, Raheem. Make sure you enjoy it. You only turn 25 once, so you know that's the important thing. Go out there.
Too bad that was 20 years ago. Yeah.
Some bottle service. You know, we have known Raheem for
long time. Yeah, a decade at least.
I can't even think of the actual amount of years, but it's been a while. Make sure you enjoy it, of course, and thank you, Raheem, for coming on here. You already showed the imbalances for NASDAQ. Really see a trade in GM, but we were mentioning in the auto space, or the electric EV space, I should say. Oh, and my 3-minute that's the second time it crashed today. Rivian, a bit top heavy. I was thinking about like if it failed a break of $18 here for a pop and quick, but it's already starting to come back in here, and something just happened to Rocket Lab. Maybe there was an imbalance. Rocket Lab just went down into 52, so this just dropped $1 as well. I was looking for 54 for a bit of a fade trade on that one. Maybe the balance came out on Rocket Lab.
All right, only 45 seconds left. We're looking to dip by AMD, although AMD just went up about $1.50 right there, trying to get through day's high. We're looking to dip by on AMD, so get ready for that one. We also got our buys in for Google. This might come through sooner than we think right here at 291. Big move down right now early. So I don't know, maybe the NASDAQ does want to turn a little red here early. Maybe I'll cancel that. Actually, I'll keep the 291. I'll just go a little bit lower shares here just in case that does come screaming through. And then we do have the NASDAQ on watch today as well as SoFi. So we'll see if any of these can come through. Now with less than 10 seconds left before your opening bell. This is brought to you by 3D Capital. Go check guys out. We want to thank them for sponsoring our opening bell, 3D Capital. Okay, SoFi, they're already into Google, as we said. So less shares. It's a good thing we sort of canceled that one as Google coming crashing in right now into 290 again. So let's watch out for that one. And by the way, there goes AMD. I mean, all you had to do was punch the pre-market high right there and smoke that stock through 254. There goes AMD, 256. It's gone. Was up 6%, now up 8%. Advanced Micro Devices, and I guess maybe we should took more shares on Google. I don't know. Right now we're slightly on GOOGL right now. Google trying to go higher right now. 291.50 a piece out, but let's just wait to see if it wants to work as it's breaking a little lower now. Google, the only trade I'm in.
Yeah, huge move up there on AMD. As you said, they're right off the open. It's looking pretty strong. The NASDAQ actually ticked down on the first look. Rocket Lab up in case it just went down 150 and then right back up into 53. So looking for that potential failed break. Play into 54. The other thing that's happening is Circle just took out. So no bop, no bounce on Circle, at least not very big, getting into about 95 and now taking out that low of the day as we speak. I was looking for pop and fade on that bad boy, so I guess we're not going to get it. And Rivian was the other name we're looking at for the open. No pop there at all either. Straight downside here. The NASDAQ starting to give it up in a big way. I said I'd wait for a dip buy in silver, but yesterday, the last couple of days, a dip buy in silver, wait for it for about 15, 20 minutes. That does bounce off VWAP. I would take that one as well. So it's really starting to come in here, but it's not AMD's fault. AMD's still above 254, at least for now.
Yeah, it's nobody's fault here. It's but it is coming back in quite nicely.
Something's got to be dropping.
Yeah, I don't know. We're in.
Video.
Yeah, okay. We're in right into 290 right now. So this is a level that we're going to try. We don't want to just punch out immediately here, but it is fading back out. Hey, Raheem, how's it going? Yeah, good. How are you? Good. Thanks for coming through today. All right. So yeah, exactly. Happy early birthday, I guess, and we'll see how. We'll follow him on Instagram and see how he celebrates it. Right there, 290 right now trying to hold. So that's that call. And then SoFi on dip buy opportunities as well. I mean, again, not something that's going to follow the NASDAQ per se, but SoFi right now still positive, and the NASDAQ trying to turn. And I said that to Jag early. He's like, oh, are you biased long or short? I'm like, I'm biased long, so therefore it's probably a short. And there it comes right in. But you're right, man. AMD fort right now to that long side. So be patient here, but their Qs came right into 112 real quick as well.
112 with a player as well. It's NVIDIA that's really looking the weakest, at least on my board anyways. So you're going juxtaposition here as NVIDIA. Yeah, this chart. I'm having some serious, trying to be calm about this, but yeah, oh, there we go. Now loaded up there. So NVIDIA taking out the pre-market lows in here, but I just got in, and I'm not going to switch this because I think it'll crash if I do. So Rocket Lab just came back in, took out that bottom. My stop on Lab is the current high of the day. So if it rocket ships above that, pun intended, then I'm going to get out. But looking to add underneath this 53 area here on RKLB. Hopefully this chart has calmed down by now.
I'm just, so we do have a new position. You guys have all seen me here in this Google position. And again, we're not taking monster trades here or anything in Google at these levels, as it's fallen against us quite nicely right here. But there goes the TQs. So we're into the NASDAQ right here. We've got a good little dip buy opportunity. We didn't even take advantage of that fully as the low got into, it didn't get to 1178, but does come in there a little bit. Let's take some out as we did dip buy into one of our positions there. But it's Google right now that is like just getting right there. So we're going to go completely wrong. We were trying to hold out hope that this levels right into here would hold 290. It didn't. And I thought because we have less shares, I was going to give this a little bit of room. But man, yeah, I guess I don't have too much support left. So no matter the shares, the right trades. And right now for Google, this is against me here quite nicely here, down $2. So far on Google, and yeah, really no relief here in sight as it's just continuously going lower. NASDAQ, bad decision for the longs today. I hope some of you have some kind of shorts that you're willing to sort of lay on, because right now,
enough.
Yeah,
I had one short in Rocket Labs, and it just broke out the high. So I got the short maybe a little bit late to have been able to scalp it. If you get it right at the open where I had it, then it would have. I just got dipped. Whoa, okay, silver just came down. So the market's still fading pretty heavily here. Silver just pulled into the volume weighted average price. So, you know, waiting for it to get to that price. If we break out the lows, then I got to jump away from this. AMD's still super strong, but shout out to everyone in the chat. Although Rohan didn't type $sign in front of BBAI. That's fine. You guys to hammer me every single time I don't do that. BBAI is on one, 18% to the upside. It was already gapped up a little. I think it was like 2 or 3%, and now absolutely flying. 19, approaching 20% on BBAI.
BBAI? Are you kidding me?
There was no story. This is just a post-earnings, maybe technical bounce here. So, yeah, it's absolutely on one. Make sure you hit that $sign. I feel like this is likely to end up leading the race. When I look back at this in 10 minutes, I bet you that's going to be leading the race. So, yeah, only in the highs. Want to be adding to this. I feel like it can go up even if the market does not, but still want to take some profit every time it bounces off VWAP.
All right, you know, there it goes. Finally, Google, and we've been bleeding on it, right? So we're able to there at 288. That was pretty much the last sort of straw there for me on Google. And thankfully, the market tried to go back to the upside, and Google's responding a little bit there. I have no idea what that sell was all about. We didn't even get that many shares down there, but it's enough to give us a little bit of go here back up to the upside and give us some of those winners, as there goes Google. We just got out at 290 virtually, 289, like 80s, and then we have another, I'm going to tell you the exact prices, 77 and 87, so not bad right there. TQs, more outs, but still watching out, man. Would like to get some out there, and if we do, make some moves lower into 1170. Just hearing anything else right now, but, oh, you heard something on Starbucks? Yeah, I thought I heard something on Starbucks, but I like Starbucks yesterday. We talked a little bit about that. AMD, 258, man, that march to that 300 level, still a ways away. What was it that? Was that the options level that Joe had?
300.
300, yeah. So we're still a minute from there.
You're saying there's a chance?
Google's, I don't, well, it was by next Friday, remember. Won't.
Okay, yeah. Joe just said 98% chance in the options market that it will not. So AMD tracking higher. Okay, and my VWAP is not here. Yeah, I'm going to, I'll be showing you a lot of the black charts today. I feel like the volume weighted average price sitting at about 255 as this just continues to ramp job. As the market is weak,
it's a week.
AMD is after the analyst day, and let's go to Adara.
And then Google.
Yeah, with regards to Big Bear AI, it just looks like they're recirculating the news that they're going to be acquiring Ask Sage for $250 million. Again, though, we actually knew this already because they announced it the report. So nothing new, but certainly some things being recirculated here for BBAI. Now, with regards to, I want to take a moment here to thank our friends shout out our friends at Origenics, OGEN, releasing a bit of a business update here through their Q3 2025 shareholder letter, announcing that they've actually regained here with the NYSE. This is just the market. This isn't Origenics or anything, but yeah, just NYSE compliance has been regained. They also are talking here about AI. They're accelerating here with AI through their partnership with Receptor.ai. Apparently doing well here with their financial. Their balance sheet is now stronger. So again, just a business update here for the Q3 shareholder letter from Origenics, GEN. Back to you.
Yeah, good to hear some updates from them for sure. We haven't talked too much about their financials. Okay, so I don't know. Google had a run up. I'm going to try it again down here, but yeah, it looks like a break right now of 288, pretty imminent as that's coming back in pretty aggressively right there. I mean, these very, very bottoms are 287.50 and change. So it looks like that is well within reach right now as the NASDAQ looking to turn red. Continues to bump higher. So that makes me think like maybe stocks like the banking sector potentially higher. Yeah, there goes JP Morgan, brand new all-time highs. Wow, JP Morgan. What? That's what?
SoFi just went ham.
Man, oh, did
SoFi?
Why did we miss that? Oh, yeah, man. SoFi, we have 30, 50 dips. Quite get into that.
It just went 32s on SoFi and continuing to trend higher. All-time highs in 5, 4, 3, 2, down and down.
Yeah, I love SoFi.
Why not? So look at the intraday all-time high. I think might have broken, but a bit of a ramp job there on SoFi. Circle, oh, that's a miss.
Oh, no. Did it rip to 95? Oh, no. Bounced off of it?
I was looking 97 for the short on Circle. It's now through the low of the day. This actually end up SSR. So if it gets to 9, it has to break 90 to go SSR. So it'll have to break $90 to go 10% to the downside for sure. Tried to get a reload on silver. Didn't get it. I'm going to pop into VWAP again on the bid, but this is passed into a down market. If we fail this high at the quarters, I'm going to jump out and buy the dip and just kind of take what we can and run because everything is really coming in pretty heavily. And I'm kind of mad at myself for missing some short. But yeah, great look there on, you mentioned JPM. And I was like, oh yeah, SoFi today. Pulled it up whenever breaking out.
Yeah, whenever the ES is like ripping like that, I kind of just think about like what exactly is going on here in the general market space. And I mean, here we go. We always look at this sort of heat map, and we're going to try to build one for ourselves over here soon. But man, I don't know. It was like I have something caught in my throat here. I have no idea what's going on. I'm back in the waters. Google, yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to go get a quick tea. Palantir down 2% right now. Yeah, not looking great. JP Morgan, Visa. Yeah, I gotta go. I think I gotta go get a quick tea. But all right,
I got it.
Yeah, take it over.
I literally just messaged he could. Wow, this is getting a little bit hairy here. You've got NVIDIA, you know what? Right, just get my trailing stop in there on silver. Don't want that to get back through the quarters. If it does, I'm jumping out of it. I'm just putting my trailing stop so you guys can see what's happening right now in NVIDIA, which is about to go red. It is cascade downside here, unfortunately. NVIDIA, my first thought was, why am I not shorting SMCI today? Every single day for the last 5 days, I've been shorting SMCI. Today, I moved it to Rocket Labs, and SMCI strip right off VWAP. It's done this every single day, and it's been a good short when you grab it at the open. So I'm going to try and short the first pop back into this 39 if I can, as we are continuing to flutter to the downside. NASDAQ about to go recession. Even AMD, which was leading the way. Like, you got to be kidding me. AMD so strong, now it's losing VWAP. I was thinking, yeah, you probably pick this one up if we can find a bid at VWAP. It's just right through it. Still up 7%, but it's not showing any signs of slowing down here whatsoever. And the other thing that's happening, oh, come on, it's PLTR. That's going to crash the chart for sure, right? Palantir, if it'll load up quick enough. There we go. Palantir, heavy initial candle. This seems like it caught a pretty hefty bid, but a $5 move, $6 move down, almost straight shot on the opening candle here on Palantir as well. So you have a lot of bleed happening in the market. Right now, the only thing that I see that is strong outside of that,
you have some halls?
That move in
no, don't go get me
JPM and of course in SoFi,
like you've got
silver and gold looking strong. So I guess it's like a risk and metals on, I don't know, something like that, as the market continues to flush. It's financials and it's metals, and that's
they're hitting the AI trade again.
What?
What?
Metal.
Oh, Ozzy Osbourne. He was saying.
No, you know what? Trade of my brain was like Aussie. What? Some Australian companies I should be looking at? Like, what are we talking? That's where my head went. I didn't go to Aussie.
Australian metal companies, very popular.
It's my bad.
Ready to hear. Okay. All right. So yeah, Zeppelin, good call there. Yeah, they're all not too many metal names nowadays, I don't think, but I'm not into that space.
I wish my daughter got a guitar. My neighbor literally
get her into it.
No, my neighbor bought her a guitar.
Oh, there you go.
For like a few Christmases ago, but she's more interested in playing the piano right now. She's doing that on Duo. Anyways.
Okay, nice.
I guitar.
Yeah. I like all that kind of stuff there. Like I said, my son's trying to go to some different art schools coming through, so we'll see if he does that. But then now he wants to play football. So
that door. It's freezing. It's freezing. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, it's colder than it usually is in here, like to the point where, like, my fingers are like, okay, it's closed. That door was open before. So the market is continuing to try to find. News is the NASDAQ pulled right into effectively that, which would have been this level here. Okay, I just got trailed out of silver. I think maybe if the market bounces off the level, that's why I wanted to get a trailing stop in. And of course, I trail out, and the first thing I have, and it ticks higher. But right as you got into that red to green story is seemingly when we're trying to catch a bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ. What a crazy move at the open. Maybe AMD is going to settle down a little bit here, as it was strong. Okay, it's trying to hold. As I flip to it, I'm like, it's trying to hold VWAP, and then the first thing that happens is it dips right back underneath. So AMD not looking as strong as it is before. It's still going to be above the pre-market highs. Not a bad dip area to try to work into, but it's got to close showing a little bit of strength. Otherwise, like, what are we doing here? Like, it's still a lot of weakness, and if you're not looking at a bank, or like SoFi obviously is, I mean, they're a bank, I guess they count, or a fintech name, you're going to find some strength today. Maybe some small caps are giving you the goods. But yeah, unless I get something in SMCI, I'm not chasing this move, shorting the low of the day, and I'll buy a dip in silver, but there's nothing else that's setting up very well. Circle down 7% and still holding lower. If you happen to like it at $90, I guess you could take a shot there. But if it's not AMD, I don't even see what I'm liking right here. I'm going to have to go like deeper on the list than I thought I was. ON was like a secondary play on earnings. That held at 41 levels, so that's a good sign, at least. Not much to look at. Held, 42, sorry, I should say. Held that 42 in the volume weighted average price. Maybe that's worth a look, but even this, does that look bullish? Big time topping tail candle, first thing at 9:30, was failing the pre-market high and hasn't put in higher lows yet. So this is wait and see on the 15 minutes as well. I guess I'm going to be very, very patient and maybe mean revert the bottom is the only play. I hate doing that, but there's nothing else setting up.
Yeah, this is like the only thing happening right now is downside. So we tried Google at 288. We were able to get some out, but eventually breaks lower there, and then TQs as well. So 0 for 2 on the longs, and we said that earlier that that's where we started. We wanted to look long, and we did, and we just
tanking like everything
sort of got run over there on that. But yeah, AMD again, not doing well now. I may have to get off. I may have to get off the air. I don't know. I just can't stop coughing. Like I don't feel that bad. I know it's annoying. I know it's annoying to everybody. But we'll see if Obi is around. Fisherman's friend maybe. All right, why don't you take it over and I'll just.
So look, I know I was saying it was only looking like it was the banks and all that stuff that was. No, we got UNH popping big time. UNH, Oscar also looking really, really strong here. I guess it's a little bit of. The financials are good. Healthcare is good. Everything else is a bleed. My goodness, AMD can't even, it just can't hold a bid. Like I'm at the point now where if I don't get a dip buy in silver, I'm not trying to fight anything. It's going to be a mean, like I got to see a trend break somewhere, and it's not happening in NVIDIA. NVIDIA just turned red. That's continuing its nasty bleed here. As your rotation is the right word. I just saw that pop up in the chat there, PDW in the chat. You're getting rotation, financials, and healthcare, and then out of the AI trade, and maybe AMD was signaling a bit of a top. So just be really, really careful. I think this is not a bad, I said, to look at maybe look at some other types of names. So my eyeballs are right here. If it's going to hold VWAP and break back out. I still have silver up. I want to buy the dip at VWAP again. It worked the first time. I don't think it wouldn't work the second time through. You're getting some strength there because gold is going higher in the midst of this market drop.
We just had a bottom there of AMD in and around 250. So sorry about that. We just had a bottom of 250 there for AMD. So I do understand what Neil's saying, and I actually believe that it is probably time to look elsewhere right now. I'm just trying to see if we can scalp quickly off 250. Here it comes right back in. Like everything is breaking lower right now. The NASDAQ, I was saying like 25,000. It's not, we're not or anything like that, but it's a nice move, man. We started at 25.8. We're now at 25.6. But we're going to try just to see if we do hold somewhere around here on the AMD trade because, again, a name percent here today continues to drop on what was relatively good news there for advanced micro devices. So let's give this a breath and see if it can hold right in and around here. And if not, man, we had listed down 48, but I'm not even sure. All these low takes that we had earlier, we kind of got run over by them all, right? And so right now, AMD trying to hold in and around 250. So that's been the low. We're going to try it right here. I assume that NVIDIA also cracking lower. All you had to do was short.
Rivian broke $17.
Okay, so that was another short that you had mentioned that you had liked as well. So, yeah, some shorts coming in today. That is for sure.
I found the stock that I think I like for the revert, and that's going to be Apple, because if it's AI get out, then Apple, I think, out of the Mag 7 names is the least of that worry, and it's the only thing which is trying to bounce off a support level that was pretty clean where it ramped yesterday. So this was the buy level yesterday. It's already put in a bottoming tail wick, but if this candle doesn't close, obviously green, then you are not breaking anything, and you're continuing on that downtrend. This is one of those that might take a lot of patience because, I really want to be grabbing something at these lows, but until we break this trend or at least hold the bottom once, hold the low, and then get a little bit higher. Like the frustration, look at what happened on Rivian. I guess you just had to be sitting in it. You were never really going to get a pop. So there wasn't really any chance to get into this thing outside of just sitting in it in the pre-market. All right, here comes a potential trend break. Apple, I'd take my first shot at this long if we can close above this trend line bar. I'm just ignoring the 930 candle, and after that, the 930 candles tend not to be the best for trend lines because it's just a huge volume event there. So Apple doing its best to try to get the bounce.
Oh, man. All right, we're starting to get back into things here a little bit. We talked about just getting back to the basics and trying to trade names. Obviously, in this move down, there's going to be nothing hiding from this move, but we'll take AMD. We just got 93s, so here it comes right back in again. So we're 50 cents in the money now, making back a little bit of what we lost right now. The big loss is really just Google, to be honest with you. Sort of layer into that one around that 290. 288. 290 was fine. We'd actually didn't have that many shares on the way in. It was this sort of, when we thought we had seen a bottom into here, and that's where we were buying these dips, and it was working out for us until eventually and then we lost it all the way to the downside. And it's a good thing that we did stop out when we did. And there it goes again, AMD, like all the way up to 252 and then right back down again. So if this is not going to work, it's definitely not the right name there today. We had Eli Lilly breaking through $1,000 today as well. So that was a really nice there for Eli Lilly, now up 2 and a change, up 15 bucks from that high, as we did have some traders on chat message to us yesterday about Eli Lilly coming into $1,000, and so there it is, man. Congratulations. Awesome. On that break. So there goes Eli Lilly cooking to the upside. As the whole healthcare technology yesterday, we had, you guys know that I'm into XP. And I like that ETF, but right into here yesterday and today, a big continuation on many of these health technology names, right? And so you're looking at AbbVie and some of these Medtronics is here, DHR Danaher as well, and then some of this healthcare technology, healthcare names right here, the services names starting to bounce back a little bit as well as UNH hits that 3.5% mark, and that's about it here, I guess. Nothing else we're really looking at it. HCA Healthcare up to $500 again. We'll see if it can hold those levels. And then the bank story today seems to be pretty strong as well. Goldman up 3. Oh, you know what I wanted to look at here? That's a little bit of a review there of some of those plays. All right, the market bouncing back up for me just a little bit here on AMD. We just bought some more down low, Neil, down near that 250, but if we're going to play some bounce back names, I like your call there on Apple, because as we looked before, it was at 275 and breaking higher. So play a strong name there. I like that one.
This is crazy. Like some of this move. So just based for Apple, it was basically back into this resistance. But as it tries to bounce, I tell you, every 50 pennies or so, the sellers just come right back in. And it's not like look at how quickly it moved down. Sometimes you get a snapback action. I'm not even thinking VWAP here. Kind of clouded by how the market has been coming in here. So I'm thinking 273.5 is the target. Like from where the trend line came in, that's where I'm going to try to take it. Silver is gone. I thought if the market bounced, then silver would come back in because it was going up, going down. That seemed logical to me at the time. And it's like,
Jesus.
It seems logical, but it is obviously still wrong, because silver continues to go higher, up 2% and continuing to fly.
What about gold?
Gold, I'll look at GLD, obviously.
Not doing the same.
But it's not doing the same. I just think silver has more pep in it. Silver goes up a little, silver goes up a lot, works both ways. Silver comes, trust me, if gold comes down, silver is going to move faster to the downside as well. So I just think it's a better trading vehicle. And of course, we were talking about the banks. Don't forget about SPCE. So I was going to look at some other things like ONON and SoFi, those two names to put on the list. This is VWAP once. Why not just go over to a strong stock and try to buy the dip at VWAP? It's trending up. That feels like a good place to be because it's on a clean uptrend.
Look how wild AMD is. So we got some out at 253 there. There's a 1 minute candle. So we went up. We went from 251 to 253. That's $2. And then we went straight back down $3. Now right back into 250 again here for advanced micro devices. So you want to talk the wild ride that continues here. It is on right now for AMD, man. I mean, up and down 4. It is a $250 name, so we are well aware that this one will do this kind of move, especially the way it's moved the last. And then we did yesterday have their big financial day, and good reports coming through from them yesterday. And there it goes back up to the upside. Where am I waiting at, man? I'm waiting in the 80s to get a piece out. You know what? I'll take 75. Did I get some 75s? Or yes, I did. But we'll wait. Boo. Was hoping to get some 80s there. We're just now. We've took advantage of AMD. AMD we're up on the day, obviously. But that's in question. We break. If we break lower on this name, we got to try to get out, as we've been holding into 250 right now. Low of the day right there, 250 for advanced micro devices. So be careful if we do get a break over there. I'm going to like 249, like 75 or so. We'll get out if it breaks it, and it looks like it may do that. Open door on the way down. I see what you guys are talking about in the chat. You want me to get name? Yeah,
That's not that bad.
No surprise. I said earlier that the Big Bear Army Brigade was stronger than the Open Door Army, but the last couple of days, maybe not. I mean, Open Doors had a nice little run up into that 850 marker. And then right there, like this is, we looked at this yesterday, right? We talked about dips into 7. I mean, that cracked into 5. So like that 7 dip buy was definitely, you had to believe in it to hold that. I don't know if many did. But then on the back through, then that's where you had the action to talk about, and now the stopping at this zone. So if we're say that 7 was maybe a buy, then 850 has to look like a sell to us, right? So we'll see if it can break that recent high there, and I think that's where we get excited and jump into it as a buy. So we'll wait to see if Open Door can get going at all there. And the NASDAQ really can't find a bottom, it seems like, right now, as we were long on the TQs. We took a hit, not a huge one, but we did take a hit anyways on that. Falling right back in, looking to finally get going. Maybe 1150 break or so, 11150.
They're still smoking this bid.
Yeah, they're not market here today, that's for sure.
I'm close to jamming out of this. I reloaded just now in Apple, but again, once it got to the $0.50, big sellers just started emerging. Every time we get to like 27, 270, 250, someone was just slamming it down. I tried to eke something out there when I saw them. It's still holding on to this quarter level, but if we lose, I just tighten the stop up. If we lose like the next quarter down, I'm just going to jump out and look for a better place to engage back in the trade. Now I'm going to sneeze. But also SoFi is starting to pull back a little bit here. So this is one I want to try to grab around. Oh, that chart's jacked. I was trying to show you guys VWAP, but that chart, there you go, around VWAP. This is a little bit cleaner to see. So it's pulling back into VWAP. It's had some bottoming tail candles, but I'm going to look to pick this one up in front of the volume weighted average price. The fintech names, the bank names, they've been strong throughout this. So if we're going to look for a long, maybe buying the dip in a stronger stock is going to be the jam. I'm willing to get out if it loses the volume weighted average price, but let's try and sneak in on some SoFi. If you're looking over at something like an NVIDIA, it's still holding the low of the day, hasn't shown any signs of breaking its trend as well. So not as bad as we did earlier. We're starting to level off in NVIDIA. So maybe this market is trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Of course, nothing, I mean, right now, NVIDIA is the market. Like nothing correlates more. So I will 50 fill on Apple, thankfully, right before I tighten the stop, but I'm just not liking what I see. So Apple will end up being pretty much a flat trade because I got some out there and just not worth holding it into the. It doesn't feel like that's the right move here on that one. Just don't want to be fighting things. Rather be in something strong.
All right. I wish I had more to talk about other than what I've been doing here, but there it goes. All right, let's go. Let's see if AMD can catch it again. We did reload that near the bottom. Let's just see if it finally has a chance to get a little bit more excited here. Back up to 253 is what I'm kind of waiting for here. That would be nice, but who knows, man. We're just scalping it out as we go. Circle, let's check out some of the other plays in the space right now. So there it goes, man. Circle actually had good earnings, and I don't know the market not liking much today. That is for sure. Now, you just said you're going to sneeze. No, I'm going to sneeze again here, I think, in a second. On over here with us. I'll mute myself if we do wind up doing that. But we met Circle at 95. Right off the open, it ticked into the 200 period moving average. I was actually somewhat bullish on, honest with you, as we started to move a little bit higher there. So I would be very, very careful with this name because it did fail 95, which was VWAP and the 200 period moving average, and we continue to go lower. The exciting thing about Circle is it's looking like it may have bottomed and it's at a key level of $90. So right here, good on us to look at this. Not sure if it has the goods in it. Oklo, a kind of opposite of Circle here, as Oklo had a Not a great report. I mean, Adair and I were looking at it. It was minus 20 cents versus minus 13. And as we watched it, we sat there live last night with Brian, and he didn't talk too much about, well, he actually did. He did talk a little bit about Oklo, but on earnings, it's very tough to analyze because you don't know that this is going to happen. But that $100, I asked him about a psychological, oh gosh, here we go, Neil. We are making back pretty much our whole thing here alone on AMD as that just continues to Moon City. Let's go AMD. This one rocking now back there to the upside, finally trying to break long now. If this market gets going, there we go. We know that we have AMD in our pocket now, so thank you, Advanced Micro Devices. Please there. Yes, Neil, $3 finally, man. We were actually down a decent amount there, and then we found out that AMD is exactly the move that we needed, and there it goes, man. How much? I said $3. It's $4 right now in the money. All of a sudden, you see what happens? Like, start making some money, the voice magically fixes itself. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside there for Advanced Micro Devices. Booyah! There we go. Flat on the day finally, P&L wise. That took a minute, but there it goes, man. 2 fails. With the TQs and with Google, and they're not even rallying that much now. But a good little win here for Advanced Micro Devices. I mean, let's take, man, $4, good one there. No outs there on AMD. It was our number one, no outs on the downside. It was our number one trade idea. We just should have stuck with it, but our other 2 failed. And I think that's why you don't want to have too much tunnel vision there, but yeah, you know, AI today, on the chin a little bit.
A little bit, and but getting back to the upside pretty heavily. I'm sort of, yeah, it is SoFi that's gone. Missed that dip buy on SoFi. I'm going to be frustrated with that one. But it is hammering about 4.5% and continuing to go. This is absolutely blasting. To catch a bid, we're going to go to Adara. I jumped out. If Apple, it's now starting to go, looking a little bit better, but I didn't want to fight. This is not the hill that I wanted to die on when I see that weakness. And even how far it's going now compared to some other names is just not enough. I don't think this is going to be the one, so I'm going to stay away. Let's go up to Adara, come back, and I see you, David, with the super chat.
Let's talk about this market. Bit of a rough start to the day for the SPY, gapping up but pushing lower. To be clear, we're still, as of right now anyway, just above yesterday's high, so relatively flat, but either way, some weakness to start the day. I do want to discuss this lack of economic data. We don't have any, but guys, guess what? The government shutdown could potentially come to an end. Could end this economic data desert at initially, I was seeing 4 p.m. Now it looks like it's going to be closer here to 7 p.m. The U.S. House is set to vote on the stopgap. So push the time back by about 3 hours, but looks like we could get some kind of vote here with regards to that stopgap and some kind of shutdown resolution. I want to talk about the Fed. We have a lot of Fed speakers today, as you can see, and one of them, Fed's boss, at 12:15. He actually just announced he's going to be retiring as of the end of his term, his 5-year term, which will I guess mean that he's out of the Fed by February 28th, 2026. So again, retirement here for Fed's Bostic, but he will be making comments at 12:15. So stay tuned for that. I'll cover all of the Fed speak for you guys. Sean's been talking a lot about AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. This one getting a big move to the upside post-market and this morning, at least to start the day as well. We had some positive comments here with Analyst Day. They're expecting in the next 3 to 5 years over $20 per share EPS for the year and really strong revenue and gross margin growth. Coinbase also on one different catalyst for Coinbase. Late yesterday, it was reported that they've called off their $2 billion deal to acquire a stable startup by the name of BVNK. Then this morning, we get this rollout here of JP Morgan's coin token. And we also have for Coinbase, at least some commentary suggesting that they want to switch from Delaware and then reincorporate over in Texas. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends over at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYS Origenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And the bounce is, it's definitely looking pretty nice. At least when the NASDAQ's not going that. The NASDAQ went pretty much to green. Yeah, I think it got green for a tick and then pulling back a little bit, but pretty solid bounce, but bigger in some of the tech names, sort of the chip names. Not all of them. Said we missed our chance shorting SMCI, so it came into VWAP. I am now shorted again. We might really miscalculated whether we'd get a dip when the market bounced in silver. It's continuing to ride higher, but the only play I have for this would be to try to, now that it's made a trend line, is maybe to buy the trend line, which is not usually something I do, but I wanted to be long this a little bit more than we were. So I'll maybe buy that trend line if we can catch it now that it's made a few points. But SMCI is still doing it. There's some weak names out there. SMCI is still relatively weak. CoreWeave is getting trashed right now.
Really?
Even with this bounce. CoreWeave has just given up everything that had been gained and is at the low of the day. So if you're looking for relative strength, AMD's got it. We already talked about healthcare and bank names, but CoreWeave is getting wrecked. NVIDIA bounced too. These guys are about to go red on the session. So make sure that you're looking at individual stocks. Just put them in their own group. They don't have to be moving with their sector. We had a bunch of super chats that we missed, obviously, and we'll try to get to them. It's been a crazy morning.
I appreciate everybody's thoughts there in the chat. Not dying, but it does seem like we are imminent death, but it's fine. Thanks, Fabian, fisherman friends. I'm glad I didn't leave when I was basically dying, because then we wouldn't have this trade. Neil, this is now $6 in the money right here on this, and this is going to lead the way. This is my biggest trade, maybe for sure, of the quarter, right here, P&L wise, as it just basically right there, boom, shagalaga. We haven't been having a great month, but we basically have our whole month right here, which is unbelievable. But there it goes right up into the highs. Now $7 now in the money on this AMD trade. So thank you to everybody for all this. Yeah, I've died in seen the light now, and it is bright over here. So thank you, everybody, for that support. And I know that Marvell was in talk, because wasn't it SoftBank that was like, yo, we thought about buying Marvell, and then that spiked this name again, another name that we own.
Yeah, they were talking about combining it with ARM.
Yeah, so I'm just talking about that as a story, not that we're. I'm glad that Neil reminded me about the ARM take in this as well. But there goes Marvell, really rocketing to the upside again, right there. Wow, this move is honestly like this for me. And again, we talked about it. Our stop was 250. It was really close, man. And when we have a close stop like that on a trade that we're kind of feeling, it is the #1 on there. I'm loading the boat. And as I just said, this is the biggest trade for me, P&L wise, outside of any sort of an IPO, maybe ever, right now, as it just bounces right back. Like I was like dead right there, and now we have risen, and it is just an absolute smoke show. $8 in the money here on advanced micro devices, and like I said, we're here to trade, and I was, willing to risk this down into here in 100 period. Again, the #1 trade idea, the biggest stock of the day, advanced micro devices, gave us a dip buy, and the market's not even recovered yet. The NASDAQ was up started this whole thing. NASDAQ's still red, and AMD is like, okay, we gone right now. Good little move there to the upside right there. Unfortunately, we don't talk P&L, but I just told you guys that's the biggest trade P&L-wise that I've ever put on probably this year, outside of, or maybe all time, outside of IPOs or rebalance. That like non-gimmicky trades, this is probably it. So there it goes, man. Really happy with this performance.
Yeah, congrats. You got to be happy with. That's the thing. It's not, the market's not doing much.
No,
in terms of
this.
Well, it's back to green, but we see all that's happening. The NASDAQ like 3 or 4 times has gone green. It's a 15-minute chart, so obviously, like I could put it up, but I like a longer-term chart for my futures. It's trying now to really close this gap and maybe get into volume-weighted average price. I'm trying to separate the wheat from the chaff here. I want SoFi if it ever comes back down. I don't think that's going to happen, but as long as just be consistent with it. Like SMCI has been weak. So if the market doesn't break VWAP, I think this gets back into the low of the day. When we're talking about places that you have the most strength, SoFi up that 5, it visited VWAP for like a second and then ramp job to the upside. But look at what's going on, and don't forget about healthcare. UNH is up, hit 342, 4% to the upside there. Oscar.
Whoa, that's a good move.
Oscar was just reported. This one I'm surprised with. I'm kind of thinking there could be a catch-up trade here on Oscar. So if we continue this crazy trend in UNH, I can't see a reason why Oscar isn't a little bit stronger than it is. So I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm going to keep an eye on UNH.
Oh my God!
And if UNH keeps going, Oscar break out 15.20 into the high of the day.
I just say to myself, like, why can't I just hold more of this trade? But at the end of the day, as Neil, as I keep mentioning as well, you got to be happy with what you have. But this is now a $10 runner now for advanced micro devices. So whether or not you guys are trading options, plain equity, or what, man, hopefully we've got you covered right here, right now. And there it is. Now it's $10. Now it just broke 260. So there it is. We take it out right there at 260. Good fill there as it, sorry, 260.10s as it just continues to go higher there. So just piecing it all out. And it's unfortunate. What are you going to do? We're actually now at our day, like some of these goals that we've had running back in just on this trade alone. But I don't know, man. It's just a nice upside trade there. Bad that we had, lost our way a little bit there with Google, but I'm still looking for maybe a break in this name. I'm getting a little bit frothy to these longs just because of what we've just seen there on Google, but it doesn't mean that the NASDAQ can't get, or on AMD, it doesn't mean the NASDAQ can't get going again. Neil will be short SMCI. Right now we're 10 in the money, well now 9 in the money on AMD. So just continue to watch that. It looks like the futures will fade off of that level as well right there. So, so far so good. Yeah, now it's hot in here, I think. For sure. It's because these screens, that's part of it.
It went from too cold to too hot very quickly.
Yeah, wow. This
took absolutely no time whatsoever. GLD is still going high. So there was no, look at gold right now. There was going to bounce and the metals are going to come back moment at all. Oddly enough, when I see that, I look right over it. Silver's still trying to break the trend line. So if this breaks trend, I think you see VWAP. And if you see VWAP here, I'm looking trend line, buy at VWAP, not short. I'm thinking the buy. But, we talked about these strong names and weak names. NVIDIA took a bit of a turn at the volume weighted average price itself. So a heavy move down from the volume weighted average price. Okay, Intel 38. 2 seconds ago, this was at 30. See how fast that is? I had this up on a chart. It was just at 38 on Intel. I'm like, that could be a short if it tries to go green. Tags it, and it's already back at VWAP. Blink of an eye. That's how fast the sellers are coming into some of these weaker names. I've got SMCI. I want to add this one to the list at that $38 level here on Intel. I'm going to get my stop through. I'm not convinced. Unless you're a strong name, like the names that have been relatively strong, I'm not convinced you're out of the water just yet. So we'll see if we can't pick something up on this one to the sell side. Big move down just now in NVIDIA, and that kind of sparked this on Intel. This could just end up being a VWAP short. Got to watch SoFi as well, because I am buy the dip here in SoFi, and this is coming in pretty quickly into the volume weighted average price, very heavily into VWAP. So buy opportunity potentially in SoFi. Try not to get run over here.
Man, I really like SoFi. Yeah, that was another one. So far today, taking everything on this list except for SoFi, and we're only 2 for 3. But like I said, if you believe in something, believe in it and take it. And we did with AMD. Unfortunately, we got rinsed everywhere else. But yeah, SoFi pulling back, and it ain't that bad. Nice little dip down here for AMD. Take advantage, not take advantage, but we took advantage of the bounce into 260 again there. So you guys know, man, under 10% now, way under 10%, probably like 6 or 7%. We had a boatload. I mean, if I'm talking like the way I am, we had a boatload down there. So right now we're just getting out of it all, and just a couple outs. We actually at 258.70, another one right now at 259 flat, and we'll wait to see if it can break higher. But I'm going to just hold it now. I'm not going to do anything. If it comes back in, so be it, man. 254, that's going to be roughly where we stop out now. I'm not, if anything, I'll back in here around VWAP and then deal with it then. But let's see if we can get a move back there to the upside and see if we can get to wake up a little bit. How's my brigade doing right now? BBAI, Sharif, up 18%. Right, nice dip by opportunities, man. We talked about wait for earnings, and if you did, you got a little bit of a bump yesterday, and then now you get confirmation there back up to the upside as 25% short float. And remember what the plan for me was: out at 650, out at 750, out at 80, and then that's it. So I didn't rebuy. So I'm still waiting. We've already got that move out. So now Wait to see if we can get into 950 or so. By the way, AMD is right back up 2 days high once again as that continues to. We are now days away from Netflix splitting. So they had a dip, man. They had a good dip, and I don't know if anyone bought it. It was a little bit of nerve-wracking there because it had fallen pretty good off earnings and kind of did not hold that 1100 until eventually breaks higher. So we wait for November the 18th. So a week yesterday, and we will get that trading off split, which will be divided by 10. So you'll have about 100 and whatever dollar stock right here, 112.
Netflix.
Yeah, so we'll see 115 right into here. We'll see if it can come splitting around 120 probably. I would think if we can get back up here in a week. Looks like it's trying to do that. So we'll wait to see if Netflix gets going at all. That split. And I haven't traded Netflix in 10 years on the show or so. Maybe not, the show hasn't been that long, but in 5 years probably. And we'll be putting Netflix a lot on the note as it gets into a better price area for myself. Tesla is Oppo AMD right now, but not Oppo the market, as the market gets right back into lows. And look what AMD's doing. And AMD is at hot. We just hit out to 260. Look where we are right now. That's crazy. I'm going short right now, man. Getting some more out at this level for AMD, as we are now almost more than $10 now in the money on this. Oh my, like you have 500 shares down here. The math works, but there it goes. Nice move. AMD now 261, man. I did not think this was going to happen. Now it's 1050 in the money. Like I said, man, we were counting our blessings, A, because we thought we were going to die, and then B, also because of our first couple trades. But you know what? Have confidence, stay in your lane, do what you do best, and around here, for me, that's trading. So there it goes, man, up 10% for AMD. The dream is still alive on this side.
The dream is definitely alive. Look, the dream's been alive. This has been a good month for trading, no questions asked. And sort of sticking with what is working. Look, if the market's bouncing here, I'm going to quickly show you about the process. There's your higher low on the market. There's the low of the day on SMCI, so I'm tapping out of it at least for now. SoFi, we finally got into on a bit of a dip into the volume weighted average price. It's at the quarters. I grabbed 20s. It closed above 32 even, so it doesn't quite get up, but that 32 even is where we jumped into. I tried to add to it a little bit underneath that 20s, but I think this can get back up to the highs where there was news on SoFi yesterday. First, a credit chartered bank to allow crypto to their customers. So SoFi does positive catalyst for this move. If it can get back to the high of the day, fantastic. It's also, at this point, got a little trend that it's starting to form alongside of VWAP. So for now, buying the dip on trend, and we can visit VWAP a little bit later. It's only 10:20. It feels like it should be 11 o'clock already. The way that this market is done, like first couple of candles on the NASDAQ felt like half the day. The way this was coming back down in. And again, it doesn't look like we're out of the water. That is not a very bullish green candle that we just put on the 15-minute. It's a topping tail wick. If we close underneath 25.6, this could be headed right back into the lows. So I do still want to look for a short idea, which isn't short in the low of the day. I settled on Intel. It hasn't closed under VWAP yet. I didn't get the 38 level, but this is what's going to be next. At least it feels like this is going to be next for me. Closing under VWAP, short this, prior bar high, and if the market breaks the lows, I can't see any fathomable way Intel doesn't get to its lows as well.
Okay, let's look elsewhere to see if what else is going on. I mean, again, man, shitty day for Bitcoin, as it just is only going down, it seems like right now. I mean, the market's going down, so it's basically following and tracking right here the NASDAQ. As IBIT's up, it's just not been great. We started the show around 105.5, and there it is, straight downside, just like the futures right here, downside tick. And not really being able to find its footing here is Bitcoin. And yeah, I feel like I'm not losing. I mean, I have lost a little bit of, not faith, but, you know, in dip buying this. I want to let crypto settle a little bit here right now. Ethereum also down 30%. Over the last month, so you gotta be careful with all of that. High flyers unite. Micron, SanDisk, all these names continue to do what they do best, man. I mean, in a NASDAQ that's now down 0.2, and Micron up now 2%. That keeps on ripping right there. And then so right now storage is what people are looking at, man. We're not looking at power. We're not looking at these data centers. But when you do look there, you do need to have memory. So right now, and Western Digital is another name. Look at the chart here. This is up another 2%. This one just keeps on passing through. WDC, another name. Micron, WDC, SanDisk continue to work, man. I mean, these daily charts are super, super impressive. And it's just like buy the winners and keep buying them. And they will continue to reward yourself, I think. And a big wow. AMD is now $11 in the money and keeps on going higher. But what name is going oppo to all of this? That AMD trade, honestly, like I know it's a big one and I keep talking about it, but it's just amazing. Like when you play sort of the stronger names there, get a dip down. So I'm starting to think now about different ideas because look at Amazon right into there, right? I mean, Amazon just still dripping down. No real lists today for Amazon, so it just follows the market, right? The market's going to bounce back. We have a lot of faith in Amazon with a great report. And again, you know, looking for that magic open AI money to come through for Amazon. But oh my gosh, we are $12 in here as there goes AMD just ripping now. Like we keep saying, man, I always wish we held a little bit more onto this trade, but there it goes, man. Advanced Micro Devices. My to all of you guys, it's trade idea number one. It's a blast, and there it is. It's now most likely the most money I've made on any trade in the show for myself. So there it goes, huge move up there for AMD. But let's go back over, I guess, to Darren, and then we'll discuss SoFi with Neil and Intel.
Yeah, we'll try to be quick, not distract from all this trading action on the show. I do want to start with a name that is a little bit larger than the typical small cap, but moving really nicely this morning. It's Big Bear AI. Now, I've seen a lot of talk here this morning with regards to its plans to acquire Ask Sage. This was initially announced actually during their post-market earnings report on Monday, but this is being recirculated quite a lot this morning. And analysts, including one from H.C. Wainwright, saying that this Ask Sage acquisition is going to be really good for BBAI, specifically for its revenue generation. Let's talk here about LPTX. This one is an earnings beat here this morning. LPTX, penny stock that just is trying to crack the $1 level now. Smaller than expected loss per share. Last but not least, VCIG. VCI Global has showed up on a lot of these small cap scales late, and it does have a crypto treasury strategy. This one is for OOB token. So apparently their OOB is going to be debuting on Kraken. This was announced today. So another treasury play here, VCIG. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Because for too long, trading meant risking your own money or just never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But guys, all of that is changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. Limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows you to focus on what truly matters. Discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. That is no fear. That is no barriers. Just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil. Make sure to like and subscribe.
We had Mitch on yesterday from Trade the Pool, always a good friend, dropping some insights. He believed it was a little bit skittish for some of the growthier names, I believe. But today, that's how it started out. It's not how it's doing right now. So far, off that 32 a second time. So again, the stop was on the trend line, not necessarily VWAP. So I'm literally getting out if it breaks the 32 level. Just held 32.4. Not really a head and shoulders, but it is the prior high off the open range. So there, looking for the high of the day. We'll reload one more time if we get that 32 level on SoFi. Now I'm going to sneeze again. I think it's something in the air, to be honest with you, because my allergies been going ham. But Intel just blew through the top, so I'm out of that bad boy. As Intel just blew through the top, gonna stick with the strong names for the longs a little bit more, which means SoFi, but also going back to the well, if I can, with silver. It's now up 2.5 points, and it did break trend. I thought trend line break would get us to the volume weighted average price. It's starting on that path now. I think you get back into VWAP. Like typically I would short a move like, but I'm not feeling bearish enough in silver to do so. I'll just allow this to hopefully come back in and pick me up on SLV. Shout out to Manuel also mentioning that BBAI is relatively strong. I like SoFi, BBAI probably good as well, and silver, but you can only look at so many things at once. Okay, again, this chart too. Okay, so I'm missing a bit of data on that BBAI chart. But BBAI, it's about the $7 level. Resistance turns into support. Right now, the resistance that's at 740 is winning. Needs to bust 740 or wait for 7. And if we're going to pull back in and dip, then I like SoFi and silver just a little bit more. They were both more of my plans this week. So you want to be able to stick to those names. And just because it's been busy doesn't mean we don't look at the volume, the visualizer for everybody. SoFi, we're on. BBAI, we just talked about. Tesla, we have not looked at just yet. Number 3 on this list is Tesla. I feel like I'm going to probably be, well, I'm not going to be surprised at the opening candle because I imagine it will be bad just like everything else. The difference between Tesla and everything else is there's no bounce in Tesla right now. So down like the rest of the market, following along, but it's not getting any kind of a dip. Tesla's in the penalty box apparently. Let's get some super chats in here. I know we missed a few of them. Thank you very much, Andre, for reminding us. Adam Jones, second super for CMCT analysis, please. I feel like this is a Sharif special. I know I looked at this earlier, and it was a small capper. Oh, no, he's not going to like this. Underneath the volume weighted average price, and I know skittering. I know, Adam, you called this one an 825 in the pre-market, and we've said this before with these. Sometimes the pre-market trade is your best trade. 825 to 10, 825, and then by the time you're not even at the open and it goes to 10 a second time, that's your win. Sometimes you just got to bank those on these stocks. Loses VWAP right at 930, no trade on the small capper that loses VWAP right away. Not a bad looking chart. Maybe you get some continuation if it can do volume. But when you lose VWAP early, sometimes you run because the shorts just took control. That's all. So, good look on that CMCT. I think this one might be dead for at least a little bit. Sometimes at 130 you can pick back up, but that one lost a bit fast.
Is that the only one there, Andre?
Oh, shoot,
we might have had some.
Any stories using Bloomberg terminal? We don't use a Bloomberg terminal here. We have a Dara and then other news sources that we're able to have. Actually, they're building in a news source into P Pro.
What's up there?
It is there. No, but I was talking to.
I didn't improve it.
Shoot, who was I? I think it was Mateo. They're doing some improvements to it. That was literally yesterday, randomly. So we actually have in our ear a news source, and then of course Adara has it as well. Kelvin GTS came late. Who's the dude in the suit, classy and handsome? That is Raheem.
That's me. Oh,
is
Raheem.
He's some millionaire. Trader TV needs more suits. Suits? No.
Remember what I told you guys? I mean,
suit day. We're not doing that.
We believe around here. You wear what's comfortable. Raheem very comfortable in suit. Right there, right? And so we wear this, and yeah, thanks, Raheem. I mean, a great friend of the show, OCI group. Every single second week, I think, 2 weeks, twice a month, Raheem comes through and talks all about what his specialty is, rare earth, the metal game, mining, things like that. So we want to thank Raheem. And then he has a lot of front-facing business. Yes. He travels around and hence wears the
trading
suit.
Floor was always wear whatever you want. Like there was never, there was limits. I mean, I remember in the summer we had a trader on our floor. He pushed the limits with the wife beater and the lack of personal hygiene. But that's about the only limit there is. Just make sure you're comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif used to wear tank tops.
No, but that was people were.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the trading floor, yeah. Exactly.
I think he actually was. He had a basketball jersey on.
Probably basketball jerseys.
I think it was basketball.
I remember Sharif sitting back there. It was literally right behind us for a while. So shout out to Sharif, now part of the team, and well, by the way, Sharif is here now. So shout out to Sharif in the building, getting ready for the midday show. In just a half hour, you'll see these guys coming through as he pounds back the little mixture there, some veggies and eggs, I believe, and whatnot.
And so, obviously, I was talking about the type of top, the wife beater, not. Come on. I know, but you guys know what.
Can't believe you brought that up.
You guys know
all right, so now the puzzle all makes sense, doesn't it? There's Sebastian. So do not let what people wear fool you as to their net worth. I'll leave it at that. Here goes AMD now. Nicely moving all the way there to the upside. 262 and change now. Yeah, again, like an $11 winner right now, and I'm just enjoying it right here. I do want to buy the Qs, though. I think the come up is going to be here soon as we try to look for these lows. Washed there early. This was not as bad. Google was much worse than the TQ trade, but there it comes in. The futures does not hold right now into those lows, so be careful. And Boeing, let's just look somewhere else. I mean, we've been looking at a lot of tech names, obviously, here today, as that's primarily all that I trade. Boeing, I traded 3 names, and we just stuck with our list today. So let's look elsewhere. Boeing, nice fade off of 196, right? I mean, almost got to green there, and we may that level. So a nice little stock here, trying to go. Boeing there, they did get that ability now. I think it was produced instead of 33 or so of certain model there per month. So that was good for them. We'll wait to hear. I still think that as China gets worked on and as some of these other deals happen, we do know that the Saudis came through, I believe, and Dubai bought a bunch of planes from Boeing as well to sort of appease Donald and some of this trade. Oh my God. Man, this trade, honestly, it's just, I keep looking over and the net just keeps ticking higher over here, Neil, as there it goes again for AMD, now $12 up as we just busted through 262, pretty good. We got to 263 and I missed it. Like I don't have any orders out and all of a sudden it just spiked through there. So a little exciting. This goes back there to the upside now for advanced micro devices. It looks like we just might have wicked. That's the first time we actually did a move like that and then pulled back so instantly there. So I don't know, maybe the fun, I don't know if the fun is over, but I'm gonna put another offer right here at 262 and see if we can get it because that's a nice rejection there of 263. Look, it has no to reject. These are already all-time highs here for AMD as far as I know.
Yes.
No, not even.
66.
267, yeah. So
yeah.
Right here on AMD. So we do have some more upside possibility, but this was just an island up there. So we'll see. We are right now right back into some decent levels. I will probably, I'm going to say something here and I'm probably going to do it like we did. We sold out of all of our Oracle at 319. I think today's maybe it's sell all AMD day. Just for me, because I'm still so long into NVIDIA.
That looks like a turn.
And I just, if things were to fall apart, I'm not selling my NVIDIA. So, yeah, maybe AMD today as we'll regroup. We'll hit the gym, we'll figure it out, and we'll think about what we want to do right now. But, yeah, AMD, huge move up. And we here in the 240s the first time we made this move up here and was thinking that might have been the top, did not get anything out, and now trying to go back higher is advanced micro devices on a great day. And selling tops has never been wrong, so we'll see if we can do that, and it's just about taking profit, right? I mean, we can ring the register. We did get a question from Christopher Ocean. He was saying that wouldn't have been better to not got out all the way up and set a stop, but the problem is it all depends. Everybody, the share size and everything like that. It's just when we're right into here, into some of these levels, I'm always going to take outs at the 50 and at we had enough shares long here at where we are, 250, that even just up here was great and able to make back sort of our mistake there on Google and the TQs. And then just this other extension back to the upside does make it worth everything back in. So it is true to hold something, but so many times we've seen it. I mean, a good example of holding and not working is Google. If I don't take all of these outs to the upside, then this hurts so much more because it drops back in. And we don't have any outs there. So it just happened to have worked out that AMD was the one today. And, we have the one today. So some days we don't have the one, but we got to celebrate that, because if I hold Google for a stop, then I don't at least get out and stop the bleeding there. So it is a little bit of back and forth, man. So I do appreciate all the talk and all the suggestions. I'm always looking for more opportunity and more strategies to hold longer. We talked on where he threw the most coldest of water ever on Fibonacci's, calling them basically a complete
that wasn't cold water
waste of time looking at Fibonacci's.
That wasn't cold water. That was worse than cold water.
Yeah. So okay, my bad.
He literally took a dump on
worse water on Fibonacci. So but that's something that a lot of people would use, right? I mean, and Obi does obviously state that it's all about whatever you like. If you found success with Fibs,
if it works,
or RSI,
then do it.
And I found success with this, right? So it's
The markets, by the way, the market's coming back. I just want to, you might have heard me say this looks like a turn. Yesterday we got a question. Somebody asked me about like how I use trend lines, and Ruchi, sorry. I'm going to get to Meta in a quick little second here. But how I use trend lines, I like to have ideally 3 points of contact. So there's a trend break on AMD off the low. There's 1, there's 2, there's that topping tail candle, when it broke the high, that was a trend break. So this is a play pretty much 10 times out of 10. I don't like to give it to the high in a particular case like this where it's already drawn down. Like it just went 63 into 260 and a half. So like my stop goes to the prior bar, like this one here at 262 quarter. And so I'm short this one. We'll play it back as far as it wants to go, but I have to respect that open range high, 258.65. In and around there in that 259. I think that's going to be, I think that'll be a spot before you get to the volume weighted average price is the best way to put it. So if we come, and I looked over, that same time that was happening and made that topping tail look, I'm like, what about SMCI again? That was the candle when AMD that topping tail. This is what SMCI did. It just immediately dropped through this 39. So this is obviously a better short, but I'm not going to short this at the low of the day. So in on AMD. It looks like it's making a bit of a top. The NASDAQ just took the low of the day as well, but SMCI probably should have been the one. But that was so fast. Topping tail candle, by the time I even flipped to this stock, it was like, look at it cratering. SMC has a problem, man. It's a they're a real problem.
Yeah, SMCI is,
KC,
is a big
you're still open to learning, continue, good for you, stay humble, but do rejoice loudly with your boom trades. Let the motivation and release the adrenaline. The adrenaline rush can be real in trading. I can tell you that.
I mean, we get excited here, but
I mean,
it's like sports. You know?
Everyone, that's the sort of the thing. It's weird because everyone's different in sports. and I know a few athletes, complete opposite. I've always been kind of like the complete opposite. The bigger, like the more tense something is, the more I find myself like in that moment to like be okay, this is it, instead of like the other way around. Like as we get,
I'm actually the same way. I'm doing this for the show, right? But to show people that these kind of moves are real. But I agree with you, man. Everybody deals with it their own ways, right? I mean, like you were saying, like you were so tense there for the Blue Jays, you know.
Oh, don't even get me wrong. Like
so,
like that's the weirdest thing. Like I was telling Sean, like my heart rate during Blue Jays games was significantly higher. Like there was a point I was telling you, like I was in some like mini flash crash in a stock. It was actually WonderFi, and I was at like a bunch on it, and my heart rate was like 80 or something, a little bit higher. I was at 150, 100 to 150 for 2 hours during the Jays game. It was insane. I'm like, I could be sitting there in like a crazy trade, but like, no, I'm watching a game I'm not participating in, and my heart rate's going nuts at that. I mean, it's the World Series though, so I mean.
My heart rate in any of my trades, I don't think is ever saying this is the biggest trade for me ever on the show, and I don't even think, I'll check it out, but like, I don't think that I ever really got out of you know, sort of zen here at all. Oh shoot, I just closed.
Hey, what is happening with Meta? That's
right now. Most likely.
No, we got a super chat and we didn't go over to Meta. Look, everything that, most of the NASDAQ, okay, that's a big hammer to the downside on Meta there. Just held it. This looks like it could be a reversal candle though. Where's bid? Didn't quite get.
How far is Meta down? 3%? Yuck.
610, maybe 610. That's, oh, give me a break. This is a potential reversion candle as we speak. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
Because this literally looks like a monster bottoming tail candle on Meta, which is, that's a setup that when you see it, you just got to have it. If it loses 611, I think that's an easy out, but I want this candle closing above. I might even nibble 12s, stop 11, see if we can't add to it. That's a, VWAP would be the target, as what the heck just happened?
So I know you're short AMD here, but AMD right now is actually starting to rip, and I'm starting to take some more out.
It broke that prior bar high.
Oh, you're out now, yeah.
I'm out. My risk was $1.30. My first profit take was $2 on that trade. So I'm trying to risk, like again, like I said, like $1.30. I think a full move is VWAP. I think half a move would have been 59. So for some people, that's a relatively tight stop. But you know, when the stock is that strong, I'm not going to fight it too much. But if you get mean reversion trades, that's kind of par for the course. So 11 is the out here. That's going to be the next one. And I'll just get my stop in. If we close this holding that 11, I think there's a chance to add. Work to 614, work to 616, maybe 618, but the stock's too weak for that. I think we're going to Adara. Did I hear that right?
Adara.
Just a quick reminder, guys, we are expecting in about 5 minutes comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. I'll cover that if there's a video, but either way, you guys know I'll certainly be watching, providing you guys with any interesting commentary that comes of that speech. Let's talk about these sectors. As Sean mentioned earlier, finance is really leading the way. You've got JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, AXP, all sharply to the upside. Health tech pretty strong as well. Eli Lilly, I was just seeing now, roughly $100 billion away from being in that $1 trillion market cap club. They're actually above 1,000 for the first time ever today. Producer manufacturing strong. Health services incredibly strong here. UNH up 4.5%. Transportation looking really good. Energy minerals is a bit weaker. Keep an eye on CVX. They're down about 1.5% today. And Chevron currently having their investor day. So just keep an eye on that one. And we have because these two tech sectors are certainly trading distinctly differently from one another. On the one hand, you have electronic tech, which other than some weakness in NVIDIA, is relatively strong. AMD up a cool 10%, Micron to the upside, ADI to the upside. But then if you flip over to tech services, there's going to be a picture of weakness. Other than IBM with some positive news here in the quantum space, you've got Palantir, Oracle, Meta, Google, and Microsoft all bright red. So lots of weakness specifically for tech services, though electronic tech and finance actually quite strong today. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a very valid point there, Randy.
Doesn't work with the Yeti.
Saying use the coffee as a
but the Yeti,
exactly. The Yeti
doesn't
is
work
not
with
warm.
The Yeti. But the Yeti's fantastic.
The Yeti's a little warm on the outside, I feel.
Not
actually.
enough.
That's made from the very open.
Like it keeps it warm though. Like the last drebs
still warm.
Still good.
Coffee warm or your hands warm? Drink it.
Exactly.
Still warm.
Neil.
This is from like 2 hours ago too. With the announcement for SoFi, what does SoFi need now to be added to the SPY? Is there any chance for end of year?
What was that?
So no point this year, not to throw cold water, at no point this year has SoFi been near or even on the list in the betting markets for inclusion into the S&P. And I hate to say it, but Kalshi's been dead right about every single inclusion. There's not a single name has been added to the S&P this year that wasn't in the top 6 on Kalshi. So you know what? With that said, I haven't looked at it in a bit. I'm going to double back and check. But I think SoFi could come in. Maybe next year is possible, but I don't think they have much of a shot this year. Last I had looked. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to mention here, guys, keep an eye on WULF. That would be at TerraWolf. Company posting on X a comment made by Anthropic. So this morning, Anthropic announcing plans to spend $50 billion in U.S. artificial intelligence infrastructure build-out. TerraWolf adding here that apparently they're, quote, proud that TerraWolf sites will power this next-generation AI expansion. So again, TerraWolf claiming that their sites are going to be powering this AI expansion here for Anthropic. It's very vague. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, TerraWolf seeming to imply a little bit of a collaboration here between themselves and Anthropic as we send you back to the guys.
So Ares Management, thank you, Adara. Carvana, MicroStrategy, Viva Systems, I don't know them. Cheniere, Flutter. Really?
Flutter is
yeah, I know, but
it's FanDuel.
Okay, but it's only 3%. And obviously the ones that have already come in, like Robinhood and AppLovin. So you don't see SoFi on that list, which means SoFi, the betting markets, where money gets put into things is the best tell. You know, ultimately, if no one's willing to put it down for SoFi, do we really think it has a chance to get in? I think eventually SoFi gets in, but you know, my opinion doesn't necessarily matter. We thought Robinhood for a long time before they eventually got the nod themselves, and you know, you had to wait that one out, so just be patient. And unfortunately, sometimes when they get added, that can be a bit of a selling event, right?
Yeah.
It just happens.
Oh, man. I mean, AMD right now, let's just hit the cash register. Fill in a little bit of this. $13. Okay, Raheem had a problem with an Uber this morning. Let's go check out on Uber right there. $94. A little downside here. I mean, the market still really is not bad. What the hell, AMD? What the hell? The Miley Cyrus or whatever that thing is. 90. Yeah, I mean, again, like these dip downs, make sure you guys, I mean, I'm not sure if our audience for what we're going to be launching with the Trader TV Academy. You know, it's going to be talking about some of the things that we've been talking about all show, but put it into a much more concise package for all of you. So coming in December, you're going to see something very special from us all here that we've worked many hours on. It's going to talk about mentality. It's going to talk about some of the paths that we've taken to get to where we are, how we got here, understanding your software, and really just what it takes to sort of up your level, right? And we really hope that it's well received by everybody, and we really think it will be. We tried to work on something that nobody else is doing, and I'm 100% certain that we nailed that. So pay attention to your inboxes, pay attention to the show. Cannot wait till we launch it, and then we can grab
coming soon
some feedback from you guys immediately, because that's, you know, like I said, it's meant a lot to us. We haven't ever dropped a product on you guys. We now have the watch list, which is free.
It's always about learning.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's just, we wanted to get something that we were proud of, that we can show to you, help you learn, help you get better as a trader. I don't know, hopefully help get some of these $12 winners. I'm learning myself every day. So we want to add a package as well as we continue, you know, to be here live every single day. And now it's going to be your opportunity. Stay tuned, man. Details are dropping very, very soon on the Trader TV
And we started working on
Academy.
this a long time ago. Like it was, like when we start, trust me, it's been more than months in the making.
I know, as I can't say.
And even we had, like yesterday, I was talking about the lesson today, some of the opportunities that you have at real trading in terms of what you can do. We talked about different markets where, whether it was AMIAX with BMNR or Toronto where people were making money, like understanding the basics so that you can maybe trades that work in one place in another market, or take advantage of gateways or indicators, whatever it might be, like knowing the environment that you're in and a better understanding help. And then certainly, of course, like building strategies, and the psychological aspect is a big one for it too. And part of the psychological aspect is sticking to your rules.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's
one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of times if you have a rule, if you try to adjust it, like I'll give you a perfect example here. Let's imagine a scenario where right now Meta goes to 617. Okay, so if I get the prior and don't take the out, I hold it an extra few cents against me, and then it ends up working. Could it work? Absolutely. But I look at it this way. I'm up this week, I'm up on the month, I'm up for every month this year, doing something a certain way. And that's the way you have to look at your trade. If the manner in which you do something ends up working, then you do that regardless of short-term and small outcomes, like, you know, one trade today or maybe a couple of trades in the week. And then you look at the longer-term aspect of it. Okay, well, if doing something this way doesn't work, then okay, then it doesn't really matter that it worked 1 or 2 times, or, you know, it doesn't matter that it doesn't work 1 or 2 times. You've got to sort of have that. And then just go back to the well. Speaking of the well still has not managed to run dry on what was the initial long. So this is getting a little bit ridiculous to the point where I wasn't willing to take a trend break in silver. Now that's pretty much what I will wait to do, because it's gone way too parabolic here. Only 10 minutes to go. This is now back to almost to all-time highs on the day on this move. So it's really, really close to getting there. What hasn't happened yet, and why I wasn't willing to do it before, is on the 15-minute, there's been no turn on the 15. It looks like there've been some turns on the 3-minute chart, but on the 15-minute chart, this is still very much trend up. So it needs to show me an entry on the higher time frame chart to be willing to take this reversion here. So might have to wait it out, but I think the back end of this will obviously get pretty nuts. Let's go up to Adara. It's time for stocks. Let's see how the Dixie is doing, US dollar.
Oh yeah.
Scott Bessent just took the stage here at this economic conference. That is the 2025 Treasury Market Conference. It's interesting. I'm already seeing comments that have come out from him. I'm guessing that's prepared remarks because I'm watching their live stream and he did just take the podium. But either way, I'll keep you guys posted on what he's saying. Right now, nothing supermarket related, more related to the functions of But again, if there's anything interesting there, I'll always keep you guys posted. And it is worth noting, he has begun speaking. I do want to talk as well, really briefly here. Paul Atkins, who is the chair of the SEC, some comments about potentially establishing token taxonomy. That would be a framework to create a common language to classify and describe tokens. I'll get more into that in our crypto update at 11:30 a.m., so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, let's talk about this U.S. dollar. We've found this really interesting pattern lately where we'll have, 4 or 5 days of that, a couple days of selling, 4 or 5 days of buying, et cetera, et cetera. We're very much continuing to trend on this DXY chart, and that very marked difference in what we were seeing here in a lot of August, just a lot of chop. So at least until we start making these lower lows, look like we're still trending higher for that U.S. dollar. I do want to talk about the Fed. We have a lot of Fed speak right now. Fed's Paulson did not comment on the economy. I didn't really see any comments of notes from Fed's Williams. And then 12:50 p.m. we're going to get Fed's Bostic and Fed's Myron. Now, this is significant for a couple reasons. Fed's Bostic has been a little bit more on the hawkish side as of late. Fed's Myron, you guys all probably know, is incredibly dovish. So this should be an interesting, I guess, paradox that we're going to have here. Bostic also announcing via a press release from the Atlanta Fed that he's going to be stepping down as president of the Atlanta Fed, or I guess retiring from that role once his term ends on February 28th. So again, term ending here for Fed's Bostic. He's going to retire in a couple months. We're going to get a new Fed to add to these Fed infographics, guys. So make sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned for any comments I have to say about Scott Bessent's speech.
Yeah, I think something.
It's the weather, that means. Yeah.
It could be the weather.
Yeah, Sharif and Neil having allergy issues, but we don't have any of that over here. We had a coughing fit earlier. I feel much better right now. Yeah, look. So I know Meta and I know it's been a rough day for trading some of these tech names here, but like only if you're long. Like Meta absolutely has not found a bid at all today. Like this is getting absolutely crushed as down to 610 right now. We'll see if it can hold out at 6. The name, if these dips, and the name that I want to buy 10 times over any of the names is Google. So if this can come in, we're getting close here. And again, remember, I don't want to be like all layered into all these AI names, but what about a dip buy 275, 280 for Google? That could be tomorrow. So if you're looking to put some capital to work, I don't know necessarily this is like the greatest time here to be layering into any of these kind of trades right now, but Google would be something that I'm interested in. There, my boat's kind of full on Amazon. I don't love Microsoft or Meta at these levels. The most recent buy for me on Nvidia is 175. That's probably going to come into question here at some. We've done really good dip buying Oscar 2 days ago. I don't even know what that's up right now. It might not even be that good. We got some at 1475. And we also got Lulu. Target's been on my mind to dip buy. We did some of that as well. Marvell as well. There comes NVIDIA right back in, and we've done really well on AMD, man. Less than 5%, and we're right now at the 200 period, at the 50 period. So just mind ourselves to take a little bit more out. That was actually going to be our out, was when that broke, but now it's all the way back up here again. So let's just use this as our out, 259.50. If we break down below that, we will conclude, like I said, the biggest trade in history here at Trader TV Live. So P&L wise anyways, besides an IPO, or you guys see me hit that Palantir on the imbalance one day, that was pretty crazy too. But there it goes right now. AMD, happy to close. And we'll put it right here at 259. I mean, we're going to close it for a $9 winner, but 259.48 or so. Just that little level there is 70s. So if we break down below that, we will just set this order to get out of and maybe we have some upside coming through. So if it gets back up there, our best outs in the 263 area. So far, so good. It's not looking great, man. We already dipped our toe into that TQQ trade a long time ago at 112. And that was, the level that we had wrote down was 112. It didn't hold, so we got out and found our number one trade idea, AMD, and was able to hit that, like I said, for a pretty decent opportunity there. So only 5 minutes left right now. And then we'll find out what's for lunch.
Open is still strong. A couple people have asked about Open Door. Oddly enough, this is the first day Open Door didn't make for everybody. I think we would have talked about it if it had. I don't think it's even. This is the first day that you don't see it there at all. So it is what it is. And I think that's sort of the idea. Like, it's not always going to be a big one. Someone asked me why I didn't Rivian. It's simple. My play for Rivian was not just to be blindly short. It was a third day failed high of the high. This is a dark pool candle at 8 o'clock. It never ran that top. By the time the open came, the stock was at 17.5. If I thought the out was failing 18, I'm not shorting 17.5 top out at $8.10 on Rivian. In complete hindsight, which hindsight's hindsight, that's a 60 cents worth of risk down like $1. I don't know what's going to 16.5. That's a ton. That's way too much. I was looking for a pop to be able to short off of that high of the day there on Rivian's, when it just didn't happen. Only about 3 minutes to go here. It was on the visualizer open. Maybe it was. But this is like yesterday. So Open Door was the best long for a couple of days like was, and then yesterday kind of like an okay long. It's doing the same thing. And if it's doing that, then I think maybe some VWAP dips make some sense. It's, higher lows and good. Not explosive, but still strong is the best way to put it. In a down day in the market, sometimes it's those squeeze names and, small cap or low float names that are going to do a little bit better the trade. So I'm with you there. Just wait for the volume weighted average price, but never wait too long to go to Adara.
Take a look here at TLT. This is, of course, the ETF here for the 20-plus year Treasury bonds. Scott Besson talked a lot about the bond market and the Treasury yield, so just be aware. Something certainly to be aware of. He's actually saying that Treasuries are more liquid and robust than ever before. As I mentioned, this is a Treasury market conference, and he really hasn't said much beyond things related to the Treasury market. I do want to mention one thing he said, though, in general, is that the press has been pushing a, quote, America narrative, but the price action is saying the opposite and to buy America. So Scott Besson being pretty bullish on America and Treasury. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thanks everybody for the day today. I mean, it's been an of a day. We've talked about it. We've put on a bunch of different trades. I've only put on 3. And so far, so good here, as we will leave you with a nice green day. And hopefully you guys are experiencing that as well. Whether or not you're green or red, you may have lunch. And we're going to talk about right now what is for our lunch. So yesterday was baked tilapia, and we know that that is not something that is well loved around these places. But yesterday, I didn't think it was too bad yesterday. At least it was not. I didn't find it was overcooked at least, so that was good. Oh, I just opened up the wrong email. Here it is. Okay, what's for lunch today? Today should be a good one. I don't remember if we've ever had it with this particular caterer.
I'm going to say no.
But they're calling it cottage pie, so we like to call it shepherd's pie. So cottage pie here today with baked vegetable, garlic bread. And garlic bread was really popular here last week, I think, when we had it with the chili. And then a Caesar salad. So a little bit of shepherd's / cottage pie.
Don't like the Caesar.
With Caesar salad, garlic nuts, and baked vegetables. I don't know who calls it cottage pie, but that's what it says on our
I've never heard that term until that menu.
And that's what's for lunch.
Not until.
That should be pretty good. Over there, we'll see. I mean, I just hope it's cooked well with better quality, ingredients.
Well, this says
and whatnot.
Smothered in gravy.
Attaboy.
Difference?
Attaboy.
Maybe that's
my shepherd's pie has gravy smothered on top.
No, this says. I'm reading a thing. It says smothered in gravy. I wouldn't describe shepherd's pie as smothered in gravy ever.
No, not shepherd's pie. Just quickly here, as we'll give props up, and like I said, the biggest trade I made P&L wise is AMD, and we are now out of that as it breaks below that 259.50. Now out of that trade, which is perfect. With only a minute left right here, I'm going to be flat. Neil will be flat. It was a very good day for me. Obviously, talked about that. I hope it was a good day for many of you out there as well. Join Neil and I again, of course, at 2 p.m. But just momentarily, Sharif is back, which is nice to see him as a dare for him early. He'll be back with Joe, is here now with Joe on the midday. So join these guys for a little bit. We'll go over the news and whatnot around 1 o'clock and talk anything you guys want to as Open Door taking out the day's high.
Open Door is pretty strong taking out the high, but the market is not. We're going to close barely holding on to the low just 2 seconds ago. It just happened. Like the NASDAQ and the ES did the same thing, just ran the low and was able to do a bit of a bounce. It looks like another day where it's weak for tech. I drew by the way, I'm going to be into this I think this 15-minute bar is about to close with a bit of a reversal on silver. I'm waiting for that to happen. If it does, then I'm entering the short in just a couple of seconds here. But someone in the chat said shepherd's pie is lamb and the cottage pie is beef. I did not know that to be true. Lamb is literally my favorite meat. But I've never known that would. If there was a lamb is absolutely delicious.
He's in the chat. I haven't seen that guy in a minute.
Lamb over every single holiday. I can always choose it. Turkey's overrated. I'm a lamb kind of person. We'll go back to we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Sharif's in the building. Joe's in the building. They're locked and loaded. Let's see what we got for some small caps. Midday boys right at you.
Do this.
Get it, Donald. Boom.
I actually had turkey burgers last night.
The turkey burgers.
Yeah,
the turkey burgers are pretty good.
Yeah, we eat the turkey. Yeah, bacon.
Turkey bacon's good.
Yeah, we like that fresh cut.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That handsome gentleman is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif Cristobal. Shout out to KK. Scott H and Oxlong's in the house as well. Shout out to Bob Steven and Ronaldo. Dinkelberg. Curtis Paulson. In the chat, like to see that. JG, we got Danny Patel and Vern. Shout out to Greg. Fluffy Hill, she's back, baby. We got Basketball Boy, 44 and 21, sugar free. He doesn't with the sugar, okay? Ooh. Rex Banner, Hangry Wife, Mark Susi. We got Kirk D and Bristol Ichiro. We got Gaia Talax, sorry, butchered it probably. Heffy Bull, Andrew Sandoval. We also got Byron Hart and shout out to Matt McGew and Texas Fart Man. Okay, okay. Shout out to Texas Fart Man. We got who else? D-Rider. We got Chris W. And who else, man? Throw your name in the chat if you're new. We got Jai Singh. We got Hinsey, Grant Ratcliffe, and then last one, we're going to end off with this. All class Adam DeLuz. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Vietnam. Dude, what's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic session. Let's get right into it and see what we were trading this morning. Yeah, we were taking some longs on Bitcoin. Didn't go our way, but that's all right, guys. I was short initially, and I'm like, oh, wait, I see some indecision prints that might signal a potential long. The market was tanking, and Bitcoin was holding up relatively strong, and then I flip. So essentially what happens here is I just flip my size, add into the break of the volume weighted average price, and then it tanked on me. I'm like, what the hell? All right, so we sit on our hands for a couple of minutes, patience, and then I take this second attempt for the break of the volume weighted average price, and then it just decided to want to tank. So the original thesis of playing the break of some key support levels was definitely the one to go with, but unfortunately we were thinking some guys a gap up, and I'm like, I just had a strong feeling it was going to be a fade. It caught me, and then that's when I typed into the chat earlier. I'm like, oh man, I got caught in a bull trap 110%, and then it moved to the downside. So other than that, guys, that's all that I really got going on today. I'm going to some precision trades, and the market is bleeding. I'm already, I think, $8 now out of the money on META. Thanks, almost $20 on the session. This thing is going absolutely bananas to the downside, and we don't like that whatsoever. Now, does we? No, not at all. I thought this signal would hold up, but maybe considering its waterfall type price action, it's going to take a little bit of time for this boat to turn around.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Get to steer in there, Joe.
Yeah, I'm trying. I might have to steer clear of this one here.
Get whatever you need, bro. Yeah. I mean, thrusters. You can get the paddles. You can do whatever you want. All right, let's get down to work. Okay, LPTX is a monster. Absolute monster. It's up 165%. You know, it shows a red candle every now and again just to keep things interesting. But no, seriously though. So I'm working my way into it. We wet the beak a couple of times. It's down a little bit, right? Not breaking down. It's pulling back. It's not at the highs. So my plan on this one is I'd like to punch some in at the halt level. The halt level there is around 113. 113, 114. I'm looking for support there. If that doesn't hold up, I'm looking at the dollar. Really? Because the dollar psychological support, as we always talk about, but it's also 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So we're going to do it live. But there's this one as well. So there's today. So either I'm going to have a good day or I'm going to get shut down. QH is absolutely breaking out. This looks like a halt perimeter. We have to cover this for a second. So 139 is the day's high. Beautiful textbook hold off the average price, which was overlapping with the 10 EMA right down into that 120. I perceive a couple of bull flag formations on QH. The initial one, 1010. We pop up into 120, drop down into 102, bull flag number 1. The breakout comes on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, 1035. Boom, that's bull flag number 2. This one looks like it's going to form a third bull flag. Whether there's a fourth and a continuation, only somebody else up there knows. I don't. So we're going to keep an eye on QH. Separately, I'm also involved in Big Bear AI. This one I'm playing as a range off the volume weighted average price. We've had multiple trades on this so far. As soon as I sat down, I saw the love affair with VWAP that BBAI is having at the moment. So I'm just adding into the VWAP area and then popping off some sell orders. 20s, high teens. Alas, we are putting in lower highs in this range that we've established right now on Big Bear AI. So if this breaks down substantially below $7, that ends me. But so long it's continuing to defend 7, we're going to keep taking this trade. We're going to the big desk.
I sort of let you know here, keep an eye on Coinbase and Circle, any kind of stablecoin related plays. Scott Besson has made some comments here about stablecoins. Believes they could grow tenfold by 2030 from $300 billion. So again, just the stablecoin market and treasury market mainly being addressed here by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Sounds like he's about to wrap up his remarks. Once he's off the podium, keep an eye on that position board. I will let you guys know. I'll put out a news blast. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just mentioning Gorv in the chat. He said we're both in a little bit of meta here. I'm going small. I'm looking for a little bit of a pop, guys. Nothing substantial whatsoever. And if we get it, then we're just going to immediately, right away, because we don't want to. The waterfall type price action, in which I was referring to earlier, is dangerous, and the momentum is most definitely to the downside. I agree with you 110% right here, Gorv, is that I think we're going to snap back. It's just going to take some time for this thing to turn around, and I'm okay with that. So there we go. We're starting to get a little bit of a move to the in META. Let's go and not get too ahead of ourselves. I told you, any form of a pop, 612, I'm going to take everything off. Hopefully we can get that, and if the market wants to bounce, I think we're going to have a good probability of that happening. Now, as for the crypto names, Bitcoin, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, woo, flush to the downside. Ethereum, woo, flush to the downside. Tesla, woo. So a lot of sliding going on here on today's session, guys. So just go with the PA, unless you believe that we're going to get somewhat of a. But what we got going on with Tesla is a lot of stopping volume. Let's actually, META, let's kind of just break down the volume price analysis. Whether it's going to work or not, we don't know. Only time will tell. But we have this massive candle. Look at how this isolated. If this wasn't as weak as it is on today's session, you just, in my opinion, in my playbook, you hammer that, you hammer that, hammer that, hammer that. But this waterfall is absolutely dangerous. On the 5-minute, you don't a single green candle until 11 o'clock. So you have an hour and a half of just straight selling on META. For some people, it can be absolute disastrous. We can take a look at it from a daily perspective as well, too, right down to that 610. I do have a strong hunch that this signal is going to hold up. You just have to be patient. It may take some time to turn around, but other than that, we're patient. We're going to continuously sit in this, and there goes Meta right back to the entry price. This is exactly what we want to see, my friend.
All right, guys, PRTH being called out by Julian No Brother. That's really low on volume and below the volume weighted average price. That doesn't meet my requirements at all. It's got also, less than 500,000 shares traded so far. Julian asking about PRTH. That's not going to be down my alley there. All right, so we mentioned some of the main names, LPTX, QH, and BBAI, but there's others. DVLT, that we've seen this one show up multiple times. It's trying to take out that $1.60. Let's see if it does that. And you, quite good as well. It had a bit of a move there in the aftermarket, so this one was, on some people's minds maybe in the morning, but it wasn't doing anything in the pre. It really started getting the volume bars showing up right at the open there. Quite good. For the most part, it's had higher highs, higher lows, excuse me. Intervening pullbacks here where we broke that trend, but most notably, generally, the higher lows are there, and it is above the 10 EMA, it's above VWAP, so SPRU, very much of interest to me at this moment. NTA, I wish this one was CTNA, so we could call it Katina. No, but really, it's got a couple bull flags here as well. The initial one I perceive to be right at the open, 9:30. There you go. You get about 20-minute consolidation. We put up another bull flag. This one, though, looks a lot weaker than the initial one, so be on the lookout for a move back into VWAP. That's my suspicion here on CNTA. We also got NVA. This one's also flagging, bull flagging, that is, right at VWAP. Now, it does breach it, so you have to be alive to that. Put your stop right below VWAP, expect to get stopped out. It's done it once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice, 4 times. So be on the lookout for that. Be strategic in your stop placement. If that means making smaller size so you can give it more room, so be it. All right, 1213 high, VWAP at around 1143. Watching this one very intently. But Big Bear AI is losing VWAP. Again, it's got a lower high. That's going to end my trade. We only have a couple of outs left on this one, so we won't give back too much. Like the look of Big Bear AI's jib right now. Reason is we put in 1, 2, 3, now 4. Sorry, 3. I counted the first area top. 3 lower highs, and we're giving up some key levels here. I'm not saying we're going to lose 7, but we keep making lower lows below the prior area low, the prior. So Big Bear AI in focus for me. But let's look at LPTX. There it goes. Again, back into 23. Shout out to Jordan. 24 is now showing up. Can we get 25 on this monster? Up 182%. There's a monster seller, Joey, at that 24 penny level. But some size is getting taken off the gateway there. But now I'm seeing more size come back on. So that 24 seller is trying to ruin the party for that small cap gapper longs like myself. Let's see if we can shake him and then spike up possibly into that third of 33s. That's the high day.
Ooh, man, Ethereum getting lit up here, guys, as it's continuing to bleed to the south side. I got to keep my eyes here on META. I might have to hop out of this a little bit prematurely just for risk measures and everything along those lines. So if we don't get a bounce here and we crack this 909.60 level, then yeah, there it is. Going to work. The momentum is to the downside. We'll give it a couple more seconds here before we bail, before we jump and try to find something else. But all right, a nice little rebound. You can do it, yay! But yeah, let's take actually at Ethereum on the on a different chart here. Why does it always do that? It's so frustrating. Jeez. Then we're getting there. Boom. We don't want you guys to see that one over there. All right. Sorry for the lackluster here, but we got to pull some things up. Let's see what we. Oh, this is going disastrous right now, Sharif. We can't get any of our buttons to work here, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. Woosah. Calm heads prevail. They always do.
Nice,
all right, here's
Joey.
here's Ethereum, guys. Let's minimize this. Oh, Tom Lee. Down to 33.9. 33.90.
I'm not even adding yet.
No,
I haven't added yet.
Now is not the time, man. This is not good as you give up the majority of your move that we experienced earlier in the year. You got a high of around almost 5K. You're now down 32% off of those levels. And I mean, if you want to talk about repeat offenders, we're known for, I mean, Ethereum's known for this, right? You go on these monster runs, doing nothing for a couple of years. Oh, we get a little bit of pop and just back to doing jack squats. So at the end of the day, Ethereum taking it on the chin. That's almost going to be a knockout blow for a lot of individuals. Wait till tomorrow comes out and we'll see how many liquidations we got, Sharif, in both the crypto names, whether it be Bitcoin and Ethereum. But there it is, guys, heading towards the of the range on BTC.
All right, guys, I'm just putting out some orders here on SPRU. I punched in at 28. It's showing me 29s. Looking for the okay. I could get behind this.
Oh, hey. Oh, it's like that it's like that joint we were just looking at.
Which one?
The bingo. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Who's heard of Loco Bingo, guys? I've never heard of Loco Bingo. All of a sudden, I find myself doing deep dives, Ram, in Loco Bingo. Have you been to Loco Bingo, Ram? No. Okay, well, she's being sullen as typical.
All right, boom. All right, let's get out of this.
She has not been to Loco Bingo.
All right, man.
All right, guys. The outage and the lights, we'll get that taken care of as soon as possible. For now, we're just going to keep it on the screen, so we'll be talking about our trade. So SPRU, Joey, I'm throwing out some profit takers here for a possible spike up into high day that is at 40. It's a 3 penny spread right now on SPRU. It's a $4 1/3 name with about 3 million shares traded. So we are going to get a bit of a spread on this one, okay? But as I see it, QH is popping off again. And the volume weighted average price has got a nice little hammer candle there. So we're going to get into this trade as well, man. Let's get into a little QH over here. Maybe a nice price spike up into mid-40s. What's my plan on QH? Well, I'll defend into the $1/4. Why? That's where VWAP and the 10 EMA on the 5 are both hanging out at the moment. So what do we get? We got 37s on that. Let's go ahead and throw some at 29s, I would say, SPRU. We're going to go down into 29s, look to wet the beak there, maybe on a planned DCA. So we got trades right now, Joey. We got QH, we got SPRU, and we got LPTX. Let's see how they do, baby.
All right,
Okay.
the all right, we're getting a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, we could just
be
keep
like
it on
right
there.
in our eye.
That's,
We're
hey,
used to
man,
that.
good thing a vampire. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. But hey, man, we're glowing now. Hey, it's a party. It's a. No, in all seriousness, guys, let's see if we can find a potential bottom in the overall market. VWAP is hugging price, relatively close on a lot of names, so we have to take that into consideration. Meta it's still hovering, but this is just waterfall, so we're going to stop talking about this. For now, can we get the lower end of the range here on NVDA? You can see that we haven't been participating on the complete mess in which we are seeing in the overall market today, so that's good. I believe that this name is going to hold up strong. Oh, my days.
You okay, Joey? You want me to take over?
Yeah, no, I'm all right.
Okay.
So here it is. I mean, you have this nice indecision print. I was worried that that was going to be a fake out. We haven't filled that gap just yet, but be cautious of when we do break the lower end of the range. That's going to be around 191. As soon as that snaps, watch out for it to head down to the 87s. And if we're going to be really, really weak, here we go. We're back in action. We're going to break through that 179 level. I think this is an absolute buy, especially anything south of 180, 175. You load the boat on NVDA.
Angry wife. Are you guys setting the mood over there?
Oh.
We don't got production team. You know, they're taking care of it right now. We got Rob.
Back up.
We got Mark. Everybody's on it right now, and this to be back, so we're good to go. All right, shout out to Casey. She's telling me ALTO. Casey, I'm going to look at that, but I've really got to manage this trade right now on SPRU because it's coming in to the volume-weighted average price. What do we have? We have 23s. It's showing me 20s. Let me take a quick look here as to where I want my out. We're going to go just like that. Oh, no. All right, well, that's back. So that's SPRU, and then we're going to get that one, which would trigger... yes, so that will be 19. So let's go ahead and wait there, and then we're going to go just like that. So we've got that safe and sound. But look at this, QH popping off right into area highs again. I want to say this candle topped out at 47s because my print at 48 didn't get touched. Now I've got another one 50 at 53. So by definition, it will have to be a new high for me to get that print on QH. High is 52. Did we pop off on SPRU? Show me SPRU. Did we do okay? What do we got here? God, I love these ads. SPRU, we got on. It's showing me 28s. Now let's take some profit over here and let's let this one kind of do its thing. We don't want to take out too much too quickly. Let's look at ALTO for Casey now. Let me just take that. And Big Spile, I'm going to look at the SPY in 1 second. Actually, I'm going to get Joey to look at the SPY because that's his world
Big
there.
Spile.
ALTO. What do we got on Alto? Light on volume, Case. We got 969,000 shares. It's not a bad look. The trend is not bad. There's nothing bad to say about the trend. It's higher lows, higher highs. Took out that earlier high at around 186 where we 193. It looks like it's going possibly to $2 Case. The issue is, though, the liquidity here. Not great. What's the spread? I'm trying to look at the my top screen over here. 7. No, that's a high and low. Well, I can't see the spread at the moment. But ALTO, not my cup of tea, Casey, but this could be a big winner for you. I mean, if you don't really care about the... Because some traders don't care about that. You know, they work around the illiquidity, and they're totally fine with it. Do you want to look at SPY for Big SPY?
Absolutely. Is that Big Spile who's asking? All right. Absolutely, yeah, man. Let's take a look. I mean, this is what we're talking about here, guys. This has been an insane run. You still have to take into consideration that we're only 1.2%, 1 1/5 off of those highs. So, I mean, it's not run for the hills just yet, guys. So keep that in mind. Trend still intact. I think that it will breach at some point. We're just slowly starting to curl over. What this is kind of giving me vibes of is this, even though I know it's a little bit different nature and everything. But I used to write, no, where was it? This is the daily. So a lot of writing going on I was doing back here in 24 and everything along those lines in late 22. I think eventually we'll start to curl over at some point. CrowdStrike is insane, man. What a beauty of a stock. Boom. This thing is, man, that's something I would absolutely love to own. But as for the SPY, just be patient, man. We talked about it in the likes of Microsoft as well, too. This isn't going to be sustainable. We will pull back eventually, whether it be 10%, 15% or something. You just have to be patient and go with the flow until otherwise. You don't want to be a negative Nancy and stand firm market, because it will light you up at the end of the day, regardless of what happens from this intraday session. Like, we got the likes of Meta tanking aggressively. You're now almost 30%, I believe, off of those highs, 23 to be exact. Yeah, but that's a buy, man. This is a beautiful opportunity, I think, to get involved,
thing, Joey.
right?
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
But, like, are you going to be like the master timer?
No,
Maybe.
absolutely no.
You know what I mean? Maybe.
No.
Maybe you are. But most people, I don't think, would be.
No,
right?
absolutely. But that's where it goes into, like, don't go into full position at once, right? Like if you break fifths or whatever, you grab 20% of whatever you're looking to allocate here. It sells a little bit more. You grab another 20%. A little bit more, you grab 20%, and then eventually, once it does turn around, you're laughing. You have a good average price, and then boom, you're off to the races. The thing is, it may take substantially longer than what we think or have a plan for, and that's what the market outweigh you every time. And you'll be like, man, what am I doing here? And then sure enough, as soon as you get out, the stock decides to rip or do something along those lines. So
we're going to Adair.
Keep an eye on Google, as well as these ride-hailing companies, most notably, I would say Uber. Google, or Waymo here, which of course is owned by Google, apparently posted a video saying that they're now beginning to offer fully autonomous freeway rides in San Francisco, LA, and Phoenix. So Google here at lows, but Uber did get a little bit of a spike on this. Again, Waymo announcing that they're going to start offering fully autonomous freeway rides in some areas in California and Arizona, as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
All right, Dad Huang, what's up, my friend? Joe, I just bought Meta 610, 100 shares, intended to sell. Covered covered calls. I'm assuming what you mean, December for 710 with 72 premium. Good or bad idea? I mean, that's not a horrible idea. It is quite a ways away from where we're at, and I don't think you need to write as far dated, right? Like, if you just bought them, go something near dated, collect premium, and if it still hasn't worked, then by all means just continuously roll over. It's the exact same thing that I got going on with my IBIT calls that are just getting absolutely but let's pull up Meta. This is what I personally would do. You're in at 610, so pretty much you're right off of the lows. If you're not in love with the trade appreciating immediately, I would start here. November 9th, we're in at 610. Well, guess what? By next week, if you don't think that we're going to head up to 650, you got 100 shares. You can collect $150 just like that. And in a couple weeks, boom, it expires. Then guess what? You're going to roll over to the next week. You're not anywhere close. You think that it's going to be a little bit longer, more bear sentiment. All right, we're going further out. Same strike price. You collect $300 more. So that's how I would operate it. I don't think you need to write something that is so far dated out, Shree.
Okay, guys, we're on QH, but because this one is quite volatile, it pops off into a level, drops back. I'm trying to kind of look through the noise by trying to keep my eye on the higher lows, and that's what we're getting so far. For the most part on QH, there are going to be intervening candles where that trend breaks, but for the most part, we do have higher lows. So we're well on this position, taking some prints, but I got to be alive to the fact that we're also getting aggressive topping tail candles. It just dropped off into VWAP, got back up quite aggressively. I'm assuming because a lot of orders like myself had dip trades at the volume weighted average price. So we just stopped out there for the last little bit. We're going to keep our eye though on QH, and then we're doing it live on SPRU as well. Where we got it here on SPRU, we got 21s, and we just took some there at 5s, looking for continuation above 40. 40 is the high of the day on SPRU, and it has been tested 3 different times. All 3 times, that 40 penny area rejected SPRU, okay? So I am kind of, a little worried that this loses VWAP, because in the same way, it's rejecting $4.40 to the north side, the same way that it's finding support at the volume weighted average price. So if it gives up that level, I don't know how I feel about it, right? Around for a good time, not a long time. Let's not fall in love. All right, so keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it pops off. We still have shares here on SPRU, so I definitely got to take out some more here, Joey. I'm going to layer some orders into areas I already took profits, just because we're still holding shares. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. And last but not least, LPTX. We're obviously watching that. I was telling Tisha in the chat, despite the fact that we're consolidative now, in a consolidative state on LPTX for at least 15 minutes, are we going to open up a new candle? No. So this one just opened up for about 15. So what I do like about LPTX is the higher lows, okay? The higher lows on the last 4, well, it's more than 4, but I'm just looking at the last 4 5-minute candles. Each one has a higher low. That 30 though is a staunchy little bugger. We were unable to shake him. I still have planned DCA's dollar cost averages into key levels for LPTX. It's quite extended. If you want my honest opinion, look where the VWAP is. It's below the dollar. 92 pennies. We're trading at about 115. 10 EMA is at 104. So I'm absolutely fine with LPTX coming in a little bit so we can get some more at better prices. So of course it has to hold up. Otherwise, I don't want the smoke. But that's what we're going to keep an eye on there. So SPRU, LPTX, and then I might work back into QH, because QH ended up waking me out, but it looks like it might be holding trend again. Super chat says Assassino. Is it the one? It's on the screen. Oh, David, Ram, a flashlight, and are you all dying? Can you get radon test kits? ALA, The Office episode? Toby? Okay. He's like you. He set me up for failure there because I don't watch The Office.
Yeah,
but I'm assuming this happened in The Office, and because Katina was talking about he was dying. Neil had his allergy attack. I had my allergy attack.
And I'm just sitting over here like,
bro,
man,
I suffered
like
last
put me
night,
in a
bro.
bubble or something.
Yeah,
man.
well, my allergies are not contagious, obviously. But dude, I woke up last night. I was telling you. You're gonna have to hear this again. My bad. Itchy palate, runny nose, watery eyes, sneezing up multiple storms, right? And this is completely atypical for me at this time of the year.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm smashing Reactin. I'm smashing Flonase, okay? Nothing's working. And I go to the dentist this morning. I talked to my cousin's assistant, and kid had a monster flare up last night. So it feels like it's something in the air, especially with your boy Neil also suffering as well.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I wish all the best. Because chances are it's gonna probably,
You're so kind. Nice you weren't sarcastic at all, Joey.
I do. What do you think? What do you think? I want you guys to get more sick? Then I got to sit here and be like, oh man, it's only a matter of time until your boy gets sick as well too. Man,
bro, allergies are not contagious.
I know, but Katina Man was saying that he wasn't feeling that well. You're right beside Katina Man, and then you mentioned that, hey, I feel it coming.
I did.
Yeah, and then if it's going down the line, guess who's next? It's going to be me.
No,
so yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we're short a little bit of Tesla, nothing substantial whatsoever. I'm just trying to survive a little bit here. Again, so we get this pop-up trend line move down, pop up. Let's see if we can get the rejection of the trend line and establish a new low when we're going to start piecing some out. Or it wants to play some tomfoolery, and that's going to be the base and not go anywhere lower, which we will not like whatsoever. All right, so you're long. Oh, okay, dangerous is long. Tesla, that's probably the play to go, considering I'm literally 0 for 3 right now at this point, so not really much I can say about that there, guys. But let's continuously see if we can get it. I'm just trying to follow where the momentum is, and it's clearly to the downside. But AMD put in a nice indecision print right at the volume-weighted average price. Boom, maybe a continuation of trend. This thing's been an absolute beast.
All right, man. Just putting in some of my orders over here. All right, let's get to LPTX, because that one dipped into the 10 EMA, and we got the fills, but we have no prints on the way up, and we are 2 pennies out of the money right now, up 150%. My deal is I'm going to defend this into the volume-weighted average price, so I am getting little entries here. There's a seller at 8, an aggressive seller right now that we're unable to shake. It feels like that's the case literally at almost every level. So it does feel like, the shorts are gotten a bit more aggressive on this pullback, looking for the reversion. So we have to be alive to that as well. How's my SPRU one doing over here? Nothing, no prints yet on that. The spread is annoying. It's coming into 27s and it's ironically not printing, and it's done it multiple times. So let's see if we can set something up here on, let's see if we can get 6s to wet the beak. Let's see if that ends up triggering or not. All right, so keeping an eye on that. I also punched back into QH. I'm giving this the current bar low. Okay, so it keeps getting defended at the 10 EMA, at VWAP. I realize it's putting in lower highs. I see all that. However, I'm going to risk a little bit over here. To prior, now it's prior bar low. So prior bar, I'm talking about 1125. We just opened the 1130 candle now. My guy Joseph says, Sean Aaron, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Manage your stops on options, Joey. Calls on a 3-week window. Would you stop loss that or let it ride because you have so much time?
3 weeks is not 3 weeks is not very much time.
Not, eh?
No, it's no time essentially. It doesn't give you enough. All right, let's get out of this Tesla. Oh my days. We tried just going with the trend, and then sure enough, it decides to get a little bit of a pop on us. Let's send it over to Adira. We'll get back to your question. Jesus Christ.
I quickly want to mention Cigna as well. There's never really much volume on this name. Today is no exception, but we do have some comments coming from companies saying they're working with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly on some changes to GLP-1 drug prices following the White House. I do want to talk here about Bitcoin. Here is BTC. We had some comments on the stablecoin space from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Nothing huge there. He just said that he continues to see stablecoin growth or continued stablecoin growth. But I want to mention comments made by SEC Chair Paul Atkins, just in general here on crypto tokens, which I think are a pretty interesting look. I did mention here, I was talking about token taxonomy, basically the process of categorizing these tokens a little bit more, again, getting a little bit more into the regulatory side of things with regards is what do you call what is in what category. Again, these comments made by Paul Atkins are in line with things he's previously said, and also comments made by Commissioner Hester Pierce on the SEC. Atkins said certain categories of crypto tokens should not be considered securities in and of themselves, specifically network tokens, which are going to be linked to a functional decentralized blockchain network. That category, though, actually covers a lot of these tokens, including Ethereum and Solana and XRP. Another exempt token category that was mentioned here by Paul Atkins are digital collectibles. That would be like, memes, kind of near the NFT side of things. So some interesting comments here from Paul Atkins. BTC, regardless of what's being said here, because it wasn't really related to BTC, continuing to try to hold on to that 102,000 level. We'll have to see if the support holds, because it happened at the end of last week, guys, as we send you back to Joe and Sharif. Please do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and join us every single day.
All right, so yeah, guys, essentially what that question is, the good thing about options is that you can just correlate actual underlying price. So when you pull up your profile on it before you buy the contract, you can just set your stop loss, and it will tell you the value of the contract at that specific level. So if you're looking to set your stop at 590 on a Meta here, you have a couple weeks out, December 5th, you're going to lose approximately $850. So if that has to be what you're willing to risk, it's the same thing. Whatever contract you're looking at, use your gauge and use your profile to set that stop, and then you can just place the order after that.
Can I mention something about stops that I always like to talk about? So options, correct me if I'm wrong, Joey, highly illiquid at certain times, right?
For certain names.
For certain names. Not everything is the same. So I don't want to paint with one brush. What I mean to say is, so you can't trigger any buy or sell orders in the aftermarket or in the options, right? Even if you have your price, there's nothing trading.
No.
Just want to make sure that I got
No, nothing going on there.
What I was going to say, so what kind of, remember you and I were talking about this? What kind of stops are you using? You're using stop limit, right?
Yeah, stop limit.
And are you putting a wide spread between the stop price and the limit price because of the illiquidity?
You can't, if it's illiquid. An example, let's go to something, say you're an AMD, right?
Okay.
You're not going to have too much worries about the liquidity aspect,
right,
and the spread isn't going to be so wide. I mean, that's still $15, but in the options world, crazy. You go to a name like Apple, it's probably going to be even a little bit tighter there. I mean, like that's a $2 spread, which is essentially nothing there.
That's but what I mean.
So you can put it on the ask. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can put the trigger at the ask and then the actual order fill on the bid.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get to there.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Joey, for that. Appreciate it. All right, guys, keeping an eye on things here. Still holding my LPTX trade. Looking for this one to hold up at the 10 EMA. There is a lot of chop and churn. You have no idea how many shares are changing hands here. 418 million, 0.7, so almost 419. And I don't know, man, maybe like 10 million's churned since I've been watching this. A huge seller at 10s and 11s that we can't seem to shake. The shorts are really aggressive with these small cap gappers. They are really looking to mean revert this. I was talking to Chow back there. He's one of the algo guys in the, yes, of course, the algo room. And he's like, he only takes these small cap gappers short. He's like, it's a sure thing because they're around for a good time, not a long time. And obviously, he's very successful doing it. I typically don't like to do that just because I feel like I want to ride momentum. And the lights are out again. Oh, baby. It's getting romantic in here. So we're going to keep an eye on LPTX as it drops back down into the 10 EMA. Anyway, I'm going to defend this into 90 pennies where the volume weighted average price is, which I'm fine with. But anyway, I wanted to say that I feel that the shorts are really aggressive here because we've had a lot of aggressive buy orders to the north side, none of which are printing, okay? So keep your eye out on the sellers at this level on LPTX.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry, brother. I didn't know what was crack-a-lacking over there. All right, market's starting to come back in a little bit. Nice grab off of those lows, Gaurav. Hopefully you took some off there as you started to reject. You just want to draw your support and resistance lines out. You head right into that, reject aggressively, and now starting to head a little bit more to the south side. AMD is in its own world right now. It's just, again, this thing is absolutely phenomenal on today's session, considering what we're seeing in the NASDAQ. Boom, VWAP hold, off to the races. So keep an eye out. Maybe do construct a lower high, but I wouldn't put it past AMD to continue its grind to the top side. Some indecision prints on Tesla as well too, so not too bad of a look. A hammer candle off of those lows, and this name is off to races. Oh my days, how did I miss that one? All right, so yeah, let's go over our volume scanner and see what we got cooking up over there. If there's anything that we like, then we'll take a little bit of a stab at it. Market going to completely recover on today's session? Possibly. I mean, it's not looking too bad. VWAP is hovering PA relatively tight. You can see it start to curl over. Hasn't smoothed out just yet. So on the volume weighted average price, someone said they're taking a shot from every time we say VWAP. They say they're already lit. So I just said it probably about 6 or 7 more times. So I hope you're having on that one. Palantir, what are you up
Wednesday,
to?
Bro.
It's Wednesday. I know.
Easy.
It's Wednesday. Hey, man, it's. I mean,
alcohol sucks, bro.
Yeah, it does. As you get older, I like it less and less and less. But to each their own, I guess, Sharif, at the end of the day. Amazon, it's all right to hate a little bit. Yeah. But, I mean, there's other ways that you can have fun. BMNR off of those lows. Nice indecision print there.
BMN. All right, go. LPTX. Finally, we get a print. But we are not out of the woods quite yet, as this one has encountered yet another seller of note. A monster seller of note hanging out at 4. He was hanging out at 10s. He's hanging out at 11s. He likes all these levels. So what are we going to do, man? We're going to have to wait till somebody bigger, badder, and with more buying power than I takes him out. Market observer, not a market mover. So we'll continue to watch and see what we get on this one. SPRU's been good to us, though. Where is that at? Pardon me. Yes, got a good fill there on the bottom at SPRU, and we just went at 32s. Now I've posted a little bit higher at 42. So this one will have to be a high of daybreak for print on SPRU. But look at that hot garbage QH. Lose the bid. It is on the way down. It is going to lose the dollar momentarily as it loses the 10. It loses the 20. And it lost VWAP. Now it is coming in to that critical area of psychological support. I am, of course, talking about the dollar area. So we'll see what QH has to say for itself. But I want to bring you this as well. NVA, we mentioned this one at the top of the show. I said, be careful top placement on NVA because it has a tendency to breach VWAP. Well, it did, but it also found aggressive buyers that have now taken out that 1175 to 1180 level where we were selling off aggressively. Here comes $12, and if we breach 12, we'll be pennies from the high of the day. This is a more prolonged bull flag, and quite frankly, it feels like we may have broken trend on this one. So NVA, another one to look at if you're small cap gapper inclined. Keep your eye on this one. And then D, it's not the biggest name on the day, and it certainly had a bad day yesterday. It had a bad day the day prior into after the open. Had a good, decent day on Monday in pre-market. Got some higher lows under its belt here and some higher highs. So this one feels like an upward channel on DVLT. How you trade it, let me know. But I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Nothing doing yet. Penna. You don't want me to say VWAP. My bad. Oh, bro, come on now.
Is that what he said? Why? You have to say it, brother.
Well, no, because it's you know how I am, right? You tell me not to say something.
That's the guy who's taking shots. That's Nathan. It's Nathan taking shots every time we say VWAP. So bang, there's one, brother.
What time zone? Nathan tag Joseph.
I mean, Sharif, it's 5 o'clock.
What time zone you in?
5 o'clock somewhere, brother.
It is. But it's not 5 o'clock anywhere in North America.
No. Not quite. But I mean, you go
in Europa.
And I mean, it's lunchtime, right? Mm-hmm. In some places, I mean, it's close to lunchtime. Absolutely. 1 o'clock. Is that a reasonable time to get the party going on a Wednesday?
When is the first acceptable time slot to drink in Joey Options book?
It depends where I am.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a whole new rule.
Oh, brother.
Hey.
Oh, 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Ramin,
you don't even drink.
Ramin, listen. When I'm on vacation, the first thing that I do is order a mimosa.
Hey,
the first thing, as soon as my eyes are open. And if there's already beer in the fridge, it's right away. Yeah, this is vacation mode.
10:41 a.m.
Yeah, 10:41, man.
Central time.
5 o'clock somewhere in London. Almost 5 o'clock in London.
It's 4 p.m. in London.
Exactly.
Stuart has Nathan. It's too early, brother. Are you Texas, Nathan? Are you Chicago? Or are you Heartland? Let us know where you're coming from, Nathan. Obviously, you're Central Time.
Listen, for the veterans who know, there's only one way to not.
How do they do it, Joey?
You just fire it right back up.
You get another one.
You fire it right back up. That's the only way to kind of mitigate the hangover. Vacation, that's my way of dealing with it, is that you just got to keep, that's why I can only go away for 4 nights. Night 3, I'm already a complete write-off, and I'm ready to go home. So that's what we got going on. Let's see if we can find something.
Blood Monster.
What's 420 Blood Monster?
He's like, yo, it's 420 somewhere, baby.
It's 420.
He's gonna light up, Joey.
He's Blood Monster, but I know where he is. I know where he's located. He said it's not legal where he is from.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm surprised your friend Keir Starmer hasn't, kind of moved the needle on that.
You know where he's from, though?
Is he from England? 420.
420? Yeah. Well, for a little bit north. No, I think he said Ireland, maybe.
No.
Okay. All right. Maybe you would know.
Big smile. He's from Houston, Texas. I knew you were from Texas, man. Central Time.
So that's what he said. Big smile. Exactly, big smile. You can't drink all day unless you start in the morning. That's as simple as it gets. But anyways, all right, on to some positive. I guess it is positive for some individuals. Let's see if we can find something to trade. We might have to sway away from these tech names, guys. What's SoundHound been up to? Some of the earnings report. Pfizer went on an absolute monster run yesterday, Sharif, and continuing its trajectory, going oppo the overall market. But look at this. From 24 bucks. Now you're up to 25.80. That's big time moves in the Pfizer land, breaking off of these lows and continue its climb, heading towards some key resistance, which I think is going to be a massive pivotal moment for Pfizer and company.
Just give me the light. Okay, shout out to 420 Bud Monster there. QH is moving, says Casey. She's absolutely right. We got a doji here, and then the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Alas, Casey, we are below the 10. We're below VWAP, so I'm going to have to say no to QH. At the moment, I know you weren't telling me, but I'd like for this one to weasel back above 30, and let's start talking about some higher highs and higher lows above the volume-weighted average price. I'm still dealing with this LPTX trade. It's holding the 10, moving at 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. But it's taking quite a while, and there's a whole lot of churn here in terms of shareage. Last time we reported to you guys, it was 418 million shares. Now it's 433. There's quite a bit of shares churning here with not a whole lot of price action development. My plan stays the same. I'm buying at $1. I'm buying at 95 pennies, and I'm buying probably in the low 90s as well. because that's where the volume weighted average price is, and I'm going to maintain that bias on this name, LPTX, up 150%. SPCE, we're incrementally taking beak wetters here and there when we are able to. Is it messed up? Okay. Joey, can you take over?
Yeah, absolutely. You got your little mic issues, no problem. We'll figure that out, no problem. Our production team is A++. All right, I'm still waiting for that answer there, Mike P. Yeah, he said there's only two things that come from Texas. I'm assuming it's barbecue and something else, right? What else would it be? Test those. There goes the TQ. Right back to the downside, those selling pressure candles coming into play. Little hesitation, nation, on my behalf, as you can see that we have a key support level that it broke and is now that 109 level. Keep an eye out on what the overall market is doing. If some of these big names continue to bleed its own blood, then you're in a lot of trouble. MSFT, there it is, boom. Wow, Microsoft lit up today, Sharif. Let's take a look on the daily.
Have you looked at the market cap of Softy? Google is going to overtake Softy, and it is close. Okay, let's do this right now.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So Softy was 3.7. It is still 3.72, okay?
Yeah.
Google's got 2.5 down today, 3.439. We are really close.
Sorry, what's Microsoft's again?
Softy, Joey, 3.720.
And then
Google Goggles is 3.439.
It might hit 4. It might, man. That's a neck and neck race. You know what? Let's do this right now. Who has a better chance of hitting 4 trillion first, Microsoft or Google?
I'm going to go, okay, well, because Softy's been above 4 trillion.
It's been in there, but who do we think the momentum side is on currently right now?
Clearly, look at the chart. The chart speaks volume. That's a consolidative chart, as you can see. We had a great uptrend earlier.
And then we'll head over to Gogs.
Show Google. The monster Google is absolutely all gas, no brakes right now. Well, it's got a little bit of a break today.
Yeah, it's slowing. But I mean, you can't deny this. You head up into 295, it hits that. Maybe even a little bit less. So
well, I made a controversial call. I said to you very clearly, I think Google overtakes Apple next year. That's just my opinion, bro.
Brother,
they got more things in the hopper.
In the pipeline? Apple, right? Yeah, I mean, by all means.
It doesn't bother me as long as Apple continues to go up and makes money for me.
With these guys, with these four, it's always going to have that race. You're going to have one leapfrog the other. Some are going to be hot for some time. But as long as that concentration stays relatively the same and you don't see one fall off a cliff, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, all those big names are going to be winners in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. All right, good luck there, guys. Good luck. Still holding here on LPTX. You know, when it does pop into some levels, I am letting the beak because, well, we're holding to the 10 EMA, but we're not exactly rocketing up. There's really nothing of interest for me right now. Somebody told me to look at WULF. That's TeraWulf. WOLF. Excuse me for a second. We just popped off a little bit here on LPTX, so I got to wet the beak. 15 showing up. Seller at 15. I promise I'll look at TeraWulf in 1 second, but I want to see if we're going to make the candle to make a new high here on LPTX because it's been a long time since we can. Now, that seller at 15 is annoying and he's back. And he keeps putting more size on the gateway. So that seller at 15 is an Uncle Share right now. So we're going to have to find out who he is there, Joey. But let's take a look now at WULF. How's TeraWulf doing on the day? Okay, it's a bit of a downtrend. I don't know why you like this. This is a lower high situation. So that's, you know, strike number 1, strike number 2. We've got 4 topping tail candles, all of which rejected the volume weighted average price to the T. So I don't like this. I just personally don't like this. It had a very bad day yesterday, right from the get-go. This thing, right at 925, the sellers couldn't even start waiting for the market on open. They started selling at 920. When all was said and done, from that opening print to the low of the day, we lost about 15.5 percentage points on WULF. Today, it's just not for me. It seems like a downward channel. If you insisting on playing this for whatever reason, I played as a range, using the upper trend line and the lower trend line as your guides for entries and exits. So, case in point, if it comes down, you know, into about like 1220, 1225, wherever, 1215, you're buying, pops into the upper trend line, you're selling. And you're continuing to play the range unless there's a breakout or breakdown, in which case your strategy needs to change because you're initially looking at it as, and and now you got to look at it as a trend trade. So that would be my suggestion for you on WULF, but it's not for me, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, dangerous. This thing is getting absolutely lit. I mean, we were right for the short idea once again, but then we just get a little, this pop up, and then sure enough, you put in a new low of the day. So what I was looking to hold up didn't come into play, an additional liquidity grab. I think I bit sub 100K before 4 p.m. Absolutely. I mean, it'd probably go overnight, considering the Asian markets tend to make it a little bit weaker as well. So as soon as you head into the post market, it does a little bit of activity coming in, so keep that in mind, guys. And this is what I was talking about in the TQ. Selling pressure right at VWAP. Boom, you now establish a new low of the day right around 109.85. You have to take that into consideration. So I'm looking at on Google. I had Robinhood up, just trying to sway away from some of the major tech names and look for some relative strength. I might have to fall over into small cap world with Sharif to see if we can get something rocking and rolling right there, because everything I was turning into dust, not diamonds, but that's all right. Shout out to Diamond, Dallas, Page, DDP, and company.
That guy changed so many people's lives. It's not even funny.
Yeah. In a good way?
In a fantastic way.
Yeah.
After, you know, he struggled with addiction, as many wrestlers of his generation did.
Yeah, absolutely.
He found yoga. I think he also found God, which was really important too. So, yeah, he has like his own yoga thing.
Oh yeah, he's like a little
Venus
retreat
or something like
Venus
that.
yoga or something,
Yeah, something like that.
What was that guy's name? In
bringing all the wrestlers who have like obviously mechanical issues with their body. And he's helping.
I watched this story on this guy who just abused steroids for too long and had eczema before, and then it just lit his body up after he got off of that stuff. What was that? Let me know.
Really?
Yeah. It was really bad. It was sad too. He's like, man, I wish I never started that stuff. What's that from Napoleon Dynamite? Rex, who's like starting off with the wrestling like classes and stuff, and then I think
his brother.
Kip goes to the thing. His name was Rex. Oh man. Classic movie, man. Yeah, that stuff.
Bro, anytime that movie is on TV, I will stop what I'm doing and watch a little bit of it at least.
Used to throw a pigskin a quarter mile for sure, man. It's
easy, Uncle Rico, bro. You're dreaming.
Bro, that movie's honestly, that's
so
some good stuff, man.
It's a classic.
It is an absolute cult classic.
Remember those
100%.
American Eagle T-shirts that would say "Vote for Pedro"?
Yeah, vote for Pedro. Yeah, man. I remember in elementary school, this one girl recited. We just had a school dance, and she did the whole dance that Napoleon did at one point. Yeah, it was hilarious.
That's actually a tough dance.
It is a tough dance. All right, guys.
Let's get to this.
Yeah, exactly. Malone. Hey guys from South Carolina, USA. I need y'all to blow me a kiss for good luck. Some extra sugar on it.
There it is, bro. We're sending you barrel love.
Hey, that Southern hospitality, we're sending it all day, every day. Shout out to Paula Malone.
That's a real thing, bro.
Yeah, it is real. When I went to, when I went to
Dallas?
To Dallas, but even at the Chick-fil-A, it was insane. I know they were like that, but it just felt extra hospital.
It is, bro.
And even Chicago was pretty good as well too. That Midwest stuff. So whoever says Americans are mean, they're not mean, man.
I don't think that at all.
No.
I don't think that
when you go, obviously, you go into the city like New York and LA.
Of course,
people are going to be
yell at you here.
Exactly.
Constantly.
Here.
Are you kidding me?
I'll fight anybody on the street here. It doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Like, you don't want this. I don't do kisses. So
I don't do kisses. Sorry. Well, they work for you, Rivian Millionaire, but we love you anyway, brother. Shout out to you. You must be very happy right now, clearly.
Smooth one. We never know. That's the thing. You never know. We'll see what Smooth one said on that. But let's get right back to these markets and see what we got going on. We're going to head right back to our scanner and see if there's anything special cooking up. How has Circle been acting on intraday?
Joey.
Not too good. Still climbing significantly low. Once this pre-market support level broke at 93, it's been completely off to the races, brother.
All right, guys, we're still dealing with that seller on LPTX. So I've been, wetting the beak on some profits on the pops up. My plan has not changed, despite the fact that we have been putting in higher lows on each successive 5-minute candle. I should be adding into this position, not taking some out. So I'm going to put a dip trade over here. Let's go ahead and put one. Oops, that's a mistake. So I have to change that now. LPTX. There we go. Good. And let's go ahead and wait over here. I'm going to put front right now. So LPTX certainly has lower highs. I'm not trying to make the case that there are no lower highs. But what I'm perceiving is higher lows off the 10 EMA. So let me make my case to you guys. So clearly, area high, lower high, each successive candle lower highs. But the opposite is also true. Area low, higher low, yes, and another higher low. So I don't want to say it's a compression pattern because the lower highs are certainly a lot more aggressive. But what this is telling me is that buyers are perceiving the same type of support we're looking at, which is that 10 exponential moving average. So if we can kind of get that big buyer that sees this trend and then decides to overwhelm the sellers who have been selling at 15s, I think we may catch a nice price spike up. So in that case, here's 15 again, and at 15 again. That bugger, he keeps showing up at 15s, man. In any event, put your orders, layer your orders, because this one could price spike, take up 15, 16, 17, all in one get-go, and then if you don't have anything there, you may miss it, because then the sell orders may come equally as aggressive to the downside. So wet the beak by putting your resting profit takers there. There it is, 15. The monster seller came in again, Joey. It felt like we were going to take him out there, and we didn't. So that is, there's a whole lot of chop and churn coming in on LPTX. So continuing to watch this one. I think this one is still the best one. Let's see if I'm wrong about that or not. Let's see if we can pop up to 15. But I know for a fact that that 15 seller is gargantuan in size, given how many times we've touched 15, how many shares have traded at 15, and the fact of the matter is we haven't even had a print above 15. So that's all the proof I need. See if we're able to take him out, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. We're going to go small size here. We don't want full disclosure on my session. It has been almost death by 1,000 paper cuts, essentially at this point, looking for the break of this support level. I'm just going super small right now to see if we can get anything working in our favor, and then sure enough, you get off of this support. So we'll be patient to see if we can get that rock and roll. As soon as it breaks this pivot level, we're going to be getting out of this trade, and then we'll have to sit on our hands for a bit. Adair, what do you got? All right, cool, good stuff.
What was that? I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that one.
Okay, go ahead.
They're LPX and SPRU. If I got to start looking at some of these names, I'm going to put them on my chart to see if we can get involved in these ones. So that's a trend up on that one there. Let's take a look at SPRU. It doesn't even matter what these tickers do, Sharif. They're looking pretty good. Continuation. A nice pop there in Bitcoin to the top side, and we are short, brother. All right.
We're taking some prints here on SPRU as it goes right back into that high. It's now 1 penny away, Assassino, from the high of the day. We're talking about 440. Now we're showing 39. We can get a price spike up. We have some shares here on SPRU, so let's go ahead and post a little bit higher. So we're at 40. Can we shake that 40 seller? I'm going to put something at 49s as well. Good look for SPRU. In the high of the day goes, but that seller at 40 feels like they're equally as big as that seller at 15 on LPTX. 40 right now, nothing printing above 40, so we'll pack our patience and see if we can get a flat top break. This is now the fourth official time that $4.40 has been tested on SPRU, and the fourth official time, at least so far, this candle's got 3 minutes, that it rejects that level, so I need to be alive to that. But I do like my chances here for a flat top break, not flat bottom break. So continuing to watch. We got the ad, mind you, at 7s on LPTX. Let's see if this one can work up, hold the 10. Even if it loses the 10, the volume weighted average for me is still south of $1 at 93. I'm looking at trading it through that level. We're going to pause for a second because there's news.
Guys, we do have some news here. My mic died there, but we're back and ready to go. Financial Times reporting that the EU is preparing a fresh investigation into Google with regards to its new ranking. So again, EU apparently prepping a new investigation into GeoOGL. Keep an eye on this name as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Joey, tell me you're broke without telling me you're broke.
What is up with these guys, man? They're just like, hey, let's try to get much money from these
European companies. Like, do you want us to shake down Mercedes-Benz and BMW and all these? Like, why don't we shake them down? They shake down constantly North American companies.
Yeah. So let's shake them down, man. Let's get all those more tariffs on those boys, whatever it may be, luxury tax. Oh, Sharif, I'm in this name with you, SPRU. Rejecting that high and hasn't broke through that flat top just yet. Let's see if that's going to be a little bit more aggressive. I do like our chances for that bull flag is starting, but I don't like seeing that. We want to see the volume most definitely kick in on that one.
Absolutely, Joey. Well said. All right, guys, still watching. So, Joe, I don't think that you and I have been in the same trade.
No.
I don't know. Maybe ever or
no. We've been in the IPOs. Remember we were crushing
that's
some.
fair. Kind of set the IPOs as an exception because that's a bit of a specialty trade, Joey. But I love it. I love it.
Someone said the date is wrong somewhere. Someone says fix the date to November 12th. Where, brother?
Where's the date, brother?
Where do you date?
Oh,
probably
the title of the show.
Right.
What, is that Ram's responsibility?
Rami.
Oh, great. What do you mean, Neil? You see of a hard time she gives me. I'm not allowed to do anything? Oh, God. Everybody's on Ram's side constantly.
It's all right,
Even the chat.
Oh, it's still.
All right, I think we got happening now, and then Neil's very coveted lesson of the day.
Let's talk about this market, which is certainly consolidating near lows. We actually broke into a new low of day as of the most recent 15-minute candle, but closing a little bit higher. So wait and see if this bottom wick just below 618s can hold on the S&P 500. We've had quite a few pieces of commentary today from speakers and even U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent. None of this has really been related to the market or moving the market, but we're just going to start to get some more interesting facts over the next 30 minutes, starting with Fed's Bostic at 12:15. Now, Fed's Bostic, who has been very much on the more hawkish side as of late, actually just announced he's going to retire as of February 28th, 2026. So we're near the end of his tenure with the Fed. Then at 12:30 p.m., we will get to the hawkishness of Fed's Bostic. We will get easily the most dovish member of the Fed, Fed's Myron. So in the next 30 minutes, lots of Fed speak and watch. Of course, I'll be covering all of that for you guys. At 1 p.m., we will be having a White House press conference with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'll cover that briefing for you guys. Earnings remain on watch without a doubt. Circle here on day one earnings. Actually, right at day's lows, beat and strong growth here. USDC in circulation up by 108% year over year. We have to talk here about Cisco as well because they report after the bell. CSCO did give us a slight double beat last quarter, but guidance was a little bit mixed. Let's see what they end up turning out tonight because, Neil and myself will be covering these earnings for you guys after the bell, 4:05 p.m. Don't be late. Be there or be square. And we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. And because, guys, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. But there's still no FDA-approved treatment. So the NYSE-listed Origenics OGEN is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug for rapid brain access. Because with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion in 2027 or by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to Neil and his lesson of the day. Guys, you don't want to miss it.
Thanks, Dara. The lesson of the day is always be team because she's fantastic and just an incredibly kind person who's a wonderful member of our team. So, with that, that's your lesson of the day. I'm joking, man. Now, I didn't even put any dressing on this. By the way, the shepherd's pie was actually. I had to put some sriracha on it. It needed some help. It really did, but just a little bit of help. But the lesson I'm going to go with is actually something a little bit. It's kind of technical, but it has to do with these big-time runners. Like you look at Rivian the last couple of days. We'll get to Open Door in a second, and then we'll talk about Archer. Somewhat three different. And I guess I was trying not to show, but you guys can see down 8%. But you look at something like this: big reversal. Monster reversal, and then doesn't even try and dip, and then you just have a huge upward trend. So are you going to continuation? Now, I thought it fell top heavy based on the daily chart. But here's the difference between which continues to the south side without challenging that, breakout high, and then just is like short area on that pattern. Like I would make the argument it's a little, sometimes it can be trickier unless you really like these levels or get it on a false break at the bottom to get in. Trading it back off of this level. is it doesn't give you that, third parabolic day up, fail of the high, or like the day two fail here, it tried to do so. Where you can find that might be something like an Archer, where this was more or less the setup that I was looking for on Rivian, where you have the big parabolic move up, you get the fail of the high, but it's that it fails the high here that matters. And when it breaks out the top, you actually have both a trend break, a VWAP break, but look when it breaks down. It's the continuation on the breakdown. When it breaks this prior low, there's no buyers. When it breaks this prior low, there's no buyers on the way back in. So all of these places where you would join, it gives you that continuation through. Now, obviously, this stock has done dip and rip. I showed you Rivian that had done a dip and a rip. Well, what's the difference between a continuation play that looks like this same failed breakout setup? Here's the example, and it's Open Door, and credit to everyone that was yelling about Open Door, because Open Door does the same thing you just saw on Archer, where it fails the high, there's your fail at the top, there's your attempt to break the low. But what happens when it starts breaking down? When it loses VWAP, it does a bottoming tail candle at the pre-market low. Puts in a lower high here, like right here, it's putting in a lower high. That could also be continuation, correct? After it loses VWAP, immediately after that, bought back up again. What happens when it tries to take the high a little bit later? It bounces off VWAP one more time. The difference is that continuation. Now, some people do not like confirmation on setups because you risk losing, you risk being in the trade. And I get it. Here's what I will tell you about the patience of waiting for confirmation for something that's an all-day trend or a longer trend that you're looking for, like an Open or a Rivian, the things that will trend in one direction if you get it right. It's not so much about whether you win more when you don't wait for confirmation. That's absolutely going to be true. You're going to be in the move earlier. You're not waiting for everyone else to join the move. I get that. The downside risk if you don't have confirmation, where you're trying to say, okay, well, I think it's going to do this. The buyer's even stepping in or regaining control on any kind of a process. Like if I were to say, and I'm going to go back over to Archer for a second, let's say you were really, really convinced that Archer was going to be a long. But here's the thing, you are probably long here and getting a bad stop out. You are probably long here. And then again, getting a wide stop, even though it's not giving you the confirmation. Now, obviously, if Archer makes this turn right here, even though it just broke trend, all of this looks bearish, if it makes that turn right there, you've got yourself a monster. You've got yourself 3% to the high of the day, and if it half of what it did the day before, heck, the thing could go to $9.50 or $10. It's tremendous upside. No questions asked, but you're getting without that confirmation, which carries a little bit more risk. If anything, I think those, well, that's breaking down. I want the confirmation at the short and then take that to the other side. Instead of long there, stop out there, you can be going short and then stop out there. That's giving you more opportunity. So when we talk about confirmation in a chart setup, it's not always about trying to be first or trying to be too smart. It's about what trading actually is. And here's the truth about what trading actually is when it comes to momentum. Nobody is trying to be the money that moves the market. What you are trying to do is the money that moves the market. And that's a lot of times what those confirmation setups will tell you. Why get into a long if the seller is gaining control? Why not get into a long when the sellers have lost control and the buyers are gaining control? And that's what you're really just looking for in a setup. The truth about it is sometimes it's going to get tricky and you're going to miss a few trades. But I always say I would miss a trade to be able to make the trade. And that just simply means if it's not there, then I'm not going to try to force it. And sometimes it's going to look like it's not there and you're not going to be in the trade. And this is going to happen. I didn't force the issue on Apple today. Had I forced the issue on Apple, it would be my biggest stock. But had I forced the issue on Apple, it ran the low, then it would be a loss that's as big as my my best winning trade this week. Instead, I don't tend to. I don't want to lose more than I can make on a stock. I think I have 5 or 6 losers today trying to get these trend breaks. If I add all of them together, they equal my best yesterday. That's the pocket that I'm trying to be in. And so understand that everyone has a different style. If that's your style, then this is going to happen to you, and you've got to be able to suck it up, Buttercup. This is going to happen to me. And I don't know any traders that will be consistently positive where this isn't going to happen to you sometimes. Because if you're not looking for confirmation, then sometimes you're going to right into the face of a moving freight train and you're going to get run over. And then other times, if you just gritted it out, you would have had that bottom. I don't want to be smart enough that I'm the guy that's predicting the bottom and I have it before it actually, like, when did this really make that bottom? It wasn't when I was in, it was after I got in. It was here, like a minute after I got out. It was here, 30 minutes after I got out. That's when the buyers were in control, not when I decided to get in. If I tried my bad entry into a winning trade, sure, this time it would have worked. But what happens if we break down, and let's just say I don't even stop out, which is crazy, or I just get a wider loss than expected, right? Like, I'm usually trying to keep it in the pocket, and if you do wait for that confirmation and try to limit loss, to miss out on some big trades. There's no question about it. But in the long run, I think looking for confirmation will save you a bit of money. Think of it like this. Confirmation in a trade that the buyers or sellers are in control of the direction you want, it's just a safer way to practice. Kind of like making sure that the production team that makes it sound good in front of a camera and in front of a live audience is kept happy as well and respected, because they hold a lot of power and they can make you look really bad, Sharif, if you choose to go against them. The market's exactly like that. Don't go against the big money. Team all day, every day, kneel out.
I know you're just saying that to spite me, Neil. I know it. Oh, man, it's unfair. It's like, imagine like the person who just constantly commits the sins is the person who everybody reveres. I mean, like, that's crazy talk. This is very good. Boom. LPTX halted to the up tap, showing 152. We are halted at 143. The halt 12:10:35. The earliest it will be open is 12:15:35. Keep it here for the top. I'll keep you guys updated. It's zagging, a little 151, a little 153. Doesn't matter. It's looking to open up. LPT is now up 220, almost 227% on the day. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Your boy Joey Options as well is also looking at this, and more pleased I could not be about that. So, Roland Joe, Neil Roberts. All right. Jag, is Ramin the youngest? Yes, she is by far the youngest, yes. Mike P. DeRider, I'm stuck in it as well. Mike, that's not a bad thing, brother. You're not stuck. Fighting the trend. We are halted to the upside at 143. We're showing a top of 151 now. You ain't stuck, Mike. Hopefully this trade ends up being good for both you and I. Hopefully, of course, because, you know, anything can happen.
Sharif,
yes, sir.
I'm in small cap world with you, brother. You see this SPRU, baby?
Boom,
SPRU.
Joey, boom.
Did you catch that too?
Of course I did, my God. Orders. There goes SPRU to the high side, Joseph. It is the small cap kind of day. Show what you're looking at, man.
The boy's a small capper now. Let's go. Never mind whether you got these tech names. I'm riding this boat with Sharif. Let's rock and roll, considering we couldn't get anything else going. There it is. Pop an SPRU. Let's trim a little bit more because why not?
Joey, right? Small caps. Hey, it's a crystal ball. I like that.
Was that big out there? But no, LPTX, it was absolutely beautiful off of that low. But in all seriousness, I don't know why it's displaying it like that. We can get that cleared up a little bit. Just some missing data on. Oh, no, it doesn't want to. But you guys know what this engulfing print is over here. Bang, there it is. At that break. I've seen this volume step in, I'm like, let's rock and roll and add a little bit. So even though it's not much, we're going to dock it in as a big-time mental win. And then LPTX is halted to the top side. Good way to rock on that one, Shreve. Let's get this. Let's get this. This Halton SPRU. I might be a small cap trader after this, man.
I love.
Be rocking it.
We got a convert, baby.
Yeah, there it is. I'm switching sides.
I like it, man. I like it. Joey Low Float, says Jake Watson.
Exactly.
That's what I want to hear. Yeah, I like Joey Low Float. Yeah, that is a good one, yo. All right, we also got, Rare Seed. Nathan dropping the cash. 25 big ones.
Smackers.
VWAP have to end this game or things will get wild. Look, brother. Shout out to you out or down in Houston, Texas. Hope you're having a fantastic week, but you're a great vibe. Shout out to Nathan, man. Thank you for the chat, brother. All right, Rare Seed. Joey, this is all you here. Put 25K in Goog, not Google. 285 puts Joey at the all-time high. Thank you for everything. Genuinely, I love all of you. Boom. Right back at you, baby. Right back. Love you right back. And stick with us, man. We're doing it live, every single day. And we're going to be looking at these bad boys. All right, guys, we are moments away now from LPTX to open, and it will be 12, 15, 35. So we have about 25 seconds. The tap is an eye-watering, Joey. $1.71.
No
we are halted.
way.
143,
Wow.
172 now. We're about 10 seconds away. I've got a resting order there that I don't think is accurate. Let's see if we can kind of get that. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Why, bro? Why?
Why?
So it's going to be a 10-minute halt, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer, of course. So then the earliest it will be open is 12:20:35. Now, I don't think this is going to be the case, but sometimes, not all the time, when we're halted for more prolonged periods, we may see the tap drop as people start panicking. Get the hell out of there, so they start throwing market on open orders or limit on open orders, and we'll see what happens there. Let's take a look, though, Joey, at the other trade. SPRU, there is, again, we top wick this one in the 65s. The high of the day is 67. We still got a couple of beak wetters left on this monster. Let's see, though, what happens at 40. $4.40. Why do I say that? What's my obsession with 40? Well, I had an obsession with it because it kept rejecting a very key area of resistance basically the entire day. I mentioned it. 12:20, 5-minute candle reject. 10:50, 5-minute candle reject. 10:55, same thing. Again at 11:30, again at 11:40, and then back to back 11:50, 11:55, again at 12:05, and then the breakout came, and it came pretty aggressively. So let's see if that former area of resistance, that $4.40 area, back to support now. Let's see, Joey. If it drops in there, I will be adding into that level. We'll give it 10 pennies or so, maybe to 30, so that we don't get stop hunting. That is what I'll be looking at SPRU when it does come back down into 40s. What do you got, Joey?
All right, brother. No, sports and stocks. I would never lie, ever. But I mean, a little what I mean.
I like it.
I'm just being honest there because I don't want to lie about saying that I would do that.
Right.
But no, but what I said to No Loon is no word of a lie. But and in all seriousness, nice move on LPT. Nice move on LPTX, brother. I was looking at this at $1, and then sure enough, it just ripped higher. And then I'm like, you know what, Shreve, we're rocking and rolling in SPRU. I've seen at that initial break of the high, and we kept making these consistent higher lows. So I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I want to see, regardless of what this price is here. Eliminate the price on the side, and I would still probably take that trade. So we like that. I'm going to continuously look at what Shreve's got going on in the day, because if they're working right now, they're probably going to work for the rest. But there goes Bitcoin heading right back towards the low of the day. That's exactly what we want to see on that one. So, I mean, just small one after the other. Shout out to the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie, One Battle After Another, or whatever it's called. Go ahead.
Joey.
Yes.
And now for some very exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. It's by Beta Pro, and it's by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched, guys, 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys the 3 times bull, the 3 times bear exposure, different things, including them S&P TSX 60, the semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate by dropping management fees down to just 65 basis points, all until, yes, New Year's Eve, December 31st of this year. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the good at Beta Pro.
Brother, can I say something?
Of course
here?
You can, bro.
Look at this daily on SPRU. Like, what? I looked at this.
Oh, that's the daily?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Oh, okay, we might have to punch into that. That's a monster.
Yeah, right at the highs. Yeah, let's
right?
get it.
Well, you could have said that same thing. Look at the breakout in. No, on the left. Look at that.
Here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that's disastrous. I'd feel more comfortable punching in at the break of this, so around 28, and then you get on that big time move to the top side.
Fair.
So
Okay.
there it is. Come on, LP TX, open up so we can get a little bit of price action, action jack here. And then now we're going to put in a new high. I should have hit that reload on this because this might be an all-day trender as we're up to 40. That's crazy in this small cap world. $4.65 is roughly the high of the day, and we like that one. Netflix is going, apparently says trends. Woodbridge. Okay, where are you from? Let's take a look at NF. When is the split? Is it the 14th or the 16th or something like along those lines?
We got 5 seconds for LPTX,
Boom,
guys.
there it goes.
Let's see.
New high there on Netflix going APA.
Boom. Boom. We got the top wick fill, Joey. There. So we got, what do we get? We got 69. You know where I'm going to be posting. All right, we're still holding here, Joey. What do we got on? We got 08s. We just got 69. Let's ride 73, 74. HOD right now is 79 on the dot. What a gap up that was there. Let's see if the gap fills. So the halt level prior, keep this in mind, 143, okay? 143 was the halt level on LPTX. The reason I say that is I often perceive these areas of support and resistance. Here we go. We're taking out highs, Joey. Wow. We're going to now go. We're going to wait at 195. We're going to look to front run that $2 area. Let's see if it works its way up at $2. This is a monster move. So anyway, what I was trying to say before this thing popped up, halt levels. Basically areas where stocks halted can sometimes act as intraday areas of support and resistance. So what you see is once something halts, say at $1.50, then it opens at $1.75. So there's a 25 penny gap, right? What you'll see is sometimes quick price action that dips right back in the 50 area only to be immediately bought up and then goes along its merry way to the high side. So if that is going to be the case, it probably behooves you to know what the levels are so you orders there to catch that money fill. Here we go again, Joey. It is now 185 high. Wow. We're going to halt here at 185 on LPTX. If we get a couple seconds like this, 3, 2, 1.
No. It doesn't show you. There it is.
We are halted again to the upside on LPTX. Wow. It is a 184 halt. The exact time. 12:22:17. The earliest will be open 12:27:17. But as we saw last time, it was a 10-minute halt. So let's see what we get around this time, Joe.
All right. Stuff. Yeah, boom is right, says Farm Boy Trader. Come on, break down Bitcoin, man, just a little bit. But other than that, guys, I think there's going to be a good reload opportunity. SPRU. If it gives up $4.50, now I got to get used to saying these numbers at drastically lower prices, and we head into this area and we start to turn around. I'm going to and maybe we'll put a little bit of shares on, but we'll see on that one. I'm kind of jealous of this LPTX trade because I was looking to get involved with it trade, and then boom, we're multiple halts to the top side. That's fun. I don't remember I don't think I've ever been stuck in a halt or anything like that. I don't. Just trying to think. Here, most definitely I haven't. And at home, I don't think I have either, to be honest with you, when I used to trade from there. So, that would be a pretty cool. Or maybe I have. I just can't remember. Let's join NFLX. No, I honestly, I can't. The risk does not allow me to hop in.
Joey, can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
There's a rampage right now happening on QA. This is taking out VWAP, and it is rocketing up. Joey, look at this, 144 print, 152. This looks quite aggressive. QH It's up 71%. Be on the lookout, though. The reason I say that, take a gander at that 1105 candle area high, right? Then look at the two subsequent candles behind it. 1115, 1120, lower high. Then take a look at this candle that we just popped off again. 44, another lower high. Be on the lookout for that. If we take out 148, that changes the trend. Then the lower high situation that we were involved in on QH may come. Be on the lookout here for a 144, 145 rejection. I'd be looking for a 147 breakout trade. That's how I'd look at it. QH rocketing up. Welcome back, Katina, man.
We're in some QH here, baby. Let's go.
All right, I wish you all the best there, Joey.
Man,
Get it, baby.
If we can get a break of that high. If not, we're going to hop out a little bit prematurely. There it goes. SPRU, Sharif, on that reload as we're heading towards the high of the day. Is this going to be the move? I'm sorry, I'll get right to it, brother. We got a lot going on here, trading all these small caps, man. This is insane in the old membrane there. So I got so many tabs open. I got a lot going on here, but I promise you, I will get it done. And here it is. No.
Where did you find it?
All right, I'm ready. Let's. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what's keeping so many traders on the sideline. But changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on truly what matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of it. And then no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off.
Joey, I need to mention
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Shout out to Grant Ratcliffe. Great call. Brother, you called this out earlier, but, things are crazy right now, so I was unable to get to it, but I did. I love it. Look at CMBM rocket up here, baby. Breaking trend with the lower highs, and then you've got an unabated to the quarterback. Big green candle. Big green candle. What do you want, Ram? What's going on? Rivian? Hold on. You have CMBM? Mm-hmm. Why do you have CMBM?
Hey, man.
Cambium Network Corporation, provider of wireless networking infrastructure. Ram, how did you even see this? It's an $81 million market cap. Are you actually, you're messing with me, aren't you? She's long.
No, she's not lying. She's not lying.
Ram, it's almost at $3. $294. This thing's rocketing up right now. Ram's
Are you rich yet? Are you rich yet, Remy?
over here, bro.
How many you have? Ooh.
All right, Joey. Did LPT anyway? C is about to hit 299. That's the high of the day right now. Great call by Grant Ratcliffe. We're gonna have to load up CMBM on a trading screen over here, but we need to quickly go back LPTX because the halt. We're still involved in it. It should be opening up at 27.17. Let's see exactly what time it is. It is 26.52. So we're going to wait over here for about another 20 seconds or so. The top right now on LPT exactly where we halted. So this is neither higher nor lower. I have 95 order there waiting to get filled. The reason I put it at 95, I'm trying to front run the psychological resistance at 2. That's my thinking. We got 2 more seconds here if it's going to be 10. There it is. Joey, we're going to take it out there, and we caught it before it halted. Halt down.
Wow.
Here it comes. 170 halt parameter showing up right now. So I got out on that one. We flattened out. Let's see if this one actually halts here, Joey. We're going to need a few more seconds. And there's the gray out. It is now halted down. So I got out of that. Let's see if we can get some here. I want to say at 140. Remember we talked about that 143 area?
We did.
Because that 143 area is the previous area that it halted on the upside. So we talked about intraday support and resistance, sometimes overlapping with these halt bands. So let's see what happens there. LPTX halted to the downside, 170.
Oh, we got a coin right here. Is this a shekel? Or let's
I got shekels in my bag.
Yeah, we got. All right, let's see. Heads or tails. If we get SP to break this consolidation.
It didn't flip that much.
That's all right, man. We're not worried about it. The coin only can tell you so much. Remember what Two-Face had, the double-sided coin, so you better have picked the right one. And the exact same from Buddy with No Country from Old Men. If you got it wrong, you know what's happening next. So we're not going to go down that road. But here it is, guys. Let's see if we can get this consolidation phase to hold up at $4. 55 cents and then break through that $4.65 level. And then, I mean, in the best worlds, we get that halt up. But I mean, it's been on a monster. As you got to take into consideration from what we got going on from a daily. If it continues to grind, I'm so new to this world that I have no idea how they usually tend to run. But if I'm looking at this from any form of your tech stock or anything along those lines, I would suspect that, hey, things will eventually start to cool down. That's why at 40.50, we're going to just hop out of that trade. I'm still sitting in this QH $1.34. I like the chances of it continuing. Just going by what we normally do, volume uptick, right? And then now this selling pressure is starting to be relatively cool. So our chance of continuation in the trend, I like it. It's up substantially on the day here. At that high, you get 62%. What's it up now? 63%. So we're not going to complain whatsoever about that, Shreve.
Pathik wants me to look at Open Door. Let's take a quick look at Open. I'm obviously looking at execution on CMBM, given the chart pattern and the strength on this one. It's at $3 exactly. That's the high of the day. I'd like to see this come back in to possibly 75, 80. That's where I see price action support, previously resistance. I also like the 71 penny area because that's the 10 EMA on the 5 at the moment. Take a quick look at Open Door. So this was really interesting yesterday. The volume at the open, I was expecting it to be more because Najatian said him and his family would be putting market on open orders to the tune of $1 million at the open. So I thought, this one might have a good day, and it did, Joey. It had some higher highs there. Sorry, higher lows. It was a bit of an upward channel yesterday on Open Door. Bad look. Not a bad look at all. Today, it feels much of the same. In the sense that it feels more upward channel-ish than breakout-ish, or, and the reason because you're able to connect these area highs and area lows quite easily, I should say. So it does feel like another upward channel. So if I had, in my head, Sharif, you have to trade Open Door, I'd be looking at the range trade first and foremost. If it ends up manifesting into a breakout trade, so be it. But now I'd like it off 860, 865. It does show me, though, at least on the 5-minute chart, Open Door, that it's got 4 candles with support at the 10 EMA. That's the good news for the longs. What's the bad news? It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles with lower highs. So this could be a bull flag. We'll see if it ends up manifesting into one, but I would personally trade it as a range until it's not, and then, I can make the decision from there, okay? So Open Door, I'm going to put it on my side chart here. Who's breaking down? BBAI is below VWAP, so we're going to flip from BBAI to Open, and we'll update the side chart as well so that we can keep a good eye here on Open Door. Right? CMBM, oh my goodness, this thing's going to take out $3. This is all gas right now on CMBM. I was waiting for a bigger dip. I don't know if we're going to get it, though. All right, we're right back at 99s. We're knocking the door of 3s. We're up 33%. The strength is there. I don't know how to enter this trade. Okay? I don't enter the trade until between, I want to say, 85 to 70. That's my buy zone. CMBM. If it doesn't come in, I'll have to wait for it to get above 3 and then hold 3 for me to weasel in. And there is 3 again, Joe. There is not too much size posted on the gateway, but it's always, with these small caps, what we can't see rather than what we can see gets us into some trouble. I'm trying to infer, of course, the iceberg orders or hidden sellers, as we call them, on the small caps. So that's a look there. We're still involved in that. We've got 17s. It's showing me 60s. Best print of the day. We've got 5s. And we've got another area of consolidation holding up at the $0.50. So, Joey, I got this one wrong. I was waiting for 40 penny retracement. What it ended up giving us was 50. Ooh. So we didn't get the reload on SPRU as a result of having the right level. LPTX is open. It just dropped down into 50. It caught a bit of a buy. Let's see. Current candle high is 70. Let's see if it's able above 70. LPTX up 265%. A 20 penny range on the prior 1-minute candle. And we're basically right now, the median at 160. 50 low, 70 high on prior 1 minute. Let's see if it can get above 70. We'll give this one a good look. Joey, what do you got?
Excuse me, I was just in. Oh, okay, yeah, nice little look there on LPTX. SPRU is still hovering around, forming this. I got out at the break of this support level at 455 when we said we would, and now it's just kind of grinding, but still forming some lower highs. So essentially what I did is I was looking for the break of this pivot here on QH, didn't get it, it started to sell aggressively. So we just hopped out of that one there, small potatoes, small potatoes. To take a Netflix trade with you, but unfortunately the risk parameters do not allow me to do so. IBIT, what does that do? Is that thing curling off the lows? Yeah, I mean a lot of names are starting to curl over, guys, so you got to take that into consideration. I'll just hop out of this IBIT trade momentarily. I don't have any shares on whatsoever, so I'm okay with that. But a nice curl over back in META off the bottom. Sometimes it's hard to have those V-shaped reversals, but if you're patient enough and yourself multiple attempts, then sure enough, you're going to see a lot of indecision prints right at those lows that give you a nice level to. And if you're playing the break of this candle to the high side, you're just risking the low of the day. You get that retracement, and then you establish a new higher low right there. And then sure enough, you're up $5, $6 from that specific level. So hopefully some people have the ability to take advantage of that and see what they got going on. I'm at a QH. I'm waiting for Sharif to give me that next small cap name that's going to be trading to the top side. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that. Once again, Ethereum taking it a little bit tougher, I believe, than what is up to here on the session. So continuous bleeding, but now starting to form that base. Same thing goes, guys. You might be able to base a trade off of the base of these names. So at the end of the day, pack your patience, give yourself those pristine opportunities, and sometimes it takes more than one attempt to get involved.
Oh, about it, Joey. Yeah, that's sound advice right there. Guys, I'm continuing to watch here, see LPTX. I want to get back in, but I don't like what I'm seeing right now. So we'll pack our patience. CMBM in. I mean, give me a break, dude. Like, I threw the order out at 85s. It bottoms out at 86s, and now it's moving back up into 3. And this current 5-minute bar has a higher low. And here we go again. It's moving into $3. So I'm trying to work into CMBM. I won't punch in at highs until it decisively takes out 3. If it doesn't, I'm going to be looking to my levels. As I mentioned, I'm looking from 85 to 75. That's the zone, if you want to call it that, there. And the reason I say that is because what it did with a previous area of resistance. You know, there was a bit of a resistance range, if we can call it that. I happen to really like how CMBM is trading, at least for the moment. Maybe that ends up biting me in the rear end. The reason I say that, though, number one, there hasn't been too much in the way of bamboozlement. We always know that that's a possibility with these small cap gappers. But in addition to that, it's got a 1 penny spread, despite the fact it's only done 5.9 million shares on the day. So it's quite, decently, if I could say that. CMBM, the one I'm talking about. Okay, we got another one over here. One, it's not novel. It's one that we mentioned earlier, QH. And this one tried to break trend. Remember, we talked about watch out for the lower highs. This is what I was talking about over here. 1105 high, that's 152. Double top at 1115, 1120 into 46 or 47. That's another lower high. Then take a gander at what we did at 1220. Yet lower high at 44. So what I meant was let the lower high trend break and then take the higher or the break of that lower high or higher. Yeah, lower high, excuse me. So what I'm seeing right now is, yes, it did reject and yet another lower high, but most notably now coming into VWAP and looking like it might want to hold up here, something it didn't do, obviously, when it lost it at 1130. So if we get above 145, I think I'm a buyer here because that would break a lower high trend. Remember that 144? That's an area high. We drop back down to 27. We take out 44 vis-a-vis a 45 print. That gets me involved. So we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Quickly back here to QH or CMBM. Sorry, I'm trying to look at CMBM. Yeah, we didn't get the ad there. We didn't get anything on CMBM. It's bull flagging with resistance at 3, and it looks like generally support at 85, Joey.
All right, cool, good stuff. I'm taking attempt number 2 on QH. If we can get involved. Once again, bounces off VWAP. I know what you're talking about, drop system. So this is our chance. If it is going to break through this high, this is going to be the move. We want to see that volume pick up. Now that I'm looking at it, not too good, but hey, anything can happen with some of these names. You get to step in, and then next thing you know, you're skyrocketing to the top side. But this is still holding up at $4.55. Who knows what's going to happen? We may get that bull flag type price and then that additional leg higher. But there you go. The overall market's starting to get a little bit of a bounce back here, guys. at the TQs and see what they're up to. There goes SPRU back up there. Wow, good stuff. But here it is, guys. Look how close VWAP is hugging price here. So let's take a look at some of the reactions on those 5-minute prints around this neck of the woods to see if we see anything. Hey, we're going to head a little bit lower or we're not. So that's the game plan on that one. QH now printing a little bit here, Sharif, as it's climbing slightly higher. We like that break through that level at $1.45, and we're off to the races on this.
All right, man. Yeah, I'm watching that with you, Joey. QH is certainly of interest to me.
Oh, there it goes.
Watch out for that 45 break now, Joey. We need that 45 break now. We got to get newer highs here. That's a great breakout. Good trade, Joe. Good right trade, Joe. All right, let's watch H. All gas, no break, 71% in Greensville. Far outdoing its sister there on the side, CMBM, which is only up 1%. So QH looking awfully strong, awfully volatile, a little above VWAP, a bit below. We'll have to see which way this one ends up going. I'm still holding SPRU here. As Joey correctly mentioned, SPRU, in my humble submission, is putting in yet another bull pennant. And the reason I say pennant, not flag, is because we have higher lows and lower highs. So we have that compression pattern, that equilateral triangle to the side. Let's see if we can get a print above 67.
Just like that, it flushes right down.
Well, it's a volatile little, you know what.
Yeah.
CMBM, Joey, at $3. This is the high of the day here on CMBM. The seller trying to poop on everybody's party. There goes 3. It is now 303 high. There goes CMBM. Good look there. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is $2. AMD. Hold on. You got out of the trade? Oh, you got back in. The Katina Man is back in that AMD trade. He had a 10-banger in the morning. Now he's got another 2-banger. So keep on the Katina Man's levels. He's often putting them in the chat. And if you want to see what he's trading anew when he's not on, often putting that in the chat as well. So you got to be in the chat in order to see the Katina Man's levels. Right? So that's another incentive there for everybody in the chat. Now, Joey, you know what we didn't do?
What's that?
We didn't tell everybody to vote.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like I'm not doing my job over here.
I know what I'm voting for.
Let's see what we got over here. We got the big barred one. The big barred one is leading the way. It's got 141 votes. Open door with a healthy 125, and that hot garbage meta, of which I'm substantially out of the money right now. 87, I don't care. 87 votes there. So guys, please get into the chat and vote for your favorite stocks every day. It is dealer's choice here. You want SPY, big spile. You want a T triple Qs. You like the buried one. How about the Cybertruck? How about Oclo? You like nuclear energy? Throw it in there.
How about SPRU? Why you guys put it to my T? Because I'm fiddling it. Go back there. This is my favorite. Yeah. Look, see, I'm all about the English breakfast tea right there. Yeah.
I like English breakfast. I like Earl Grey as well. Earl Grey is good. I like chai. There's a cinnamon chai. Have you ever tried that cinnamon chai?
No, I never had this. Man, there used to be a peach one in there that I used to.
Peach chai. Yeah.
Peach tea. You don't like peach tea?
I like peaches.
Peaches, but you don't like the tea. You don't like it in tea form.
I can't say I don't like it, Joey, because I've never tried.
Oh, you never had it?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you.
There goes QH.
Boom.
What is this?
I don't like it when you're in my Ram. No. Tell Assassino to come back.
Hold on.
Oh.
Dang, there goes.
Yes, because we know Ram. We're the production team.
Like, yeah,
Ram.
We should have posted. We reposted. No, we gotta repeat that.
She doesn't want me to say it. Yeah. I told you we live in fear of her, right?
Yeah.
She controls everything. She wants to put you in a bad, unflattering angle. She can do it.
Barks.
She wants to edit the video on TikTok or.
Starting to get more upgrades there, Sharif.
It's looking real good.
Google
Joey.
there, and then we got the options thing over there that that our guy Fabian put together. Amazon and TQs. Yeah, I mean, let's rock and roll there. Can we get a ha-ha? Absolutely. Ha-ha-ha. You don't have to ask me twice about that one.
Yeah, we still need to get Rizbot's laugh.
Rizbot. Shout out to Rizbot. But no, there it goes, guys. 145, it did break out. That might be the end of that trade, to be honest with you. Consider how aggressive it is. It is selling. Boom, and there it is. Look at this tape here. Lots of blood red, so not too good for, I mean, it's in the streets already there on today's session, Sharif. So just keep an eye out on potential fades and the continuation in the weakness. But other than that, next time into 145. If we have the ability to even catch that level, we're going to piece it out, brother.
Shout out to Darwin's always making me chuckle, bro.
With Darwin,
He's got the dry of humor. He's so sarcastic, but that's right down my alley. So shout out to the OG. Joey.
Sir.
We got into CMBM. Now we're starting off real small over here because we're punching in at an, we're punching in at not the greatest level. We have not cleared 3 decisively, and we have not triggered any of my orders at 85, 80, and 75. So I punched at 91.
Okay.
And I punched small because I want DCAs at more opportune levels. Let's see if they come in. 88 showing up again. Generally, we are getting an 85 area of support, but we are not printing my because we are not crossing on the ask into 85. So we'll have to pack the patience and wait to see what we get prints to the high side or whether we can get some dollar cost averages at some good prices there. At the Hangry Wife, I know you've been a member for a long time, but thank you for joining. You're now a premium sub. Oh. And as a result, you can get my morning note every day. Obviously, I didn't do it today because I had the dentist, but I will do it bright and early tomorrow. And here is where you can get it. Let me allow to switch in other account so I can show you guys exactly where. So you just show up to the homepage for our YouTube. You click posts right there. Simple, mosey on down, and this is yesterday's right there with the very intelligent Dr. Lisa. And Katina Man probably, she's in his good books today because, well, AMD's up 8.69 and the Katina Man was printing on that AMD. But you click that read more, you click the link right there, Google Drive, and the more comes up, it comes with the following. You get 3 areas of technical support, 3 areas of technical resistance. You'll get the key event overview. You'll get more explanations as to why this is important, all the different segments, all the different parts of the story. And then at the end, you get the trader takeaway, an explanation as to what to look for, both from an intraday sense, a swing, and also for longer term investing. Make sure to get that if you're a premium sub every day. And it's only $4.99 a month to get that. We're going to Adara.
Yeah, I have to talk here about some comments made by Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, one of the senior, or he is the senior economic advisor here for the White House. He's also heavily considered to be one of the front runners for the Fed chair position. He is saying that the Fed is unlikely to cut by 50 basis points and that the inflation momentum is pretty directional. He said inflation, quote, the way where it needs to be, which is maybe one of the more, I would say, hawkish things that we've heard from this White House. But either way, here, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett saying that cutting rates makes sense, probably not going to do 50 basis point cuts. Inflation isn't in the right place necessarily. But I do have to talk to Myron, who is surprising no one by saying, quote, Fed policy is too restrictive. So as we get actually a little bit more neutral comments from Kevin Hassett, we have more intense comments coming from Myron, though Hassett also does agree with Trump, and that rate should be a bit lower. So again, Hassett talking, Myron talking at 1 p.m., so in around 14 minutes. We'll have Caroline Leavitt talking, who is, of course, the White House press secretary. We're also going to get a 10-year note auction. So talk about here as we send you back to the guys.
From an intraday standpoint, Mopar for life. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Ron Miller.
You know what Mopar is, right? Isn't it the aftermarket brand for Chrysler? Like
I thought it was something car related.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like it's like I think for Chrysler, Dodge, Plymouth, all that whole
honestly,
Jeep, maybe too.
I was thinking for tires or something like that.
It's everything.
Yeah,
I think they may make tires as well.
Okay.
Dodge, Michael.
Dodge, Jeep, everything. Chrysler. All right.
It's a genuine brand, not aftermarket says busted. My bad.
Okay, my bad. Yeah. We can't get it all right. MBIS. Do we think we bottom from an intraday standpoint? Possibly. You just want to keep an eye on the volume. You can see how it's relatively light. But if you continuously grind, just go with the flow, man. Especially if you have those indecision print on the lows, some volume from a daily standpoint. I think it's really key to know where you are sitting. So how deep is this pullback going to be, considering you are heading a key specific support level and you've breached it now? So can you get a rebound? I don't know. Be patient on that one, but just go with the flow. If there is a bottom, market seems that it wants to recover as AMD is starting to break 257, heading towards some support levels. You can see that we had this trend line drawn out, so now it's just forming consistent lower highs there.
Joey, look at this. Look at on SPRU. Look where I had my order. Look where that came in.
Oh,
that's frustrating. That's my mistake. I usually front run the sides.
Run it.
Right? Like I'll 2-3 pennies.
Yeah.
Because of this exact problem. I love the 40 level on SPRU. It comes right in, well, 41, okay. 41, and I don't get the print. So that's no longer valid to me. So we're taking that off. That's frustrating. I had the right idea, poor execution. I should have been putting it in the mid 40s, 42, 43. 1 or 2 pennies. Why would I do that? So won't be doing that again. LPTX is going to halt here. It's going to halt to the upside again.
No.
75s now showing up on LPTX. I just saw it on my side chart. Let's see if the halt perimeter triggers. We are now halted to the upside again. LPTX and to the penny, Joseph. We are up 300%, 0.00. Halt time 12:48:53. Earliest we will be open 12:53:53. I like that. 12:53:53. That's the earliest open time for LPTX. What comes of it? Okay, I complained about SPRU not coming into my level. Here it is again. Let's get in a little here. Do we get? We didn't get it. We didn't get it. It's not letting me. There we go. Now we got it. All right. So what's the move? You're going to give it to 40? The answer to that is no. That's just like putting my stop right below VWAP. I'm asking to get stop hunted. So I'm not doing that. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, but we are also going to put some profit take, get a nice price spike up, and it moseys on its way back to 467, which is the current high of day. We'll talk more about this when we get back from Adair.
We have to talk here about Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, the White House economic advisor. And actually, he just addressed with regards to the Fed chair, like, would you take the position? He said if Trump asks him, he will take the Fed chair position. He does agree with Trump's that rates can be lower, and he actually says that if he is on the Federal Reserve and if he leaves the Federal Reserve, he is more likely than Powell to cut rates. So, sorry, not Fed's Hassett, not yet. White House economic advisor here, Kevin Hassett, saying if he is Fed chair, that seems like he'll be pretty dovish here. So really interesting stuff from Kevin Hassett. Be aware, he still is speaking. Back to you.
Wait, what are you looking at?
Yeah. I got out of QH here as it's breaking down in potential double top here on the 5-minute, guys. So take that into consideration, in which I did. Now it's heading lower. Regardless of what it does, I think 45 was definitely the out on that, but we didn't catch that 10 cents onto that side. Just small potatoes, we're not worried about it. What is Netflix been up to? I know a lot of people talking about that one, Sharif. NFLX, is it continuing to grind higher? Yes, it is. Up 1.5 on the day. Wow. Is it the 14th that they split or the
I don't know, bro.
Someday, yeah, we'll figure that one out. I heard Neil just say it or something like November 17th. Okay, so this.
I know shareholders of record.
So Monday.
Like a different
okay, so Monday. So that's going to be coming into play. I know a lot of hands. Just be careful because I remember the last time that NVDA split, it was choppy for quite some days. A lot of exchanging, people locking in some profits. They're like, oh, why do I have so many shares now? So a lot of changing of the hands on that front. I'm going to be patient before I get involved in Netflix, but I think you have to at the end of the day, especially if it's going to be 100 stock. I love it at that price without any question. And now the next one is, when is Netflix going to, Costco going to split? When is Facebook, which it never has ever, Meta? I don't know. Meta has never split before. I think it needs to get to $1,000 before it does.
Yeah, well, I don't understand like why he doesn't want to split. I get it doesn't make much of a difference. A lot of people can own fractional, but it does make a difference for employees who are doing defined contracts or that are buying stocks. I don't know if they can get from the company. Can get fractional from the broker. We know that. That's not a secret anymore. I'd love to know this in the chat, guys.
Just round it up. Just round it?
No, but like from a technical sense, because I've never participated. I've never worked at a public company, so I've never had shares given to me. Anybody in the chat, do you guys know if you work for a corporation and they allow you to buy shares, do they allow you to buy fractional shares? So you want to contribute about $500 a month, that's your defined contribution to buy shares in the company. Do they allow you to buy like 10.3 shares or let me know, guys, if yes, they do.
Yes.
They do not, says Jason. Fraction allowed. So we're getting most people saying yes, some people saying no. Yes and yes. Okay, so mostly yeses here. Yes, they allow fractional. Great, good to know, man. No, then the others saying no as well. So I think we've got some different opinions there. We can ask what's it called?
Rusty Dutch.
Thank you very much, Rusty, for sending 5 Trader TV Live memberships to everybody. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you. And now the new premium members can get my morning note every morning. Make sure to check out the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. Just click that posts, and then it's all on the bottom there. It's released bright and early every morning, typically by like 8:10, 8:15 at the latest. So you'll have it for the morning bell, Joey. Couple MBM, we've worked our way into that, and we've taken some profits there. Looking for another move back into 3. Let's see what we get on that. Separately, we did add into our SPRU trade that 40 penny area. One quick beak wetter there. Nothing doing though, because we really haven't rocketed back up. Things are starting to slow down on the market. Not unusual as we get into 1 o'clock. So I didn't make my morning note, as I mentioned this morning, because I was but Adara, of course, prepares the watch list every morning, so we're going to be using that to go through the news. She's going to be leading that today, so Joseph and I are going to be commenting as Adara leads the segment. We'll start that in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, fire it up at any given moment, man. We're ready to rock and roll without any form of questioning. There it goes. NASDAQ and company, SPY as well too. TQ's rejecting the volume-weighted average price, slowly starting to curl over. For this touch of this, but I mean, at this point today, guys, anything can happen. Maybe some sideways price action. There's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, yesterday was a little bit of a tougher session for the kid as well too. So again, things, you get hot some days, some other days, and it's just really, really important to just mitigate the downside and try to minimize what's going on. Again, if you're swing trading or anything along those lines, you have substantial. LPTX is still going.
It's at the high of the day. It's going to halt here we go.
Are you in it again?
No, bro. No. We're halted, Joseph, at $1.95. That is to the T. High of the day. This one is on something right now. It's on that stuff. 345%, 45% higher than when we last reported to you, because we were halted at 300% on the. This one is awfully strong. It didn't even give up the 10 EMA. Even when it halted down, it didn't break down below. So what a rocket ship this is. Keep your eye on that, guys. I'm going to keep my eye on it, certainly. We're taking prints here on CMBM. There's the other beak wetter into 93s. There's 94s now. I'm waiting next at 97s. Let's see if we can work our way up into 3. It's a 303 high, but I'll say to you that the real level of resistance is that $3. No candle has closed above $3 on the day, at least on the 5-minute chart. We just got a quick wick into 303, and then it was a drop down into a key area of tech for Joey. So definitely going to keep my eye out on this one. Looking for continuation here on CMBM, but we got to, let's give this one its roses, man. LPTX, yeah, we had a great trade on it, whatever, but we got to get back in because it's not done yet. It's done a little more, Joey, than 500 million shares. 541 million. I want to see how many times float rotation that is. LPTX.
Keep rotating, man. We got Mike Peter Ryder, who's in at 180, he said. 180. Caught
He's
in that
printed
halt
15
up.
pennies in the money, my guy. Get it, Mike. Joey, this is a 49.9 million share. We've done 541.6 million shares.
One more time. How many?
49.9 million.
And we've done 500 million.
Yeah, more. 541.6. Are you good at math? I'm not.
That's like 10 times, isn't it?
Yeah, just thereabouts. Yeah, thereabouts.
We're getting there. I mean, I'm not quick. Hopefully, I'm right on that one. Joey maths. That's for sure. Quick maths. No. Maybe SPRU can get rolling again, man. I'm small cap all day today, every day. Looking at CMBM as well, too. I don't know why I got Netflix up on the old screen ski, but we're still sitting in this IBIT short against small size. At this, right? If we get any chance of a new low of the day, we're getting involved in this one. Whoever's been involved with Netflix on today's session. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wow. Okay. Let me see. If this is a genuine print, this is insane. Let's get over to the daily and see what we got going on.
On flakes?
Yeah, on the flakes here, man. Netflix and there. So there it goes, heading right towards that gap. Not too bad. This isn't something that I want to look out for, but you're starting to see buying pressure step in, and then you get that nice curl over. If I could get my trusty tool over here, the one that works and I know what I'm doing with it, it's the curve, Sharif, and there it is. Look at this curvature right here on NFLX. That's what you want to see, a nice smiley to climb higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green days in a row, and that's exactly what we want to see. Mike Peter Ryder, what's the tap on LPTX? Well, we're going to find out for you right now, even though you didn't even ask. I'm just going to let you know, just in case you were curious, $1.80. 80. You're in at 85s, you said. So that sucks, but that's all right. You'll get it back there, brother, as it's starting to come in a little bit.
All right, man.
I want an espresso.
You're going to get an espresso?
I think so, yeah.
No, I saw you on the espresso.
I was geared up, eh? Oh, yeah, it's
you got
bad,
the jitters.
man.
Yes, he's super sensitive to caffeine. I'm opposite. You got to see the coffees that I make, man. They're deadly. I call them crack in a cup, baby. And the reason is...
Bro, one time I had 2 in a row, and I don't know what. I was literally on the... Oh, you messed up, brother. I was so messed up. I'm like, what is this stuff, man?
No, the thing is, so we have a coffee maker, obviously, a really good coffee maker back there, and you can control how much liquid you put. So what I do is I make 3 small coffees, each 120 to 125, and then the other one I make 105, and I put the full blast.
You put it at maximum strength,
max strength, Joey. So we have like 3 technically cups of coffee, but with lower liquids.
Man.
So that, you know, we can get that vibe.
You don't feel any type of way after? You don't feel type
Man,
of way?
with the mustache you are growing, I'm not, man. I'm not. Stop making. I'm fine.
What do you mean? You got the muscles are growing, maybe. Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, we seshed pretty good this morning. Did kettlebell swings.
Bang.
Supersetted with kettlebell oblique. Then went right into kettlebell Arnold's.
Yeah.
Have you ever done kettlebell Arnold's? So
right?
Arnold's,
Yeah.
and then you're doing shoulder press, but you're rotating inward.
The Arnold's, okay.
Yeah, and then super kettlebell upright rows, so it's kind of an upper body, but we smashed lower body yesterday, so I was like, I'm not doing any more lower body.
Yeah, man, rocking shoulders as soon as I get out of this joint.
Yeah, 100%. David, shout out to my man David. Dave's play O'Day. I like that. Palantir eyes, 180 test, 369. Dang. Hertz, you HTZ he's talking about. Skeet, skeet. Quantum lovers, this guy, bro. This is fantastic. This is like one of the best written super chats ever. Shout out to David. David, how do I say your last name, brother? Are you able to just tag myself or and give us like a sound out of how to say it? Treziak? Treziak? I don't know how to say it. Just tag me, David, so we can kind of see that. And
you play hockey, David?
Why?
I don't know.
Is there
felt like
an individual there
that
has the same last name?
I don't know, man.
Treziak. Treziak. Shout out. Thank you.
Treziak. All right.
All right. It's 1 o'clock, Joey.
Okay. Is Adara ready to rock and roll?
She's always ready, bro.
She's always ready.
All right, Adara, start us off.
So I'm just going to preface this with kind of a slow news day. Let's be really honest. There are some earnings, and there is today's top story in the watch list, AMD. Other than that, it's a bit lighter. We'll start off here with AMD Advanced Micro Devices. This thing made a not-so-micro move, and it had to do with their financial analyst data. I watched this whole thing. It was actually quite long. They had a cocktail reception afterwards, and they also had a little intermission at one point. So long story short, they said a lot, as you can imagine, for the length of that event. A lot was said. Lisa Su spoke, of course, the CEO of the company, Dr. Lisa Su, and a lot of projections were made by Lisa Su as well as the company's CFO. They're saying that they expect revenue to grow by 35% per year over the next years. They're attributing that growth to the, quote, insatiable AI chip demand. They also expect double-digit share of the data center AI chip industry over that same period, the next 3 to 5 years. So pretty much all of their projections were for that 3 to 5 year period. I do want to mention as well, one thing that they said that actually caused the stock to drop pretty sharply, at least what it was initially said, was that when I say she, I mean Lisa Su, she now projects that total addressable AI to be well over $1 trillion in the coming years. So massive AI market, potentially that's some bubble concerns, but clearly the market got over it because we rallied at the close yesterday and to open today. It's worth noting as well, we did have the analyst Q&A portion of this event, and a lot of analysts seemed kind of, or at least had some questions about these projections. But what do you guys think?
I don't know, Joey, how are you seeing this? Well, clearly there's no with the price action today that speaks volumes, and you know the market really likes what they see. And this is the second time, might I add, that we've got. Okay, we're going to go back to it.
Sure, guys, we have to talk about BP, British Petroleum here. This one getting a kind of notable spike as we do have a report with regards to their Castrol segment. Apparently, BP in active talks with Stonepeak with regards to the sale of their Castrol. So BP and Castrol sale talks, largest volume candle of the day, even larger than open for British Petroleum. So guys, we're just waiting for Caroline Levitt to take the podium. That is, of course, the White House press secretary. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Just allow me a sec to find my notes again. I don't know. There they are. I just have to make sure this appears.
I'm just going to say one thing. Like, I think the AI data center business will drive expansion with more than 80% annual growth. Love surprise at the end of the day. So come the earnings report, I think it's going to be really important to note. If you miss at this point, it's going to be absolutely disastrous. I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case. But if those numbers come in as projected, watch out for this stock to go absolutely insane because they love forms of surprise.
Clearly. Yeah. I want to mention two things.
Yeah.
One, remember when we got their earnings report?
Yeah.
And it rocketed up. So any news catalyst that's, I want to say, more than mildly AMD, I'm going to be looking for aggressive price moves because that's 2 for 2 now where it's done that, where it had a really good, kind of catalyst, whether it was earnings or whether it was the investor day.
Yeah.
And this thing has outsized days, 10%, high single digits. I'm looking for that from now on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like high double digits with annual growth is insane. So if you fall into like the realm of somehow just like by surprise it comes in at triple digit, like percent, which would I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but I'm going to be looking at this in the early days of what NVDA was like when they were bringing that triple digit growth in like insane, and then also the likes of Robinhood, in which we noticed it as well.
Absolutely, and that's actually like the perfect example. The other thing that I want to talk about is the difference between AMD and NVIDIA.
Yeah.
What we've heard multiple times is kind of very similar to what we heard about some buyers testing Intel's products. We tested it, it's all right, but it's not good enough to leave NVIDIA, right? And that's what we've been
But they got the
hearing.
full stack, though, NVIDIA.
They do. That's not the point. What I'm trying to get to is the MI series, I have no idea if they're good or not. I'm not a tech guy.
Yeah.
But what I can try to glean is what the tech guys are saying about it. And I don't hear the type of hype around AMD's accompanying software for their servers as I hear about CUDA. Okay. I don't even know what their software is called. This is something that we cover almost daily. So I'm a little hesitant to want to, draw the conclusion immediately that the 90% some odd market share, 80%, depending on who you listen to, that NVIDIA is dominating right now, is going to be eaten into by AMD because it has to, because you can't have one company taking out so much market share. It's just not sustainable. Because they're going to eat into profits. But if we see that they're dropping an equivalent or as good of a product, I think this is going to be quite, there's going to be an equilibrium
you're going to see that growth. You're going to see that growth come into the company for sure.
We need to see it from the companies. They got to buy the MI400, right? The MI400 series. We need to see how it performs IRL. And then we need to start seeing feedback. And obviously we see that through the stock price.
Exactly. The reports as well too. I think the earnings report will depict a lot there as well. So yeah, I mean, AMD has been an absolute. What's crazy to think about this name is that, okay, for quite some time it was supposed to be NVDA and AMD, and then AMD fell off a complete cliff for a year and a half, Sharif. And sure enough, from those April lows, it's been one of the best performing tech names in the market.
And you know what it's up year to date?
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
You don't want to know?
130%.
You're pretty close, Joey. 112%.
There you go.
That's a monster. Well, look, I'm not trying to compare it to NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's up 43%. And somebody said something quite interesting in the chat there, Los Polos Hermanos. AMD will double your money, not NVIDIA from here. Look, I don't know if you're accurate on that. Like, I see where you're going with that because I think that is some wisdom to that. But, it's just really going to depend on how they execute. Anyway.
I think execution is huge. I want to just give this individual a shout before we go to the next story there. It's SJD News. I'm watching Joey and Sharif post-surgery. Love you guys. Thanks,
we
man.
love you man. Get better soon, brother.
You woke up, so it seems like it's pretty good, man. I mean, have you been under the knife before?
Have I been under the knife? No, bro.
No, I have one time.
For the knee?
Yeah, that's crazy stuff.
No, man, I never been under the knife, but I don't even, because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, let's leave it. Yeah, let's stop there.
All right, what do we got next, Adair?
Yeah, let's talk here about Circle. So revenue and EPS beats. So these numbers that I have here are slightly different than the ones in the watch list. The ones in the watch list are from, with regards to estimates anyway, the ones in the watch list are from these ones here, these estimates were from Earnings Whispers, just to address that slight discrepancy. Either way, they're pretty close, and we had a double beat. The Circle reported revenue of just under $740 million, well above estimates of around $700 million. EP reporting earnings of 64 cents per share. That's going to be well above estimates of 17 to 18 cents per share. USDC in circulation is now up 108% year over year at a hefty $73.7 billion. Net income up 200% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA up 78% year over year. Now their guidance, if people are wondering why this is down in the day, guidance might be somewhere to look. They did project larger revenue in their quote other revenue segment for fiscal 2025, initially guiding between 75 and 85 mil. Now they're guiding 100 mil, but their adjusted operating expenses guide for the year also increased here from 475 to 90 mil, now all the way up to 495 to 510 million dollars. CRCL thoughts?
Joey,
go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna. I mean, Circle's been pretty good. I mean, I forget what it was, just the numbers in general of what have been transferred over and are in U.S. Treasuries and bills now. It's something ridiculous. I think it's just going to take some time for this name to get rocking and rolling once again. You are headed towards some key support levels. Keep an eye out on that. But the flows heading into actual government funds is insane.
Well, and you got to love the post-IPO growth, too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of money expended, obviously, in the IPO stage to get to market. And obviously, you got to shore up costs a little bit, right? Because you're supposed to be growing when you're a private company. But net income, guys, $214 million. And that may not seem like a big number, but when you look at the percentage year over year increase, 202% bump on that take-home money, not that top line number, right? I don't want to say it's easy to grow that top line number. That would be a stupid thing to say. Obviously, it's very hard, but it's doubly as hard to grow that top line number and to take more money home. So I do like that because there's so much money that you're expending in terms of growth that eats into your margins. That's just like business 101. So I happen to love that. I also love the fact, and you're going to love this, Joey, since you're a crypto guy, USDC in circulation now. How many billions? Take a gander.
Oh, it's in the hundreds of billions.
Well, no. Okay, it's 73.7.
Okay,
it's
okay,
still good.
It was pretty close. I was close.
That's 108% year-over-year increase. The amount of USD circulation, 108% year-over-year increase. Obviously, supported by the stablecoin legislation that we got, and obviously the current administration is very pro-crypto. So that's something that I definitely see. There was an eventuality of what was going to happen. Also, I'm looking at some of the report here. Expenses are rising in tandem with growth, but as I mentioned, that Q3 net income coming at $214 million. That's not that bad. I do like this, obviously. Yeah, that's really all I have to say about that, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, we can move on here. Let's take a look here at IBM. This one trading higher here, unveiling a new experimental quantum chip. This one's called Loon, and it does mark a step towards building quantum computers by the end of the decade. And this is actually going to be a design which integrates qubits and new quantum connections in them, which makes the chips more complex and also potentially more powerful and reliable. And I'm just going to embed the Microsoft here because they're both quantum related, but we'll take a look here at MSFT. Obviously, this stock did not do well, but Microsoft had its own quantum storage just a little bit farther down in the watch list. They announced plans to expand their quantum research operations near Copenhagen, third time's the charm there. So this expansion is going to actually include of their second and largest global quantum lab to advance their development of their Majorana 1 chip. That is the quantum chip there for MSFT. So quantum, IBM, MSFT, thoughts?
Joey.
Go ahead. I'm looking for something, Sharif, numbers and how much actual USDC was in treasury bills and everything. I had an infographic of it, but I can't seem to there. So I was kind of distracted. Go ahead on what you
Yeah, I'm just looking at this Loon chip. Apparently first processor design that demonstrates all the core components needed for what they're calling a fault-tolerant quantum computing. We know with quantum there is constantly the issues of faults, whether because it's not cold enough or whether because things are moving, these qubits are insane. So I've never heard of something called a fault-tolerant quantum computing, but I guess it's an eventuality that the designers are having to deal with. Apparently it's a key milestone and it's scalable for quantum calculation. It integrates as well advanced error correction, partly inspired by signal processing. Talk about like mixing multiple things together. What else is this? 120. So the actual buildup of the computer, 120 qubits linked by 218 gen Tunnable couplers. Oh my God. Okay, I just got to stop reading this because that's just way outside my pay scale, guys. But look, quantum is fantastic. But as we saw with Rigetti's earnings yesterday, a $10 billion market cap, bringing in about I think, if my memory serves me correct, $1 million of revenue on the year. Give them a best case scenario, print $2 million next quarter. That's about $8 million in running revenue or run rate for your revenue per year at a $10 billion valuation. I get the technology is super nascent, Joey, but at some point, do you think that the hype for quantum dies down and these market caps come back to earth, especially if we don't get a breakthrough sooner rather than later?
That's a great question. I think it can go either way, right? Just as you mentioned, it's either you get through or you don't. And if they don't live up to, obviously, the standards in which we're putting these valuations up, then sure enough, you're going to see an aggressive pullback. But as technology advances throughout our time, I think it's a good trade to run at the end of the day. I mean, IBM has been fantastic. Look at this from July of 24. It's just steady up and to the right. We like that. As for all of these other names we know with the IonQs, the QUBTs, the QBTS, it's either you're going to hit or completely miss, and it's not going to be able to live up to those expectations. I'm going to go with it's going to be able to because humans are smart and we're constantly evolving. So,
all right, Adara.
Like that one.
Let's move on to Coinbase. There are a few different stories actually for Coinbase, but we'll just start with the one that is on the watch list. So JP Morgan Chase is now going to be out its JPM coin deposit token. That's going to be specifically for institutional clients, and this is actually enable dollar-based transfers on the Base blockchain from our friends at Coinbase or COIN. That months of trials using MasterCard and others. Basically, the bank, JP Morgan, has also trademarked JPM. And that's for a potential euro-dominated version of this coin. So that signals that JP Morgan wants to continue to move into this digital asset space. Now, it is worth noting this partnership between JPM and Coinbase was already announced, but this is when we actually start to get the rollout. So partnership is not new, actual rollout is. Now, as I mentioned, two other stories to talk about, and I'm going to talk about them both pretty briefly here. One of them is the BVNK acquisition. We know that Coinbase is supposed to make a $2 billion deal with them. Reportedly, that deal has been called off. Second catalyst, or sorry, it's now third catalyst here with COIN. We did have this morning CEO Brian Armstrong apparently saying that, hey, we want to reincorporate in Texas and leave Delaware. So I guess this Delaware exodus we've been hearing about from some businesses looks like Coinbase wants to hop on that train. Thoughts?
I like this. This is really interesting here. So here's what I have to say about it. So institutional clients, you can settle in the US dollar nearly instantly, and it's 24/7. As Adara mentioned, Coinbase's base blockchain platform, like your regular stable coins, it's a regulated digital claim on real bank deposits, meaning that it can be interest bearing. So sometimes they'll take that same money and they'll invest in shorter dated treasuries and they'll throw back to you. You got to like that, especially because it's, well, that's part of the stablecoin legislation, is that all these stablecoins have to be backed by liquid assets, mostly, of course, either cash or U.S. treasuries. Months of successful trials with partners. They're also dealing with MasterCard, apparently, and they're really looking for speed and compliance. It's trading under JPME, apparently. That's the Euro version, says Adara. JPM coin will also be accepted as collateral on Coinbase. Let's see what else is saying over here. It looks like Citigroup, Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, HSBC, all exploring that same thing. So nice by JPM to kind of jump the gun and get ahead of those bad boys. Regulatory framework, as we already talked about, treating these tokenized deposits as traditional deposits and avoiding some of the stricter scrutinies with stablecoins. So not a bad look here, Joey. It looks like it's circumventing the stablecoin legislation, though, because it says U.S. regulatory frameworks currently treat tokenized deposit coins as traditional deposits, thus avoiding some of the stricter scrutiny applied to stablecoins. So by definition, doesn't that circumvent the stablecoin legislation that we got not that long ago?
With the Clarity and the Genius Act and everything. I think this is the start of it all, Sharif, to be honest with you. We know where Jamie Dimon stood at for quite some time in just regard to crypto and Bitcoin, most definitely. But I think this move into, obviously, now they're going to be saving on transactions. You get the quicker settlement data, Sharif mentioned. And look what this stock was doing on today's price transaction. Insane, insane, insane. We know, hey, it's a love and hate relationship with Tom Lee, but he was talking about some of these bank names, most definitely JP Morgan, heading into those growth where they can double and just go through this insane revenue growth. I think that's going to be the case because if they become more efficient, watch out for names like JPM who just gapped up and now trading at $320. I think this is the start of something big for these stable coins.
Let's talk about OKLO. So OKLO, they had their preview from what we were kind of expecting from them. And again, as always, these infographics are at GTV Research. What they did post here was a 12-cent per share loss. They posted a 20-cent per share loss. We were expecting a 12-cent per share loss, or 13, as you can see. So larger than expected loss per share for OKLO. But let's talk about the bigger thing here, because with companies like Oklo, as Sharif was kind of mentioning, for like the Rigettis of the world, these are not going to be known for what they do with regards to like actual numbers. It's going to be what is the science, what are we trying to achieve as of this point in the company. So OKLO actually announcing to that end during their earnings report, they announced this expansion of their collaboration with the operator of the Idaho National Laboratory. So this expanded deal is going to be R&D or research and development focused, specifically with regards to advanced nuclear and materials. Do you think Oklo did okay, guys?
Oklo,
I got some stuff if you want.
All right, go ahead.
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So as Adair mentioned, they lost about 20 pennies per share, 53% wider than analysts were expecting. The company's trying to justify it, saying, look, in order to get all this stuff ready, we had to increase our R&D spend as well as administrative spending, of course, having to bring on new staff for that advanced nuclear push. They also announced an expanded R&D partnership with the operator of Idaho National Laboratory. Obviously, because they're still losing money, they're pre-revenue aiming for commercial power by 2027. So that's not too much of a runway, Joey, especially for nuclear, which we know is super slow. Despite the negative earnings, they apparently finished with robust liquidity. Joey, they got $1.18 billion on the books, and that's not because they're making money. It's because at the money stock issuance, which generated $526 million at one, $400 million earlier in the year in 2025. So they got some cash and they're going to need it, brother, because, you know, that stuff's not cheap.
No, apparently not, man. I mean, as for this, the new wave, right? And you just want to go with the flow and what we're experiencing here. Nuclear energy is going to be absolutely massive. Understand the fact that it's like, hey, yeah, that's not a fun ride to necessarily go on, especially when you trade all the way up to $192 there, Sharif, and then you're down approximately 50% from that level, a little bit less, 80%, or 40%, we'll call it if we can get this going for us, 42 to be exact. So as for Oklo, this same thing here with the quantum names, right? Like you go on these monster runs, you have the fad, the space is in vogue and most definitely trending, but eventually when you go on these parabolic moves, like you got to take into consideration from those April lows, you're at $19, you're up 886%. Unfortunately, you can't just continue on that trajectory and you're going to experience a pretty deep pullback, in which I just mentioned is 42%. So keep an eye on it. I think this trend is going to continue. I like Oklo in the nuclear space.
All right, Adara, how's Alphabet look like?
We kind of transition now into the stories of the day. We'll start here with GOOGL. Now, Google, as I mentioned, actually, intraday did have a catalyst with regards to the EU reportedly considering another investigation into this company, specifically with regards to its news rankings, but that wasn't on the watch list because it happened intraday. So the story on the watch list, Google collaborating here with Turkcell of, you guessed it, Turkey, to help build Turkey's first hyperscale data center, to be a massive cloud infrastructure expansion within the region of Turkey, and this plan actually includes activating at least 3 network clusters by 2029. Now, in addition to this Turkcell news, Google having some issues at home in the US of A. They're being sued in Cali for allegedly activating their Gemini AI across and Meet, but users did not consent to this alleged use of Gemini here. So this lawsuit claiming that Gemini accessed all the attachments that would be, if true, a violation of California's privacy laws.
So here's what my immediate thought is. So we always hear about sovereign AI. Have you been hearing a lot about this?
Sovereign, yeah.
Yeah, because like companies now, like your Googles, your Metas, Amazons, everybody, they all got their own data centers clearly, right? That's not the problem. The problem is government's got to throw their hat into that ring as well. Now you're talking about governments building out their own data centers and having, you know, that kind of scalability that they can to their population. There's just there's so many different things I'm assuming that these governments can do to create efficiencies and reduce internal costs, because government spending is runaway wherever you look at it. North America, Europe.
Do you think they care about?
They better care, because pay for all that, right? So the taxes for me, I mean, imagine being a jurisdiction that's lowering taxes because of efficiencies in AI.
Yeah.
How much capital would that jurisdiction, have flow to it? Money fall of least resistance.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to see whether or not all this capital spending sovereigns on AI ends up leading into some sort of efficiencies that can be passed to the population. I said, maybe
that's a little
way too naive here.
No, I don't think so. But I think it's a little wishful thinking, because they'll just find it, right. Because they'll just find another place to spend it at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's that point.
You know what I mean? They'll just find another. Yeah. They'll do it. It'll be again. A lot of the taxpayers aren't going to agree. So if are going to be efficient, then most definitely we're not going to hear about that whatsoever. But it's just another probe into Google. Do you think Donald Trump would ever intervene and just be like, hey, what are you guys doing? Stop putting these probes into some of our big names, or we're going to slap a tariff?
Yeah, you know what? Turkey, I don't want to throw Turkey. Well, Turkey's not part of the EU, right? So I don't want to blame Turkey for all the investigations by our friends in Europe on American companies. But I do feel the contentious relationship between Turkey and North America and United States generally. Because Turkey always has to play that middle ground. They're in between East and West. They got to please the people in the East and please the people on the West. And they sometimes use that to their advantage. And Erdogan, Tayyip Erdogan is kind of a master at doing that. But we're kind of digressing.
Well, it's because all the North Americans go over there.
What else we got? Let's cover class action lawsuit that Adara was mentioning in California. Separately, Google faces a class action lawsuit in Cali, accused of secretly activating Gemini across Gmail, Chat, and Meet in October 25 without explicit consent. I'm fighting. The complaint alleges Gemini scanned private emails, attachments, and messages violating the California Invasion of Privacy Act, which mandates consent before recording or monitoring confidential communications. The plaintiffs here, Joey, are claiming that Goggles previously offered Gemini as an opt-in assistant, later switching it to default and obscuring the opt-out options when privacy settings, later raising major user autonomy and transparency issues. I got to digress because I'm going to take out my position here on CMBM, Joey. This one blowing through 3. We initially got in at 84. Trade here on CMBM as that decimates the $3 level in the high of the day. We're going to have to pause for a second before we get your opinion. Adira's got news.
To let you guys know, Caroline, White House press secretary, is beginning the press conference. I normally would not interrupt with this, but I have to because apparently she's brought along with her the director of the FBI, specifically to address, for some reason, China and U.S. trade concerns. So again here, China trade talks happening here with Kash Patel saying that President Donald J. Trump has great news. As I get more, but it is worth noting China trade talks being discussed right now by the leader of the FBI and Caroline Leavitt.
So let's keep going over here. I just want to finish. This is some BS over here, Joey. Legal experts warn this case may set a precedent for integration of AI into mainstream communication platforms and could prompt rules on consent, transparency, and corporate accountability in how tech firms deploy AI within user data environments. This is giving me shades of, Meta and Google, obviously, in how they collected to sell it to advertisers. This is kind of the same thing, but with an AI twist.
And no, I get that point, Sharif, but at what point, considering that, are you going to be looking at it in this aspect is we're in this AI race, do you think that care that if their large LLM is collecting emails and everything, so are we going to fall into the realm of over-regulation? I don't know. Obviously, you don't want your email going out to things that but the Chinese don't care about that. They're going to probably collect it at the end of the day, regardless of what happens.
And that video I showed you yesterday of Palmer Luckey talking about Fury. Fury is his unmanned plane. It's supposed to fly with fighters. You guys can Google it. Obviously, Andrew company I'm talking about. And what did he say, Joey? What did he say in that video yesterday? He's like, they, meaning the Chinese, are working in a much more supportive environment where they can get, financial support, support, and the regulator is willing to look the other way on many different things that we won't look the other way on here.
Slip a little something over there.
I don't know if it's that or they just want to advance.
Most definitely
right?
like, all right, here we go, turn a blind eye to it.
All right. Okay. How's Broadcom, Nadira?
Broadcom is so rangy. It's like the rangiest looking chart. But I mean, we can talk about the news here. AVGO trading marginally higher, at least pre-market. Again, right now, super range-bound, unveiling an open and extensible ecosystem for their VMware Cloud Foundation. Now, in case you guys were not aware, they did acquire VMware a little while back. And all of this announcement here is to aim or help customers build and manage private clouds across a variety of infrastructures. The initiative is going to be helping expand hardware and in networking interoperability through programs like these AI ready notes and open network standards. They're also have partners like SMCI, which with the rollout. Not too much here, Joe. I'll be honest. A lot of this rest of this watch list is going to be kind of like this.
Sure, no, we'll take a look at some of the technicals here, Adara. As you mentioned, extremely range-bound, but we can't deny what's been going on from a daily standpoint in this name. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you're almost doubling up right here, more than that, so 151%. Those April lows in which we're going to currently gauge, because that's our Liberation Day, and when Donald Trump told us to buy, you're up 151%, and I don't see this slowing down anytime soon. I mean, we're in talks of like, hey, look at the ground that Broadcom has gained in this race, in this chip race, and everything along the lines compared to what AMD was up to. I like Broadcom a lot, considering it's up 150%, Adara.
Let's move on here to ON. So that's on. And I think certainly if you were along this morning, you were on in terms of being in the money. Terrible pun. I do apologize. Take a look here. Some daily chart where we gapped up and then kind of sold off a little bit. So ON. Let's talk about these report adjusted earnings at 54 cents a share. Sales of 993.036 million. Healthily beating estimates of 20 cents per share. So again, 54 cents versus 20. Sales just over 993 million versus estimates of 939 million. Now they got fiscal 2025 sales of 3.725 billion. That does beat estimates of 3.64 billion. And then, Joe, they made an announcement that I find to be a little interesting as somebody who used to work retail, and I want to know your thoughts on this as well, just as a human. ON is now saying that they're not going to do apparently Black Friday sales. Thoughts?
I mean, that's really key. No Black Friday sales are there. I think we know what that means, right? So they're not going to have that margin compression because when you do have those sales, that's obviously going to hinder it. So I think that's a positive play. We've seen it in the likes of American Eagle when they were putting on their sales. They weren't having those aggressive sales. It was more along the lines like 5% off, 10% off max, not cutting those prices in half, which drastically affect margins. So I think this might be a strategic play from On. No Black Friday sales, no margin compression whatsoever. It might be a good play or a bad play. I think it's going to really determine how sales come in.
All right. And all I know about this company is my mom loves the shoes.
A lot of people love them, man.
Yeah, she likes that and Hoka.
Hoka.
Is that how you say it, Hoka?
I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously my
it's like the red symbol or whatever it is, right?
I don't know, brother. I don't know if it's red or not. Hoka, is that how? Yeah, it's these ones.
Oh, okay. I thought what's the symbol look like there? They're all the black.
Different colors.
Okay, so different.
She loves these, man. She swears up and down by these. With respect to On, I'm just looking here through the note. Sales growth accelerated versus previous years, suggesting stronger than expected market share or product adoption. We kind of know that. Brendo is the one that tells me about these because he's the runner. I don't really know too much about them. So when I hear from him about how good they are, and my mom Dukes as well, that's kind of my information. Anecdotally, of course, earnings and sales beats were cited as key reasons for the stock gapping up, of course, highlighting market sentiment. What else we got here? Full year 2020 sales guidance was raised 3.725 billion, outpacing consensus. Management is confident in continued demand or recovery in its main market. So there's not much bad to say. What's the ticker for this? Is it ON?
ON.
Just ON. Okay, yeah. Let's take a quick look, Joey, at some of the TA on this monster.
But I want to bring something while you pull up the charts there. Adara said, so they're not going to be doing any Black Friday, right?
I heard
so
that,
remember the example in which American Eagle said, hey, when they're doing their discounts, it's not anything like 30 or 40%. It's more or less 7.5%, right? Which
is on the margins.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then within this name, so you see rapid growth within margins. Let's find those numbers. 65.7% increase, and that's 510 basis points year over year. So maybe that's going to help with the margin compression, expansion per se.
Joe, you're about to get very excited once I point out these technical.
Let's see what we got going on.
Take a look at this. I want you to look over here.
I'm looking.
$35 resistance.
Yeah.
$35 resistance.
Yeah.
Clear. $35 support. $35 support.
Yeah.
You see where I'm going? What am I going to say? $35 support. This is clean.
See, my issue is here though is that like with fashion, it's you're hot one day and the next day no one's wearing you. With the exception of Nike.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
But look what we've seen with the stock price in Nike. It was probably the most popular brand on the planet, if not still the most popular brand on the planet. So if a name like Nike starts to perform, what does it say for the lesser version?
That's the thing.
Right?
And that's the thing. Let's ask ourselves, and I don't have the word. Are people buying less athleisure wear or athletic wear?
No,
they're going to say no. Yeah. So then, if Nike's declining, Joey, but people are buying the same or more athleisure, isn't it just funneling into something else?
Same or more? Yeah, possibly. Yeah. But if you're funneling into something else, then I think at some point you're going to see it funnel out of specific names, right? Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I see your point.
Somebody said Lululemon's going to be a nobody in 10 years. Again, that may be a hot take, but I would not be surprised if that was the case.
Yeah, no.
I would not be surprised,
they're hurting
right?
now, bro. They're hurting now.
Like it's with a lot of the names. Like Adidas was extremely hot. Remember? Used to be really hot, I believe, in the early 90s.
Yeah, for sure.
Fell off a cliff for essentially 10, 20 years or whatever it may be. Yeah. And the only time I seen New Balance really start to catch more ground was names like Kawhi Leonard coming back to Toronto, who was sponsored by New Balance. Other than that, if you're nobody, like Gymshark is really, really popular. They don't have any brick or mortar stores or anything along.
Why they maintain margins.
That's why. Yeah. But I would not be surprised if one day they fall off a cliff and you get somebody else to come into play. No, like
your point of being a fashion brands being cyclical, very well 100%. Taken. I gotta agree with you on that. Let's see how it all does. All right, Adara, what's the next one?
Okay, so we're going to combine two stories here because they're about the same thing. Bill Holdings and Clearwater Analytics Holdings. This is BILL. This one here, Reuters reporting that the company is apparently considering a potential sale. They're facing some pressure from an activist investor by the name of Starboard Value. You've likely heard of them because they come up a lot in these activist investor talks. So Starboard holds an 8.5% stake in Bill Holdings, and they want some board changes here with BILL. So Bill, apparently working with some advisors, does believe shares are undervalued. The decisions are still in the early stages. There's no assurance of a deal. And then in case you guys are thinking, well, Clearwater, guessing that's probably similar story to Bill. You got it, guys. It is the exact same type of story, but this time it's Bloomberg reporting that Clearwater is considering a sale. Now, instead of facing activist pressure, they've actually received some takeover interest. They've already hired, much like Bill, some advisors to evaluate their strategic options. BILL, CWAN.
You pretty much covered most of it there. But this is interesting. So 8.5%, that's enough to start moving the needle and, start pushing for changes. Apparently, I don't know if Adira mentioned this because I couldn't hear everything. They've nominated 4 new board directors. They want operational strategic shifts. We know, of course, Starboard has a history of engaging with targets to improve margins and governance. The company obviously is looking to defend its working with advisors, thinks that its shares are undervalued, which could suggest a sale or other strategic alternatives. Yeah, I don't know, Joey. It looks like it's in the early stages. I don't have too much to say about this. Not even a company I really know too much about, to be quite honest with you.
I'm going to fall in that realm as well, too. But we could just take a look at some of the technicals on Clearwater and on Bill as well. BILL, you can see you get this massive gap down. You haven't even quite got close to that level. That's going to be at $67. You want to take a look from what we're experiencing from those highs. You're literally down 50% roughly from those levels. We'll call it 101. You're trading around 40, 51, $52. So a breach of this gap, you're down 50% off of those highs.
It's as for Clearwater, it's ridiculously hot in here, man. Can we open the door or something?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So there it is, a nice downtrend right here, still fully intact, even though you do get the gap up in this. Nice, strong. You want this candle. If it doesn't, then steer clear of that. But I like our chances in Clearwater Analytics holding continuation. I'll keep my eye on that, considering you have that aggressive downtrend break and including a gap up there.
Yeah, let's take a look here at USAR. USAR acquiring a company with possibly one of the most fun names I've ever seen. USAR, of course, USA Rare Earths, acquiring a company called Less Common Metals. So rare earth and less common. I thought that was pretty fun. Now, apparently the UK has said, okay, you guys can acquire less common metals. So this acquisition has been given the all clear. The UK regulator. Deal is likely to close by the end of the year, so that only gives them about a month and a half. But this merger, once completed, is going to be establishing a fully integrated rare earth supply chain, which will support USAR's magnet manufacturing plant in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Roughly 9.2% short float. So USAR plus less common metals. We like?
I really like this, obviously. This is really interesting here. I didn't know that there was the difference between mine to magnet and magnet to magnet. So interesting look there. But this looks like it's going to be a sick pickup, LCM. Significant player apparently in rare earth metals and alloys. Materials used in advanced magnets. We know MPs in there, triple U or quadruple U. So many different spaces. You're talking about semiconductors. You're talking about aerospace, defensive, automotive, electrical technology, everything. And we also know, Joey, let's just cut the crap, okay? China dominates 80, 90%, whatever you're referring to, whether it's the extraction or the refining. I think they dominate more of the refining. What I want to see, though, is apparently, here's the deal. All these rare earths are very, very, they're widely available, just in smaller concentration. It's rare when they're in higher concentration. That's where the mines are. Yeah. So one, you could make the deduction that you can just mine more and then you can collect more of this stuff. It's the refining thing, the refining part of things where we're super weak, where China continues to dominate. And the reason is it's not environmentally friendly, bro, refining these metals. It's not at all. You use so many chemicals that are harsh to the environment. And the United States and the West in general decided in the 70s and 80s that they didn't want to do this, and it was not for them, and they let China completely take it. Now we've come full circle, and we said, well, yeah, we didn't have to work in that messy environmental sector, but now China's dominating everything. So I guess we're going to have to get our hands dirty again.
I think that's just, again, we're going back to just the regulatory tightening. Like, China is more on that compared to what we have in the Western world, right? I don't know if you've ever seen, have you ever seen like videos of the marble mines in Italy and stuff like that? What it does, how detrimental it is to the actual earth and everything. Oh, brother, these things are like literally skyscrapers deep. Just
of marble?
And everything, even not even some other metals as well too. But as for USAR, this trend line's holding up, guys. We had that big time pop off with the controversy regarding the tariff deal with China. You get this massive move. What I'm looking for is this specific zone right here. You climb up 144%. Fortunate that things started to cool down drastically. You're down 61% off of those previous highs. So be cautious. That trend line can still hold up. If it doesn't, steer clear.
Have you looked at the market? We are almost green on everything now. But shout out to Stephen Cannon. Joey, 5. Thank you very much. Any chance LFS might lead or might head to 10? Lots of unknown variables with new-ish stock. Let's take a look, Joey, at LFS. All right, what do we got over here? Okay, so a sec. So what is this company? The Fry, Japan-based company, mainly engaged in children's sports school business. Company provides 13 sports schools, from soccer and Liberta and basketball school to rhythmic karate, judo, as well as offers classes that cater to various needs in different age groups with sports. Okay, I didn't know this was a thing. Apparently the IPO came on the 9th of October. This is a great move yesterday. Why did we have that great move yesterday? Let me take a quick look here at what we did. Why am I not seeing a consumer discretionary stock? What? Okay, there we go. Now we can get it. Let's see what this is going to tell us over here. Not sure why it's not loading. Embarrassing. There we go. Freyas shares are trading higher. Okay, what the hell? No, that's not it right there. LFS is what you guys told me, right? LFS? Yeah, LFS. I typed it in right. I don't know what the hell this is. Light path? Why is it showing me light path? What do I need with that? So it's halted apparently earlier today. I'm just looking at my news blotter. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, well, I don't have any news on it. I can't find. So let's take a quick look here at the technicals yesterday. The technicals were fantastic. Looks like we started out the day yesterday at around $2, maybe $1.75. When all was said and done, by around 5 o'clock, so in the aftermarket, we were up 1,000% on the stock. That's ridiculous. Okay, so this thing's going to come back down then. It already is giving up a little bit, but not as much as one would have expected, given the strength of this one. Let's use some fibs here and see exactly where we're at, percentage retracement-wise. So if we take it to the high, sometimes I never know whether to look for the wick or the closing print, but we'll go to 19s. So we've given back almost, 75, 76% of the move at the lows. We're kind of holding in between the 38.2 and the 76.4 area retracement consolidative today. But right at the 8 o'clock, we were selling off quite aggressively. 9:30 comes along, we sell off as well. I don't know, brother. I'm going to look for support here at around $3, given what this one did in the regular trading hours. But what really catches my attention is what we started afternoon, because there had been about a $3 resistance levels on LFS, and then the aftermarket just brought all sorts of insanity, right? And this does seem like a head and shoulders to me. Remove all fibs. So there you go. There's the left shoulder, the head, the right shoulder. It's obviously as we always say with chart patterns, no two are created equal. So you had a neckline that was upwardly sloped. Absolutely fine. That could totally be the case. And I like how you came in and tested that support level again. Most notably, though, you made that lower high into 8 p.m. and then that selling continued at 4 a.m. today. So I don't know too much about the company. There's not too much coming into my blotter on this, but technically, given what it's done, it just IPO'd. Look at this, Joey. It IPO'd back on the 9th, had a monster day yesterday, but most of that move, Joe, was in the aftermarket when we know there are no halts. It started moving it around, I want to say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, but, going into the aftermarket there, no halt parameters push this thing to 19. What's your take on this?
No, this is what I wanted to do. I was going to ask you to just give me a list of, I'll do this here, right? So we'll go over to CoreWeave, and what I'm getting at here essentially is just a list of some of the IPOs that we went through. Circle as well too. Give me one more that we got to experience.
CoreWeave, Circle. We have Figma.
Yep, Fig. Right? So essentially what I'm getting at here, I know there was a couple more in the books as well too, but as for LFS, I think the narrative, you're the exception of maybe CoreWeave, which I believe is holding up the best, is fade the IPOs, especially after these massive pops. I'm going to look to do the same. I mean, the break of this, I would not be surprised of whatsoever, considering you're almost cutting already, 45% off of that previous high. This is just extreme. I don't know what's going on here necessarily, but be cautious just in case it does break through that level. We had Webull as well too, I'm pretty sure as well. Sharif, didn't we?
Cool. You're not going to like that one.
Yeah, no. What I'm getting at is like a lot of these IPOs are just fade at the end of the day. After those initial phase, with the exception of a name of CoreWeave, you do get a short, but it's holding up the best out of them.
Look at that. That's a very interesting technical support there.
Look at this right here.
And that's the thing. We got the lower highs and that flat bottom. It's dying to break there.
It looks like it wants to break, man. So yeah, just keep an eye out on that. I'm not gonna put this as LFS aside from any of the other ones. If CoreWeave and Fig and Circle are gonna fade, I wouldn't be surprised if that does.
All right. I don't think the other two stories are really that important. So I think we're going to skip them. Thank you, Adara, for leading the new segment. Let's look at some of the trades that we've been looking at now, guys. It is a very, very good for small caps today, however you cut it. Whether you're looking at SPRU, whether you're looking at QH, how about CMBM? And then, of course, the monster, the absolute rocket, baby, LPTX. It is halted again to the upside. $2.29. And Joey.
Yes, sir.
Look at that chart.
Let's see.
Can you find me a print below the 10?
No,
the
sir.
green line.
No, sir.
This thing is all gas, no brakes. And the beautiful thing is, you know, you often don't get clean moves when something is halting to no end, like LPTX. 423%, and by no bamboozlement or the lack of clean moves is like it doesn't even break trend here. If you're basing it off the most rudimentary of the moving averages, or you know the first one I would use anyway, the 10 moving average, it didn't breach it. So you know the fact that we weren't involved in the entire move up, obviously that speaks to you know what we do on the show, but this is fantastic. LPTX is all gas, no brakes. I was quite happy with how I traded CMBM as well. I didn't quite get out at the highs, 339. I think I took out my last beak wetter at 5s, but this one is also, look at this one as well, above the 10 moving average and hasn't been below the 10 moving average since like 12 o'clock. So good look. The 10 moving average is at 3. And let's see if it holds up. I also like that $3 level because remember, we were really trading south of 3 for that big boy break. Now, we got a couple of false breakouts on 3, right? First and foremost, that initial break at 1240. And then look what happened when we sold off. We came into 285. Well, what's 285? Is that a random level? Absolutely not. It is a beautiful previous area of resistance. Holds up there clean and then mosey its ways right back into highs. So $3 would be a level for me.
Wow.
If 310 doesn't hold, show them what you're looking at, Joey.
Oh, man. It's done. I completed it.
Uh-oh. It's over?
Yeah, I finished it the other day.
Lock up, go home now?
Yeah, that's it. I finished it the other day, man. Some great performance here in the likes of Apple. But no, I wanted to pull this up to you guys. I know it picked up a signal. It better have. Oh, and I didn't even have to tell you guys whatsoever. So there it is, a nice print. I thought this was going to be a losing one, but criteria is still allowing us to sit within this trade. So I'm happy to have finally completed this, regardless if it's not going to shoot 100% along those lines, 50% here on META. We'll take that, and that's a month span, a little bit more, right? You go over a longer duration, it works extremely, extremely well. But I just wanted to point this out. It's picking up every single signal that I wanted to now. So that is finally complete. So we'll hit the bang, 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 and then on as for the old algo. I want to see if it picked up the TQ signal. I know it shouldn't, so there it goes. Bang, glad that it didn't close completely. Same with the SPY as well, too, guys. So nothing on that front. Today is a good day. It's essentially a bottom catcher, a bottom feeder there, like tilapia, that if you get this continuous bleeding, it's not going to perform that well. Just wanted to talk a little bit about that. I got everything now. It's done now. It's just transferring it over to the API on something. So having fun with it.
See your friends at Coinbase?
What are they doing?
They're leaving Delaware. Yet another company exiting Delaware. And can you guess where they're incorporating?
Texas. Oh.
Following the Elon playbook, this decision was not made
That was a good guess. Oh, you did.
Fantastic,
Bang,
bro. Good call on you.
All right.
Decision was not made lightly, they write, but we'll always do what's best for our employees and our shareholders. He goes on to say many different things. Apparently, Coinbase is a very much like a lead like by initiative, lead by example type place where there's really not that much. They don't do a lot of kind of frown upon meetings as, you know, wasting time, and they're more of like just productivity centric.
It was definitely one of the most popular exchanges for sure, without any question, right? So base shout out to them. Yeah, I mean,
I want to
get
just
out
cover
of here. Go ahead, go ahead, man.
D-Loaf, Sharif, I'm a bit all over the place right now, stuck between two ideas on AMD.
Ooh.
I sold 200 shares at 262-ish. My man. All right, let's take a look. We got to, before we continue reading, I just want to see where AMD's at right now. 262.
Are you short, or did you own them before?
55 says Katina Man. Let's just finish reading. I sold 200 shares at 260 in the swing account, looking for the reload. Play it on the day or be patient for lower. Great question. That's always the, you know, it's always the question that plagues a lot of people. Joey, when you look at the daily here on AMD, are you perceiving what I'm perceiving, which is an upward channel? You kind of like a very extra bullish bull flag where it's not sloping down, but sloping up with higher lows and higher highs. Look, bro, I would pick it up on, you know, this is kind of what I see the channel being. I'd pick it up on any dips into that channel. You got it today. got a great one today, right into that high 230s, low 40s. You got it again. And here we are. We're trying to work our way back into 65, 70, right? Towards the upper end of the channel. Yeah, this channel looks like it might be, it's been holding up since the 6th of October. Shout out to my old man whose birthday it is. I know Joey's on the 5th, but that's when AMD reported earnings. And since that time, it's been a series of higher lows and higher highs. At the lower end of the range, and then continued, wet the beak. I don't know if you're doing this for the swing or the long term. It looks like you sold some of the swing. But if you're looking for the swing, that means it's a trade. If it means it's a trade, then I'd be taking profits at the higher end of the resistance, reloading on the lower end until the chart shows me something different, until you get that decided break above the, the upper trend line. And then you're going to have to look at it a different way. You're going to have to look at it as more of a breakout trade. But I like the range. It's fantastic. It's up a freaking 111.5% year to date, doubling NVIDIA. So we're not trying to say AMD is better than NVIDIA, but I'm just saying price action wise year to date, that's what it is.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you have, Sharif. I mean, if you sold at 263 or whatever number it is, you're pretty much near the top. It doesn't mean whatever you just gained, it doesn't mean you need to hop full size right away either. No. Right? Like you could just grab a little bit more down here if it's already a better price than what you're looking at. If it sells some more, you grab a little bit more. And that's what I'm talking about, breaking those swing trades into fists until you get into that full size. And do the exact same thing here. AMD is going to be a fantastic stock, I think, in the near future and in the so I think at the end of the day, break it down. Don't go all in at once. You've made some cash on it. If you want to continuously remain bullish on this stock, then grab it at lower prices. But I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, that's a haircut around like 25%. Or so, a little bit more, 30. I think we will get into this gap filling at some point. I could be and for that sake, I wish I am. But considering it's just a gap up here, additional gap up, this one did get filled to the downside. Now, some things have to go absolutely horrible, but we've seen what happened, the likes of NVDA as well, too, when we had that deep come out. It was like the sky was falling at some point. I'm not necessarily the exact same, not saying the exact same scenario is going to happen, but the chances of you getting in at a significantly better price are there. But start off slow, build into the position. If it rises, you got more skin in the game.
LPTX is open, guys, at 248 high. It's showing a down halt print. 222. Let's see if we actually halt here. I haven't seen too many false halts today, if any, from LPTX. So I think that this one will end up halting down 222. We get the gray out. We're 600 million shares deep on LPTX. And as the OG Bovin was saying to me in the chat, he feels LPTX might be a multi-day runner. So let's take a quick look right now on LPTX's daily chart. See what the OG Bovin is referring to when he says this could be a multi-day runner. So let's take a quick gander here, Joey Options. LPTX on the daily. I don't know, Bovin. No, brother. This one was quite depressed. Look at this. Like, at least we're not doing this, Bovin, right? So look at that October 6th print. What does this company do, man? Why is it moving with AMD? Biopharmaceutical company. It has nothing to do with them. Targeted antibody therapies. It just had a same day that AMD was moving. Anyway, I don't like these topping tail candles. A lot of small cap gappers, their daily charts looks exactly like this because they have outsized intraday moves. And then, the shorts will fade it right back. They're mean reversion traders. Shout out to OB and shout out to Chow in the back, the algo Chow. He was talking to me about, that's his modus operandi. He shorts gappers. He's exact opposite of me, but he takes monster size. Okay, so that's kind of his shtick there, and he's like it's a sure thing. It's almost a sure thing that these ones are going to give it back. Sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. Now we've seen LPTX do this before, so it wasn't just October 6th when it had a monster day. Had a big day, relatively speaking. August 5th had a big day again. 23rd, all of them were topping tail candles, meaning that towards the end of the day, because these are closing prints, so they're official prints by 4 o'clock, the shorts were in control. Now, we are about 2 hours away from the close. Let's see if LPTX comes back to earth. Because if it doesn't, well, we could find ourselves back into this range we had been in, Joey, into late 24, early 25, where the support level there, to me anyway, looked like 50. Alas, That is the high today. It is 248 on the dot. We are halted down to 222. And behold, you know, this could be the start of a move back. Why? Because we're back into those technical areas of previous support, now resistance. I'm talking about 250. Let's go back a little bit more. Is this 250 an important level even prior to that? Yes and no. It does breach it.
There goes our guy.
What do you got, Joe?
CMBM there, brother. The baby mama right there.
Great.
Shout out to that one. Starting to climb back higher, man. I like this one. Well, I got to do this guy to the right of me.
Oh.
Katina, man. Yes, sir. He wants some
What's
stuff,
he doing?
You see now in the chat.
Joey,
Yeah,
I want to mention
go ahead.
one other thing. Tisha bringing a really good point. Thank you for mentioning this, Tisha, because I've been mentioning this too. As you know, if you've been trading small caps, yeah, this is LPTX.
Yeah, look at the 5 minute there.
It's beautiful.
Look at that inverted candle at the high
Yeah,
there.
let me just make this point. The point I'm trying to make is if you've been trading small caps, you know no halt parameters either in the pre-market or in the aftermarket. So if this one closes, you know, near the highs and people still see, you know, when the degens come back from work and they need to punch in the small cap world, they see it's still up 407%. This thing will go in the aftermarket. You know, nothing is guaranteed, of course, but for this one to squeeze and squeeze royally in the aftermarket when there's no halt parameters, this could get crazy. So, you know, after 4 o'clock is when that typically happens. But as I showed you, I think I showed you another chart, LFS, where it squeezed 8 p.m. It can keep going, right? So long as the volume stays there and people are seeing it come up on the scanners, people are going to push into it. So thank you, Tisha, for pointing that out. Very good point, because, you know, as we get closer to the end of our show, that means we're obviously closer to the end of trading day, which is 4 o'clock, and that's when the halt parameters stop.
No more of those. No more halt parameters. All right, let's take a look at what some of the earnings names that we have coming up.
Oh, brother, farm trader, don't get upset, brother. I'm a small cap trader with you as well. When I say DGen, I'm including myself. Don't take it too personally, okay?
Farm trader getting, I mean, like.
No, he's a good guy. Don't mean to.
Was he offended by that?
Well, he's like, look, I make good money trading these small caps here in California. Absolutely, brother. Like, I'm trading every day. I'm trading small caps. Yeah.
Hey, man, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, a $100 bill is a $100 bill. It doesn't matter how you see, aside from horrible criminal activity. We want to avoid that. But, guys, we got Cisco after the bell, Pan American Silver. It's a quiet one, nothing crazy. Manulife Financial as well. Tomorrow morning, we'll take a look at some of these names. Disney, JD, we'll like that one for sure. Billy. So some of these ADRs coming into play for tomorrow.
Open, Joey.
Oh, go ahead,
on
brother.
LPTX. We're open, guys. Nothing doing quite yet, Joey. We're still at 211. There's a buyer here at 211, a monster buyer. He's going to get taken out. There's 10s, there's 7s. So we're dropping here, Joey. EMA on the 5, a little south of 2, guys. It is at 193, but here comes $2. Buyer is going to step in at the psychological level of support. The initial answer is at least yes, bouncing off that area low back into 7s, but not even close to that halt level open, Joey. Here we go. Back off. Let's see if we can move back up above the $0.25. Good look right now on LPTX, but down south of 400. There's 19. So nothing above the $0.25 quite yet. But look what time it is, Joey.
Oh, is it 2 o'clock? I was going to say, I'm a DGen too, and I'm up there trading Blue Ocean. Sunday, we're looking at everything. It is 2:01, so banking those right there. Starving, I can't wait to try out this. To try out this shepherd's pie.
There's shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Neil
says there's a lot of hot sauce there. But you know what I got, Joey? When I got back from the dentist, there were a couple of...
What'd you get?
There are a couple of egg omelets
there.
ready.
Vegetable ones?
I got them. Yeah.
Oh,
we got to mix it. We got to keep. I
might have
to
take one of those, man.
You're gonna take one of those?
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah.
That's crazy talk, there, my boy. We got a sesh. There's always one for you, Joey. No matter what.
I appreciate that.
All right, guys, we're sending it to the big boy. Everybody at the big desk.
Easy.
Yes, we'll see you there. And Joe, like I said, you need to put some sauce on that. It's because it's not shepherd's pie. It was cottage pie.
Looks exactly like shepherd's pie to me.
Folks, when I looked it up, one of the things that was supposed to be the difference was smothered in gravy. There wasn't an ounce of gravy.
Okay. No,
like not even a little bit, not even a hint of it, which I think would have made a humongous difference for sure. There's actually a bunch of stuff. There's not a lot of in terms of earnings, but there's a couple of things at the bell that I wanted to mention. Yesterday, we talked about Archer. Archer is a 7.5 million upweight. Open Door is a 7.5 million upweight. Both of those names potentially could have a little something going into the close here. We'll see. I tend to like them for the longs because of what we saw today. So maybe a little bit more to look at in terms of the closing imbalances heading into power hour. Market has been somewhat of a dud, but you know what? There's always a Mag 7 somewhere. Apple's about to break out the high of the day as we speak. I was going to talk about SoFi, but no, it looks like Apple's going to break yesterday's high as well. This one's been a strong one. Apple's just steady Eddie. Steady Eddie. Could be back to all-time highs in a day or two.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference when you talk to different, people and how the days are going and things like that. Like, I am just in such a chill mode right now. We're now $3 in the money on the short here for AMD. So it's like, honestly, we did real good one way. Now we're trying to get the other way here again into that short. So yeah, we shorted VWAP twice. Unfortunately, I didn't get any shares out right there. I actually put this trade on, went for a walk, came back, got VWAP as well, and now all the way back in. So there's another decent winner right here. A great day. It's to me, it's just three names today. It's Google, it's the futures, and it's L on Google right here early. Big time win on AMD. This move right here on the TQs. So yeah, we already talked about this trade. This was $13 or so upside there, and now we wait for the short. And I'm going to try to give this to the 50-period moving average, which is 256, as my next out. So here it is, man, $3 again, the other way. Oh, yeah, it's close. What's up, Rivian Millionaire? Yeah, no, I mean, I made a lot more during the IPO. As far as just a single trade, yeah, like this, I've already talked about it. And now we just added onto this, right? So I think AMD, yeah, will probably be the single most money I've made on a stock in a given day. You guys saw me trade it both. Didn't see this trade, but shorting VWAP is exactly what I do. So there it goes, man, $3 back in. It's just this market, right? As Neil said, man, you got to trade the right stocks and find the right names. Apple's an obvious long there today. And it's just a tale of different styles, right? I mean, I've just been in this for a while, holding it and just watching the downside of here. I have another bid at 254.11 here. Hopefully that will fill right here at this low. We just made, like, we wicked right there, so maybe I can change this. Maybe I'll go to let me put something at 254.50 here as we just sort of bounced around off of the level again. And I don't know, I just don't want to be like so looking at this more than I need to. So we'll let it set the stop. Actually, I have to adjust the stop. My stop was at 256.30. Let's put it in now, 256. Where is this? 01s or so. 01 here. We'll get out of 50% if it does make the move back up. Otherwise, we have our bids, man. We have 254.50s, and then we have 254.11s. I only have 35% on this trade right here. So, yeah, we'll let this keep on settling down, and we'll go other than that. Mr. Vargas, I mean, we did have, here, I'll put it up on the chat. We did have, I know you guys want to follow everything that I'm doing, but we did have, yeah, here it is right here. I'll put it up on the send selected right here. We used to have it never worked though. We did have that Trader TV mobile stream that was the mobile stream works. It was the, I forget what it was called. More Trader TV. It never worked for our positions, but.
It half worked for a little bit, and then it never really completely.
Yeah.
They couldn't get it. They couldn't get to work the way that it was supposed to. Is the best way.
Right. Wasn't working properly, so I don't even know if it's still up or not.
It also took a lot of, like, the thing is, like, the effort trying to fix it to make it work was, it's at the end of the day, like, it wasn't worth the effort. There was lots of other things that we can do to make the show better that were just feasible, right? And a lot of things come down to that at the end of the day. Well, I mean, a lot of things are a good day. I'm just anticipating this is going to be on the rundown, actually. Rivian's actually back down a little bit. Well, it was worse. It's actually bounced pretty nicely. It was all the way down at 16.4. Now back up of VWAP. Not bad. I mean, strongest stock strongest stocks for the last like week has been Rivian. At some point, you can't have green days every single day. The highs and lows is the way she goes. I'm going to use that. I'm going to steal that. Just like, what, the highs and lows is just the way she goes? I like that saying. It's a good one. It's a great saying. I don't mind using that. I have zero compunction using, and compunction is a word I stole from Sharif. He never says it on this show. So I'll just do it like that. And in terms of, and then when these guys have Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm not going to steal that, but I want my soul glow so I can hit a key. And remember Coming to America? That is one of the, it's like the most annoyingly funny song to me. Crazy soul glow saxophone music. And I've always wanted to be able to just use it randomly, and every time wasn't allowed to use it at my wedding because, oh no, we have to come out to like, anyways, it doesn't really matter. I just love soul glow. I can't, I would sing it if I could. Mike Peter Ryder. You know how it, trust me, you know how it goes, but I can't hit that octave. I don't even know how that brother got up there able to do that. It was impressive. Get that Michael Jackson in him, really.
Get some people talking about, yeah, playing instruments. That'd be really great. I always wish I played sort of guitar.
Did you do?
My dad was a crazy drummer. He was in a band and everything.
George is in a band? I didn't know.
Not in one now.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, man, my dad.
Nice.
And my dad was it. So, but yeah.
Does Mike play?
No one really plays any instruments. I know it's strange. I really wish I learned a guitar. I mean, not too late to do that right now. Well, one day, but I think we've got
Duolingo.
We've got our. I don't have patience for that. I don't have patience for anything. I got a talent. I think I found it. So we're all good on that front. Just wish we had the skill there as far as the instruments. But yeah, man, it's been a great day here. Trust me, bro. We're all good. As we continue to go forward here. Great trading today, man.
I'll tell you what says, trust me, bro. That's what, let's say, I love the idea of that statement.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Circle's still down 10%? I thought that name would actually bounce.
Well, it actually, yeah, it did do an SS, but this will probably be in the rundown, but we can just talk about it now. It does feel like this might be headed towards the IPO prices, which you have to think, if you're going to defend this stock anywhere, why not go right back to the beginning, right? And that was at $68, I believe, almost. No, maybe it was $69 that this opened up. Should remember, it was a great opening print. Once you lose 80, you start getting down to those prices. Let's go. I'm sure Circle will be. Well, I mean, I think Circle will be on it. It actually might not be. You never know. BBAI and Open are going to be there for sure.
It's okay. All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But Randy, the only those tickers right there, my man, is to get into the chat. Thank you, Randy. There you go, and throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages. Randy, 2 of them are red, 2 of them are green. Let's start with the ones that are red. Barely red is the NQ, down 0.13, but most notably holding 25,600 right now. The ES, marginally green as well, up 0.7, above 68.75. And the Dow, record day yesterday, breaking into all-time highs and maintaining its price above 48,400, up 7% on the day, Randy. It is the best performing major average on the day. And again, marginally red is the Russell 2000, still trading below 2,500. We'll look to retrace above that. The first ticker as is Big Bear AI, up 12 3/4. And here's what's happening. Beat on revenue, guys. They peaked at 22.4% intraday off the lows, obviously. Q3 revenue came in at 33.14. That beat by 1.3 million. The estimates as well, that 3 penny loss per share. Tops estimates, the street was looking for 4 penny loss per share there. Good look today, guys, for Big Bear AI.
If there's a singular you can make about a stock that's up 40% from the recent lows, well, I guess it was, not really anymore. Okay, let me rephrase that. Up over 25% from the lows. There's going to be a gripe. It's just that it hasn't held on to any of these like massive gains. Like whether it was the gap up, yes, or it was just the explosive opening candle. like the vast majority of the volume has been selling. I mean, the good news is all of that selling is happening on the higher time frame. It's all happening at higher lows, right? So it's trending up in the kind of a weird way. It's trending up in a way in which you need to have been swinging off the 200 period, that dip on earnings, as opposed to trying to day trade it long, because the last couple of sessions on the gaps, you've been trying to go long after 9:30, you've just been losing. So this is probably, like, I think it's still trend up, and it's going to close at 50. It's going to close above the 200 unless something disastrous happens this afternoon, or maybe not that disastrous, another 30 cents to the downside. And then the next step would be maybe breaking out 7. The issue with that is the way this has been trading, if it breaks out 7 at the open, that trade, because after the open, it's been nothing but sell the last couple of sessions. So I feel like this is going to be a trade tomorrow. It just might be a very quick one or not at all.
Okay, yeah, for me, we've already sort of talked about this. I'm not really trading Big Bear AI these days on the show, but we are still long in the personal, and we're still long at 4, and I think it's getting into some levels again here. Looking at, as we have faded back, we have to look at the 50 period, the 200 period for sure down here at 550. We'll see if that can play to it. But yeah, other than that, so far so good here trading today, as it's made moves down. I think the reason why I say so far so good is that, like, if you were looking short, multiple opportunities to go short right here on the top end of that trade, right? Like right into there. So that would have been a great short, and it gave it to you 3 times. It's very similar to what we did here with AMD. And then even right here now, if you're holding for the bottom and you miss that, it's right back here again and looking to break lower. I mean, I think this is a short heading into the rest of the day as we are underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200, and underneath view up. I'm a simple man making simple trades. Simple today, just a nice high end right there. Get out if you're looking short, and right now if you're looking long, you got to trade on board right here. You can go long at 680 or right here, and then get out if it breaks like 10 cents lower. Be getting out on the low, and you can see what winds up happening. But for me, I'm going to stay away, man. I know where my bread is being buttered today, and it's at advanced devices. So let's go back over, figure out Open Door, SoFi, AMD, and Meta.
All right, guys, Open Door it as well, guys, 3% or thereabouts. Look, it was insider buying, really, that is the headline, but we already knew about this. Kazan CEO, the new CEO, took to X the day prior to basically say at the open, meaning yesterday, that they were going to buy about 1 million shares worth, him and his family, who he was referring to. We get a report that insider transaction worth about $1 million. Looks like he acquired about 125,000 shares at an average price, guys, of $8.03. He now owns a little bit less than 4 million shares of direct ownership. Not all of them, though, have vested, guys. Recall that when he took the position, a lot of tranches for the price of the stock still have to be unlocked for those 84 million shares to vest.
Well, there's another piece of news for it, and I'm wondering if spikes at the close because of this, if all of those shares still stay on, or this isn't an opportunity for a bit of a reversion after the fact. Because tonight, it blew this up, but like sometimes when you blow it up, it stays nice and sharp, and you guys can read it. I'll read CI USA small cap index tonight. Open Door is a share increase, float increase. That is 7 million shares expected. Yesterday, it was tonight is actually also Archer, but Archer had a buy and bounce yesterday for some reason too. So OpenAI has that going for it, potentially to close, but what it also has going for it is another day, more of a slow grind to the upside, like 2 days of explosive moves, and then a couple of slow grinds, but just higher lows. You can probably be able to figure out without even looking that this is the volume weighted average price. Right, like VWAP tends to be a bit of a thing. It lost VWAP, I got out. It regained VWAP, I got back in. And if this one comes out with a bounce, then it'll also be along at 3, maybe before 3,450, potentially if it's huge, but certainly the potential for after. Like I can't remember the last time like a squeeze name had a big imbalance on it. And if that happens, I would suspect it's going to be a good trade. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up being something. But it's done 145 million shares. So believe me, if it's supposed to be 7.5 million and there's an imbalance of 1 million, not going to care. It's really going to have to be almost the same size as we're expecting to be significant for Open Door.
All right, we've talked about this earlier. Trader TV Academy is launching very, very soon. We have to say that it's going to be, as you all know, and I think we've discussed, a game changer. We're going to be pulling back the curtain and showing you exactly how we learn to trade. Stay tuned. There are details coming soon, so keep watching. We'll sort of reveal more and more every single day on what we're going to be talking about. But as long as you're subscribed and following us on socials, then you will not miss this launch. So get ready. Follow us all on X, on Instagram. I think TikTok, is still going. We've got that going on. Make sure you do hit the subscribe. Let me just see right here what's going on the subscription. I'm going to guess 21 right here. Let's see.
I think that's a good guess.
Oh, wow.
Unchanged.
Nailed that one. Yeah, so 21.4 of you not subscribed. So make sure you hit that like and the subscribe and get going on that one. Just a quick little reload here. We are $3. That's not the Dollar Club. That's that. We are $3. 1, 2, 3. From my face to Benjamin's. As here we go into the downside now for AMD. I've just been taking a couple. I still am waiting for 50s, but we've seen it now a couple times not get past this 70 or 80 marker to the downside. I could actually change this now. Why don't we just do that? We're using the 50-period moving average because, like, on the way up here today, you know, we got a bunch out, and I had some talk there. Christopher Ocean, hope your brother Frank is doing well. We do have, he was mentioning, why not just hold the whole thing until, you know, some level? And yeah, I think that's a great call. You know, that's the 21 period, that's the 50 period. So right now, because we don't have too many shares left, 50 period, the 21 period would have already broken right there. So that would have been the out if we had talked about that earlier. But 255.65, I'm going to cancel my other fill. And this is hopefully some of the stuff when we're talking about the academy and things like that. We'll talk about properly setting up your charts and how to make sure that you have all of these opportunities in front of you. So I'm going to go 50% out, which I only have 30% left. So it'll be out 15, and then we'll hold the rest after that to go. So 30% left on this, waiting for some lower lows to come through on, again, like I was saying, this is the biggest P&L on any individual name I've had other than an IPO or a SPAC or anything like that on the show. So really happy today with the AMD trade. And it's funny because I was dying this AM and still managed to put on this trade. So, all right, let's go back over there. SoFi, a name that I absolutely love and have been buying dips.
Yeah, really good catalyst yesterday, Sean. We'll talk about the one from today, but let's talk about the one from yesterday. They threw their hat back into the game, guys, announcing SoFi Crypto, which is going to be a platform allowing customers buy, sell, and hold dozens of digital and Bitcoins, Ethereum, Solana. It's going to be a phased out rollout, though, guys, and it will extend to more members over the coming weeks. No exact time given by the company. Separately, there is a rise, for whatever reason, in the short interest of SoFi. It has moved up from 8.68% as it was 2 weeks ago, now up to 9.07 or about 9.26, excuse me, of the float. Take about a little bit less than 1.5 days to cover. Makes sense, though, given where this price, where the stock price has been lately.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at all-time highs and you've got times from the lows, there's some shorts that are going to be betting against you. This one, it feels like it's got a little bit more to go. The only thing I don't like about this, and I'll get to like the bearish part first, would be at this point, it still looks okay. It is a false break of the all-time high. It was kind of like a failed continuation long off the prior high. It worked the first time, but it didn't work the second time. Bounced off this lower high, but we haven't kind of retaken that prior high. So if we end up in this range and then break 31, feel like a lookout below. Like if we do this, if we close under 31, I'm going to feel about this like I felt about Rivian today, where it feels like it just failed a big level and you're looking for the back end after a glorious run to the upside. It's still above 31. It's a close under 31 that would concern me on SoFi to be bearish on it tomorrow. I think if we can get back above, it's about 30. I'll just go to the 3-minute now. It's VWAP-ish, but you know, the line on the chart's a line on the chart. But if we can start breaking out above the volume-weighted average price, I'll like it a little bit better. And you can see like those were the levels I was playing longs in front of each time. When they would break down, I would simply get out. I'd be looking for that this afternoon. Can we get back above? Or can we dip back into that level of support? And then I'm going to like it a little bit more.
Okay, I was just going to show you my sticky note
here. We had, we love SoFi. I think it's one of the better long-term holds actually in my portfolio, to be honest with you. So I'm going to keep doing it. Right there, I wrote down long 30.50 for SoFi, the watch area, back to yesterday afternoon and looking to run to 52 weeks, $32. Well, we did one thing, but not the other. We did run today, and we sort of made that call as the market was tanking. SoFi was running. So we'll say at least we can give ourselves a little bit of a pat on the back for that kind of a talk there. But at the end of the day, I wrote down 30.50, and to have been smarter trader, I should have been sitting here at 31 because we had double bottomed a couple times, well, basically once there, and then the double bottom there, and then give it another go again. Should have been doing that. So a better trader would have been long SoFi today. Unfortunately, that's not me. So we'll go back over to the desk and look at AMD, and I have a few things to say about that one.
The first analyst day for AMD since 2022, boys, and they announced many different things. Look, they're looking at ironing out their 3 to 5 year goals, more than the company's guidance, hoping to be able to triple its earnings in the next 3 to 5 years. They also announced that the chip market for advanced AI hit $1 trillion by 2030. They also talk about how they're looking to expand their infrastructure as well as get into the server game. Analysts, several of them say, look, AMD's targets are quite lofty, but they are attainable, citing major tie-ups with OpenAI and Oracle that could generate tens of billions of dollars for the company.
All right, so just playing the way I always do, man, it's momentum and it's big trades and it's realistic trading. AMD 250 long. I wrote down 248 long. Okay, we wanted to see this weekly retest of this stock, right? But it was a number one idea. I didn't even really look at the stories or anything. I knew from yesterday that looking at AMD and the way it moved in the after hours, the way we were trading it yesterday, and it had that financial day there. I wrote down 248 because I figured the market was half decent, that we may get a little bit of a pullback, and these right into here. This is the weekly sort of tops that we've had, and it's only been 2 days. So it's not like we had too much to worry about. If it did fall back into this area, we would have had some easy out. So I was going to wait for those areas, and the only thing was, we had the right way, but we were a little too low. So all we wound up doing here on AMD is very, very simple again. And that is that when this came back in, I was like, you know what? We started the day here at 258, all right, at 9:30. We were so patient. We're not normally this patient, and look how much it paid off. We waited, basically got into some of these lows from the pre-market, which was 250 dead on. I said, if this market's going to keep on falling down, I mean, we've got to put on our trader hat at some point. If this market keeps on falling down, I have such an easy out right down here at 250. So let's just load. Why not? We liked the stock. We knew it had the juice. I didn't know it was going to get $13 in the money, or to Christopher's point, we would have held that. But we did enough on this to be, as I've already told you, it's going to sound stupid if I keep telling you about this trade, but that's what we did, man. We bought it numerous times. We actually got out a little bit here. Like, these were good outs, man. This was 251. That's 253.50. So just right there, we took 3 to 1. Then we reloaded it again. And then I was like, at this point, we're playing with house money. So we even got aggressive, and then boom goes the dynamite, just straight to the upside. And then I was like, you know what, man? Like, traders got to trade, right? This came right back up. We tried it again, the long there. That was okay until it lost it. Then I just felt short after that. I was just like, you know what? AMD's had such a great that let's just short this thing. So it rips back up. It goes from the bottom of 254, which we're at now, back into VWAP. Then that was only a small amount of shares. Then it comes back into VWAP again. We take that and then to the downside. So, I mean, it's been a pretty epic day here for AMD, and I hope a lot of you were able to take this down with me. So there it is, AMD, big trade alert.
Yeah, big trade alert for sure. And I'm gonna say I don't do this, ban hammer thing in the chat. I know Sharif talks about it, but
who's
look, I've you out of several times, and you know who you are pumping a Discord channel. It's just not what we're about. So I get it, you keep coming back in there, but that's not what we're about here. And we don't mind. Everyone can express their opinions. We have a great community, and it's an awesome one. But we're not here, to pump that kind of stuff and just spam it and then create a new name and spam it again. Everybody, that's not what it's. out here. We have a great community. Share your ideas, share your thoughts. I mean, I see tons of it in here. Like right now, it's talking about Palantir for an opportunity out there, and I don't even think I've looked at that stock, and I love that kind of thing. And we love our visual ideas from each other and all of that, but you know, that's what it's all about. I can say with like almost certainty that I don't think there was a way to have captured this the way it on AMD for like the mean reversion. That being said, there was something like this trade here, right? Like there's a tail. It gave me what I wanted. I like 47 as well, so it didn't really get down there. I was looking for it to break down for any kind of a long. It didn't. But the trend break to VWAP, it's what it did after the fact. So I'm probably not going to have this trade 10 times out of 10 because it's not a setup I like. But when it does this, like that second time through where it doesn't break the high, and then you've got this like level in here where it was the short before, where they're in control. And I talked about, the thing I mentioned in the lesson of the day was, you know, sometimes you want to be in the trade after one side is taking control over the other. So it could be buyers from sellers or sellers from buyers. And I think that happened right in here at this lower high. Could have had it from here to there. And it does get to the volume weighted average price. On the other side of the coin, AMD, well, that's a bad wick. AMD has a chance to, okay, well, if it closes above 250, then we have a chance to sort of reestablish the range that it was in before, where everyone's selling above 260, and then you're 250. The problem is it was declining and downward trending in all of that. And if I look at what's going on in a lot of this space, I feel like it still feels very toppish. Like I was actually telling Obi that SNDK is very close to looking like it's making some kind of a top, like a head and shoulders in here, and then it could break down. Names which have been high flying are starting to show some signs of weakness, and I think you got to pay attention when they do.
All right, guys, Meta, the last on the list over here, it continues to off today. Another more than 2.25% now as it trades into 612. High of the day, 628.99. Here's the deal. You know how much Zuck is going to spend on the build out, the AI build out. That is, he's committed over $600 billion through 2020. Also had Michael Burry alleging accounting issues. Specifically, guys, what he's talking about here is the depreciating the older chips. We're talking about the H100s, you know, and when Blackwell is the B200, and he's saying, look, the company's allotting more of a lifespan for these chips than is realistically possible. As a result, they're saying they're going to be able to continue to generate revenue for them in years where they may not be able to. They're kind of fudging the numbers there. Whether or not that's accurate, we'll have to wait and see. Meta down 2.25.
Yes, sir. And Meta kind of taking it on the chin here in today. And I can tell you, I tried a reversion on this one. Workout. That being said, one of the things I mentioned a couple of days ago, sometimes the trend is long enough that you shouldn't look for the reversion on the short-term time frame. You should look at maybe the 15-minute. And if you look at a 15-minute here, as opposed to a 3, it gave you a much more. This is a first green candle, and then look at the support off of it. Now, ultimately, it doesn't necessarily break the trend until here, but it doesn't make a difference. You're long at the same price area, but the higher time frame allows you to join when the buyers have taken control instead of try to predict where it's going to happen. As I said, you know, in trading in 20 years, you do way better joining where the big money is instead of anticipating where you're going to be. But we got to give a big shout out to OGen and what they're trying to accomplish and hope they are able to accomplish, because each year 3.8 million are reported in the United States, and there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. And with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Genix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. You can scan the QR code right there in front of you, read or link in the description, and check them out. Brain health is everything. You don't have that, well, you don't have anything really at the end of the day. So shout out to them and hope they do fantastically. Something else, oh, that's what it was. Talking earlier about Circle and how it was continuing lower and some of those IPOs. I just saw in the chat, Matt, weave as well. Like this is when I was sort of talking about like a lot of things rolling and looking weak, CoreWeave is pretty close to $2 away from a flat bottom break here. There's not much. Like once you break 84 bucks, if you close under that, there's the highs, the post IPO high was like 6. This could be breaking today. This could be breaking tomorrow. Just a lot of things looking relatively weak. Just teetering. Kind of teetering on the precipice of falling down. And look, I get it, CoreWeave, it's not like the earnings were on paper bad or anything like that. The guide wasn't the best in the world, but I'll tell you that this whole, whether you want to call it a house of cards or circle jerk, a lot's been said about the nature of what's going on in the AI space. This name in particular, in terms of volatility, it's already bad enough that you're a recent IPO, people are trying to figure out how to value them, and let alone how much they spend to not make a lot of money. This one falls the hardest if we lose the bid, and in this particular case, it actually might fall first as well.
All right. Yeah, I saw a question there. I did exit 25% of what I had left on AMD, which actually was a little bit more than I had thought. I would have got out of it all, but I have a little bit more than I actually thought, which is a good thing for AMD as it's at all-time highs. I just in the process of reviewing some of the accounts, but just because of that exact nature there of what we talk about, how the futures are so reliant right now, and at least some of these names are on the whole AI idea actually working out. So we did get some out there on AMD, but I don't want to trim the whole position. I mean, in case this does continue its upside grind, which it's definitely been doing, it hasn't been much of a over the last couple of days, but we were just down to 233. If I can get something out at 260, like we did around lunchtime, then we will do that. So right into here, out some of AMD, and I don't know, whether or not you get out at 255, 260, 265. I mean, obviously it makes a difference when you're jumping $5. This thing's going to go tomorrow. This could be way up. So I just wanted to, I'd cleared some out before in the area 230. Let's clear some in the 255 to 260. I could find the exact price I got.
Come with the PA?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Sure. Yeah, when I'm trading here, I'm almost, like I only have a quarter of this position left. She just got some more out at O's right there. It did almost fill me at 55, by the way. I'm bidding 55s. Can you believe that? That bounced off 56s. Just there. So part of the stop, we were going to get out at the 50 period, remember? But now that came a little bit lower there, and I actually didn't adjust it. So now our out is sitting at 75s. So let's take advantage of this move back in. There we go. We just bid some 10s and get run over. So we just took another out right here as you fall back in. We're starting to get lighter and lighter on this advanced micro devices. And I am obsessed with this stock today because it's just been that good. So, all right, let's go over Robinhood. Look, Bitcoin's downside here pretty badly. It's at 101. Like I tried to do anything to anybody just other than tell you, if you're trading Bitcoin, you sort of know what you're in for here. It's been an up and down ride. And it's just severely down. It's down 26% from its all-time high. And I know that number is not exact because it was at 126,000. So it's just down 26,000 on 126. So let's give it 22% or so to the downside here as the index right now, 3% off its all-time highs, as is the SPY. So obviously crypto continues to get hit. And the reason why I go on like this is I still think that there is a big part of the story of Robinhood is sort of traders being in love with crypto and this new movement towards having everything all in one app. And obviously, you're not going to have your banking involved with Robinhood, but all of your trading. I hear the announcements of SoFi. I hear, IBKR, Charles Schwab, JP Morgan. Everybody is now getting involved in stuff similarly to what Robinhood's doing. But the Robinhood has the install base, and they have obviously the customer base, and young traders is what we're hearing when we hear about Robinhood's numbers and what they like. So I always think that, hey, wealth is something that gets transferred over to the youth if you're lucky enough. So, if you've opened up an account and your trading journey, potentially Robinhood is where you are. And once you're somewhere, you probably don't leave unless something, catastrophic happens. So I think Robinhood has a great install base and, you there. I just, as how far it's gone, that's just it. I think some pullback due. This was a $40 stock back in April. check that, $30 stock. Things were down at that time, right? We had I hear Joe hitting the bang over there. We had Tesla down at $200 at this time. You know, Tesla's now 480 or whatever it is. You know, we had many names that were much better of a return than Robinhood. Many, right? Not many, but there was stocks that were like that. But this was one that you could wrap your head around. Robinhood made a lot of sense, and it really just took off from here. So, you know, we've seen what can happen with Bull, Webull, and SoFi, and Robinhood, and this is finally getting its due, right? Robinhood's a great stock that keeps continuing to perform on its EPS, and the analysts love this. So hard to say anything red about Robinhood, other than the fact that, yeah, it's been hit, and if crypto can't get off its sort of back, then yeah, I am obviously a little worried about, you know, what we could see moving forward here, you know, with Robinhood and with the space. I'm going to stay with JP Morgan and SoFi. I think I have the best of both worlds there, some old school and new school. So I'll, if Robinhood
SoFi is a bank.
Right, exactly.
That's a big difference.
And if Robinhood can come in, Webull. So Webull would be my Robinhood, I guess. But I like Webull better at $10 than I do Robinhood at $140.
I'm a little scared of coin. But with regards to Robinhood, my biggest hope for Robinhood is not hoping that they don't fall apart. As long as they close the WonderFi deal, I'll be happy. Because somebody doesn't think it's closing. And I'm betting against it. I think I mentioned this already. But the other thing I was going to point out is they literally stole this company. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Did they? I mean, WonderFi doesn't make any money, man.
No, it's not about, it was, if you look at the moment when all of these went absolutely ham, that was when they put in the buy.
I know, but I'm saying that could have also had the fate of Bull and gone back to 52-week lows.
It is possible. Yeah. If they made the deal a couple of weeks later, this stock should have been bought for like twice.
There's AMD.
That being said, it isn't, so it doesn't matter. Okay, finally, SoFi got back up. SoFi. SMCI. SoFi is on the mind when we were just talking about fintech. That's why. I've been waiting for this thing to pop and maybe give some play back into 38. So the trend is what it is. And no, John, I don't think I'm trying to throw shade at Hood. I don't think we're trying to throw shade at Hood. That's not a.
You throwing shade of anything? He throwing shade either.
I don't think it's throwing shade to be concerned if this trend. You know what I mean? Like I have some concern that this trend breaks. I would be more concerned with Coinbase right now because I feel like Hood's got a better moat than Coinbase. And if things break down, like Coinbase is like on the precipice of a flat bottom break, which to me just looks and feels worse than that trend break, which you're seeing happen for Robinhood. So I don't know if we're throwing shade on. I wouldn't consult. I don't think we're throwing shade on it necessarily. But yeah, fair enough. I don't feel as positively as I did on the way up recently because I think you're losing the 50-period moving average. Trend is about to be broken, and you've had some great returns. Sometimes you're just due for pullback, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just did a little bit of a rant on Robinhood as well, and it just comes back over to me. And I mean, what am I going to do? Just talk about this trade again? It's now $4 in the money, and AMD is just going lower. As here we go. Like, I hope that I'm not just proving that like we're doing it here and we can't do it again. So it's just it's been good. Let's hope that we can continue to have this kind of luck. Maybe I should feel not as good more often. Like this has been such a banger here. I've already said that this was tweeted it out already, right? Like this was already the biggest trade that I've had was this long right here since we started the show, and then now we just put it on again. We just put something on again here back into the downside. So yeah, it's just really good, and it was the #1 idea on the note. So let's just move off of that, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, and you're, you know, that's what it is. All right, let's just do a reset here on this. There's been everything here. We've had I'm going to reset this thing. It's BBAI, it's Open Door. I mean, we can keep it, whatever. LPTX, Oklo there, 9% right there on Oklo, so that's a huge one there. Rocket Lab still, here, let me just push pause here for a minute. Google down, I like Google. Google's my red stock here of the day. We've only traded 3 names, Google, AMD, which just keeps going lower. Rocket Lab's over there, Palantir. Palantir is actually getting Considering the market's not really doing too much, Palantir right now down 4.5%, so that continues to go lower as well. But that might be one to look at here, PLTR. I mean, I didn't even realize that was down so badly off that 200 marker, basically. I mean, we got to 190. Yeah, we got to 195 yesterday or something right there. We loved Palantir when the market was rallying. Now the market is kind of doing nothing right here, and Palantir is hitting the skids down to that downside. No real recovery today for PLTR. Came back into this 180 level. You know, I told you the other day that this had become basically my largest holding, so we're going to start to pair some off as it gets up into these levels because, you know, what goes bump in the night is Palantir if there's any problems with and with valuations. Again, that sparks some sort of a concern as Michael Burry apparently has been shorting this thing. I don't know if he's
shorted the wrong thing.
He's out of it or not.
If Palantir is making a high, you could short Palantir or you could just short Lumen. Better short. Like, which company would you bet on?
Lumen has a little, yeah, but Lumen doesn't make any money.
The problem with Lumen is he probably couldn't get 80% of his, well, assuming it was, let's assume that the 80% was evenly split Nvidia and Palantir, then he would have had like 40%. You probably couldn't have as big of a position short this stock, but every time Palantir dips, Lumen gets punked. Like, this is down 6% or 7% when it's down 4.5%, and this is almost back period. When second you put up Palantir, I'm like, oh, I wonder if Lumen's having as bad of a day. Because when it bounces, this thing can go absolutely ham. This is where it broke out from on checks notes, a deal with Palantir. Shocking. So they have partnership with Palantir, and that's part of the reason why they go up. And, you know, the short float and the small float are maybe a little of the story too, is what doesn't hurt them. And if Palantir tries to bounce soon, then I think Lumen off the 50 period can give you a chance, and certainly the 200 if Palantir continues to go down. Sometimes it can be easier to go over and look at the sympathy name if it works. It's not like it always works just jumping into some kind of a sympathy play. But in this case, it has been true that when Palantir dips, that like Lumen just sort of gets taken to the woodshed is the term I'm looking for. And there's a lot of companies that aren't making money. That if we're gonna harp on ones that are doing well and growing, you have to start with the ones that went 3, 4x or sometimes 5x, 10x, and you know, profitability is a dream at this point for a lot of them. They're just getting revenues that are even a decent fraction of their market cap sometimes can be a bit of a problem. Staring at the quantum space for sure. And shout out to Arun in the chat. There has been some strength today, like real strength. Have a look at healthcare. If people are if money is coming out of AI, it's got to go somewhere. I mean, it can sit on the sidelines, but that's not usually how it works. And financials and health are a couple of places where it's been going in. So UNH has gotten a bump, I should say. Humana's gotten a bump. Whether or not I hold on to it, I don't know. UNH I've looked at. Humana I have not recently. And the one that I think could be, okay, fine. Humana never seems to hold on to it.
Oh, yeah.
Oscar is. See, they're actually holding on to the bounce. It's not quite at the 13 level yet. It's getting pretty close to support on Oscar. And if money's rotating back, this is another follow the leader type of name where it'll just sort of follow, hopefully, as things go upside. Loading in the chat, if the shutdown stops tonight, do we have CPI tomorrow? No, I'm not sure. If they end the shutdown, whether you automatically would just simply get the data like normal. My gut would tell me it's not that simple. But let's ask Adara. I'm sure she knows.
Yeah, she probably knows.
I wanted to bring this up because Caroline Levitt, who is White House press secretary, sort of addressed this. I do want to clear there. I want to be clear. This is certainly, I mean, there was a message to be made from this remark, right? But that being said, what she had said was that she's not sure if we'll ever get any of this inflation data from October. So because it's the October, that implies that at least she doesn't believe that we're going to be getting that inflation data for October, including CPI. Again, though, this was in the context of a political statement, so you always have to keep in mind intentions of people speaking. That being said, that to me implies that we are not likely to get the CPI print tomorrow, even if the government shutdown ends. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but I did that tidbit because she certainly emphasized that point. Back to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure ever part, but I mean, who knows? I mean, all Trump has to do or whatever is probably just ask for it, and it will probably be provided. Yeah, no, look, I didn't get to, I mean, we mentioned this, I bought some Oscar yesterday at $14.75.
on Oscar. Or was it 1475? No, that was today. It was 1475. No, yesterday was 1480. 1490s. It was right into here. Yeah, 1490, I guess, was yesterday. It dipped into 1475. I don't have that. I have 1490. So it's not like it's a big winner or anything. It's only up right now 30 cents. But I did buy back into this name. We had first it down into here on their last earnings call, and then we got a little bump up. We probably got out, and I'd have to look 5% like we kind of always do when it rips up into past support. I mean, I'm not trying to predict this move, and sadly enough, I don't have anything out up here. And then again, a little bit out here on the way back down at the same level, and then just reloaded it. But I mean, I wish I would have been able to tell you I got out of everything right there, but that would have been a lie. So yeah, that's what's happening right now. As far as Oscar is concerned, I agree with Neil. I like that as a get-up play. I really like Oscar, and wind up holding on to that one right now. AMD should be enough to pay for the lights, but we are going back and forth now with the lights. So if you do see some flickering, we are getting ready, man. And the screen behind us is just so impressive. Can't wait to start launching that and having, you know, various people sit at that desk, where that chair is.
Wait till you see
that's
like
a brand new desk, and the bottom's going to have everything. We're going to have tickers. You can see sort of on the top right now, we have a scrolling ticker as we go.
I don't know what that's supposed to be.
That's just more, that's just stocks.
No,
it's
like,
just a screen.
But it just has numbers on it. There's no tickers or anything. It's just
stock price. Yeah, it's Excel spreadsheet basically with a bunch of numbers.
What I envision, what I envision right there is somewhere that would be like, these are the top 10 movers on it, or maybe like the top 5 gainers, that'd be and awesome. Then that worked, and then like the top 5 decliners underneath. And you know what? We should also take suggestions as well. Like if things that you think.
Yeah, I think we will
there.
Eventually.
For sure, at some point we'll get there. Let's go to Adara. I think we've got some news. Maybe Microsoft.
I want to take a moment to thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro, Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, 70, and even on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're actually offering a special fee rebate, which drops management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. And even better, that U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are to be a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, better check out betapro.ca/3x daily. That's betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more as we send you back to Sean and Neil. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
I was just telling Neil he wasn't here that one day where Obi was trying to code basically this kind of a heat. Yeah, it was not. Yeah, well, it wasn't a screener, but it's the same idea. It was a heat trying to code exactly this, because you can go in and steal this code, right? It's just on the website. You can grab how it is. He put this example into ChatGPT or whatever, and it basically started creating something similar to this. I don't know how far it had gotten or anything like that, but if you are a software developer and you can create something like this heat map for us, please let me know, man. Tweet at me at Trader TV Sean there on X, and we'll see about getting that going, because a lot of the problem is that we don't want to put up trading views heat map or anything like that. We control over all the stuff that we show you, so we can alter it, change it. Like if we want to have a heat map of just crypto, we can go in there and edit it right away, rely on somebody else to do it. And that's why P8, which is what we're using right here, P Pro, this software is something that Neil and I for 20 plus years, and it has like all the keys, it has different setups. And we had Obi asked us for a specific key on Blue Ocean, and we just said, okay, if you want that order type, if it's available, first of all, we just put
a ticket in.
Yeah, put it in, and we can at least figure out, you know, if that does give us goods actually, there.
I'm going to message him right, because I bet you he didn't put a ticket in.
Obi, well, he doesn't have the power to put the ticket in, but he needs.
Oh, he doesn't have. Okay.
No, he's not a manager.
That means we want to.
But yeah, so anyways, that's what we're doing here. I just want to show you, like, we did get out of half of our. I only had less than 15% left, so it wasn't a huge out rate there. But we said we were going to get out once it takes the 50-period moving average, and just to go. And it was Chris there on the chat that had mentioned to me, and it was, why don't we use some sort of lines to get out so we can hold for a little
longer. But look, like, you know, we're able to get out near these lows because we did that. And if we had got out on the 50-period break, most of them would have been came out there. So net probably would have been similar of an out. So I'll continue to study that and look to see, and that's all that I do is think about the market and my kids. So at the end of the day, you know, I'll work on that. But we've done our entries. It's just our exits right there that we have to not be as sort of in and out. Like we planted some red roses here, and then here we planted some purple roses. Purple, of course, being short. So we went long to short right there. I think we've taken probably $18, $19, $20 or so out of AMD so far today. I mean, what a good stock it's been. Trading today with tons of volume, almost 100 million shares, as opposed to NVIDIA, which of course is less value now. And actually, it's done more shares, actually. I thought AMD would have done more shares today, but 100, not even close. Well, it's 120.
It's like you need to, because when you look at the market cap difference, like relative to size, AMD's probably done more shares. It's just, what are you going to do? Like NVIDIA is such a big part of the index. It's almost impossible for it not to do more volume. It doesn't mean it's more in play, though. Like AMD's more in play, but NVIDIA, everyone has to trade it because it is everything. I want to remind everybody, like, Open Door, oh, where is it? I lost the, oh, there it is. Open Door is going to the MSCI US small cap index upweight of like 7.7 million. So even though I think it's going to be something at the close, there's a seller that is obviously not here. It's not linked. You know what's annoying? I just realized you can't link to multiple windows. So if I have a stock window linked to like a chart, I can't link two stock windows to the same chart. It's weird, only one. But see this seller gateway that is not really used by anybody but like a lot of day traders. So that's kind of someone's either entering a big short position or actually profitating and just wants to sit there and take that fill on Open Doors. So that's the reason for getting out. But I fully intend sometime before 350, because it's a NASDAQ stock, we will not know if there's going to be a buy bounce on this until it comes out. So with this one, if there's a chance to get on a dip, I'm just going to try and do it, because unlike I can show you Kenview has an early looking bounce, who's got an early looking bounce, we're not going to know if there's one on Archer on this until 350. On Archer, we would. Like on Archer, I'm going to know, hopefully like 330, whether there is supposed to be a buy. And we're expecting over 7 million on both of those two names. Right now, I see absolutely nothing. I scroll. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in here for either one of those names. But both of them are supposed to be about 7.5 million shares to buy. I do have an offer at VWAP here, but just like Open, I think it could be a big trade at the close. Did we super chat? Yeah, we might just
put it up.
What's the super chat? Did you ever confirm my guess about NVIDIA H chips and 1.2? I don't think we did. Our bad. I don't know where Mark is. We probably have to message that directly to Mark, but you're very curious about how specifically that video wall is spec'd out. So I'll really send that to Mark. I think we did send one of your guesses to Mark, but maybe it wasn't that one, I suppose. I thought we did. I thought we did, but we must not have. Thought I did.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so what else we want to talk about? We went over sort of some of the things that you guys had listed on your boards for us to discuss, right? And so let me just go back to that now to see if there's any other names on here. I mean, we looked at, oh, you know what we didn't look at Tesla today? That's 430, eh? That's really coming in now, actually, on Tesla. So maybe a quick look over here as we have a good look on there, down 2% right now. LPTX Leap, I heard Sharif talking a little bit about that trade. But yeah, Tesla down 2%. Wow, didn't really have a great day to start with here, and not really recovering. I mean, nor is the NASDAQ really. I mean, it's still underneath VWAP. We are getting a nice little recovery there, but Tesla on, I don't know what the worries are right now. I mean, we do talk about their fledgling car business, which they're still selling a shoot ton of cars, just maybe not as much as expected. Tesla in China, and then we do see obviously year-over-year declines in that segment, but we still wait for FSD and we wait announcements on robotaxi. And yeah, as the market comes back in, you know, we can't go boohoo about Tesla when you have names like Meta and all that are really cracking a lot lower. I mean, Tesla is one of the only mega cap names. I'm just so happy that I put some more Apple in my account a little while ago. This name is still above the 50-period moving average because it had such an aggressive move from that 350. Remember I was saying that Tesla was 200 in April. I'd mentioned that, and I wasn't sure after I'd mentioned it. I wasn't sure if it got that low. But there it is right now, 430, double up, and it's just been an aggressive move. I almost feel like its home is somewhere in here. That was a nice bump up there, and we made new highs. We didn't make new highs, sorry. We came into its past old an all-time high in and around 480. I guess those wicks aren't right, but up in here to 480, 490, and we got within dollars of that again, man. I mean, I remember sitting here watching this 470 break and some levels like that, and now you're just all the way back down, 10% down. So, you know, Tesla's only 10% from its highs, so I don't want to cry wolf or like be too worried about when you have a name like Meta that was $800, I believe is the high set. Let's call it and that's all the way down to 6 right now. So this is down, you know, 25% and almost in a straight line off of earnings with no real bump up at all. I mean, we had a bump up of 2% yesterday, but that gives it all the way back in and covers it all up right here again. So, you know, remember, Tesla's at the 50-period moving out. A lot of these other names, which is why I indicate Google as a stock that I want to buy if it can come back in a little bit. That'd have to get to 260, so we're still away. Amazon's kind of lucky because they had that huge news with OpenAI right here, which created some instant love right back there to the upside and basically gave the whole move. Like if that's not announced, Amazon's probably, you know, 220, 2.25. So I think that's probably a good buy zone, which happens to land right where we need it to. Period. So Amazon and Google are two names for me that I'm looking to buy on dips, right? And so we are going to do the chopper in just a couple minutes as we enter a certain hour of power. But yeah, those are the names on my buy list. Although yesterday I did buy Oscar. I'm talking about like mega buys. If we can do something like that, I would be pretty happy to get more long in those space. But I don't know. So long, all of these names.
It's the one thing, like everyone's always overexposed for sure. Lion in the chat said that they shorted Open Door. I understand the impulse at $9, and anything can happen. I know it's supposed to be a buy and bounce, but sometimes that ends up being short. If everyone's expecting it to be a buy and bounce and it comes out of sell, absolutely dumb. But there were buyers that immediately, like the second this topping tail candle happened, were buyers immediately at the prior high. Like it zipped down and we got to 880, and the first spot where you think there might be buyers, they came in hot and like really, really fast. Just be careful with this. It's a squeeze name. I find when the market is, I've said this so many times, but it's true. When the market is boring, it's like these stocks where if you go against the grain on them, it can get really dangerous because there's not much else to look at. So when he starts chasing this, you find yourself in a little bit of trouble on Open Doors. So we'll see. And again, this could easily work out. For now, it's actually a pretty good topping tail candle, but that's not something I would touch. Someone just said in the chat it could hit $10. I don't think it hits $10 today. That's likely. However, on the other side of the coin, BMNR, if you look at actually having not as bad a day as Bitcoin, I believe, maybe at least at 34, Bitcoin could break 100,000, at least in the next couple of sessions. But BMNR, we've seen this be one of the best, I guess, afternoon trades or just trades in general at real trading. And it was simply when it would be doing not much and then break away. Like, look at how long that consolidation was, and then it broke away. So because that happened and it was in the afternoon, like I've got this one on my mind at these sometimes because we know it can have that type of a rally. So I've got this on the back burner that start breaking out above 40, 50. Look, obviously it doesn't look like it's doing it right now, but any day where I see it in a very tight range, very long time, I'm gonna look for some randomness like this in either direction, like it did the other day, because we know some actual bank got made on this. It was just, the trend was tremendous. The volume was good, and it was just like acceleration. That could happen in both directions, but it's been oddly quiet on BM&R today. And the longer that happens, the more it makes this could be wild if it were to break out. Not happening yet, but we just entered power hour, and that one's also going to be so maybe an open dip. I'm not sure if we get it. Archer probably not going to dip. The Apple was the other thing I was looking at.
Apple, yeah. What?
Apple's right back into VWAP. It just, that's not a real, it is a real wick. So it just wicked the volume weighted average price and about to close above. That would be somewhat bullish, at least a little bit. If it holds VWAP on this candle, then you've lit grabbed under VWAP, and maybe you can get a small bounce with a stop low of the day. Dropped system asking about that QH stock. I couldn't find a story on a QH. Kuho Limited. Kuho is not setting up the same way. I don't because it's coming off a crazy move recently and is consolidating. What I was talking about on BM&R, it hasn't done anything. Like there hasn't been a move today. It's just not done anything and is consolidating. This just went ham, lost it. I don't necessarily love these. And I didn't find a story here, but it's like a 35% short float on like a 600,000 float, which is wild. So it's both a big short float and a tiny float. And that's probably why it had a bit of a squeeze, but volume tapering off, don't see much of anything. And then go back over to Apple.
Yeah, we have everybody in the chat about CPI. I mean, Adair is listening to see if there's any news, but we don't think it's coming tomorrow. But
yeah, I don't know.
First, we need the government to reopen, and then hopefully they can get us some data. And Adair has mentioned that October number may not come, period, at all. So we'll have to wait to see if that comes through. I just got some more out here at 55 on AMD. We got 50 there, we got 55, that's 55.20s, but we did get some more out as I don't know where this name's gonna go from here. Might just hang out. I have now less than 5% left on this trade, so it's just kind of like, let's wait to see where we go from here. All right, can you zoom in, Andre, because this is, the market's been real pretty much since the open. We had a nice move down, we've made some moves higher, moves lower, so let's just, this is like a self-curated watch list of all the major stocks that I watch. So that's probably good, Andre. So yeah, like AMD, just to look at names today, like AMD up 7% today. Affirm nicely cooking right now. And maybe if I move this over a little bit, we can call them up on here. So there goes Affirm right now, up 8%. Sorry, that was AMD, up 5% here, Affirm. But look, much right now, could be possibly breaking above that 79. We do have some nice rebounds. DraftKings over the last little while. DraftKings was completely left for dead down at $26, and now it's just been huge on the upside right there. Now up 20% from that low. That's huge for DraftKings. Congratulations on that. We did get a story earlier also about so you can see that sort of on the way back up as well after bouncing solely off that 80, which was such a nice trade. That's now up 20% off those lows as well. This is what I mean, man. I'm trying to look in other spots. I gave you guys Lulu, Target, Oscar, few other names. Marvel is still in the same space. But looking elsewhere, Netflix could be an interesting name as well, as that's up 2%. This down markets, right? All these names are up against down markets. We talked about SoFi was another one that goes sort of, against the grain a little bit. JP Morgan, the name that I'm actually not getting out of and just watching this one continue to go to all-time highs. That's at 320. That's had a nice downside push today, but up that 1.26%. Micron, SMH, Microsoft still holding green as well. And these are the ones that forth, Marvell and SPY. Let's just change this up and go to see what's down today. So brought to you by eSignal, by the way. You can see it's actually on our screen right now. So this is, again, just a self-curated list of names. Most of these names I either hold or look at them in the long-term portfolio. Palantir, the worst one of the day. So thank you so much, Alex Karp and Company.
Why is the firm up?
For that one, I don't know. Affirm had good earnings like last week, so that's up. Oracle just continues, man. Oracle has been, again, like I'm going to look, like this is going to look smart, but like the fact that we got out of this $100 ago, like I don't even know how that happened. I started to think.
Sorry, I'm just saying, I'm just waiting for Oracle to crumble. I've talked about this.
Yeah,
I'm on the Michael Burry side of things here. And if people are curious, maybe we can get into the research, and it looks grim.
Yeah, so I don't know if I just channeled my inner Adair there or not, but we got out of this one at 319, like honestly, right into there. And it had such a huge move up, and I was long from $100. So that was a good one. And I don't know, I hope it goes back. I know in that. Meta bad. Neil had an SMCI trade on today. That's down 3%. But yeah, that's what's going on. Oh, okay. This name, Alibaba, is getting into my zone for sure. Let's get in my zone. So I sold some AMD today. I will put that money back to work, and I will do it almost with Alibaba. So I'm going to try to figure this out, see what they report. Maybe we'll wait for the day or two after they report because, you know, good report now just means that you're going to get crushed. So we don't want Alibaba to have a good report. We actually want them to have a bad report, and then they can go low. But right there, Alibaba right now, well back in.
2 weeks.
Glad yeah, I thought it was November. Is it 14th? I thought it was.
25th, apparently.
25th. Okay,
well,
so
that's according to what
away.
I just read.
That's probably right. Ways away for Alibaba. And this has been the punch in the face right there. Let's just flush this. We were lucky enough to get out of SMR at 57, but stupid enough to buy it back at 30. So, all right, so we make $27 on the upside there, and now we're down stuck 4 right here. So still okay, but we'll wait on SMR, as I think that there's some love on that name. But I thought with Oklo making the move back higher that there might have been a chance for SMR today. But yeah, this name still gets kicked in the face. But
I'm not guessing on SMR.
No, I'm not trying to guess either. I took profits where profits lied, and we were lucky enough again to get out of that one at 57. So.
I'm holding, no matter what, I'm holding a third of that one, and literally that.
That was my strategy.
The thing about SMR, and I've said this before, the only kernel of positivity between them and Oklo was just that they have a design approval for their small modular reactor design. Like they don't have to they have to worry about building it successfully and getting customers. They don't have to worry about meets regulatory specs, which Oklo does still. So they're a little bit ahead in that regard, but it's all pie in the sky for all of them, unless you are a Constellation, GE Vernova, or Vistra. That's the third one. Those are the big names. Like we talk about Quantum. Like Quantum is for real Google, IBM, and Microsoft. And for Dream, it's Rigetti, D-Wave, IonQ, and whatever the fourth one is. I think it's QUBT. That's the fourth one. That's exactly the comparison I like to make. So actually, I was just back in SMCI. I'm trying to short all these little mini pops in here. If we can come to the chart for a second. Like every time it does a mini pop into a prior high, I want to try to take it. It got into a prior high. This one didn't work. But if it gets to like 37.90 to 38, I would try it again. The other thing that happened is still happening. It's now past 3 o'clock. Archer got to VWAP. So much like Open Door, this is supposed to be a big buy and bounce at the close. If I see this one pop up, which it's not there yet. Yeah, CanView still. Still CanView SU. Pop up, and I want to add to the long at some point. Maybe at VWAP is where it would be. Until then, just kind of holding on. When this broke trend, I was like, okay, well, if it's a downward trend, yesterday it did this on an uptrend, then ended up like a 1.4 million imbalance. But today's the day that it's supposed to be big, so that's where I'd expect a little something. Ooh, Apple does not hold it. Apple just couldn't hold on to VWAP. Couldn't do it. Like the bottoming tail cap candle happened, but no green candle afterwards, just more red. So it's one like VWAP, but what I like to see is there's your wick, there's your hold of VWAP, there's the buying, and then try to get into the long. There was none of that. It's just all breakdown here. For Apple, can't bode well for the market if Apple's heading lower. What about Softy? If Softy breaks too, yeah, Softy's on the verge of breaking down as well. Looking good for the market holding. I'd say holding gains, but there aren't any gains for them to hold. Market down today.
Yeah. I mean, trying to buy some of these high quality names, as we say, it's definitely something. I mean, tonight we only have Cisco. We just tweeted those out. I mean, there is Neil will be on the show there tonight, and it's Cisco and it's Serve. So. Going on right now, that is not ServiceNow, of course. That is Serve Robotics.
I think they're late.
And that's, yeah, she wrote down here 445.
Yeah.
So it's which, unfortunately, moves a couple percentage points at best on most earnings.
Well, so 20 years ago, Cisco was fire.
Yeah, Cisco still is fire. No, it's still a good stock, but it's not moving the same way.
It's.
Yeah. It's not.
Cisco's done okay.
Yeah, Cisco's been great. I still like, for me, I'm still like CrowdStrike. And if those of you that are not aware of Adara's powers, watch this. Adara What day did CrowdStrike have that outage?
July 19th, 2024.
Okay, so there it is right there, July 19th, 2024. So I said...
Yeah, but what time did it happen?
If she knows the time, she might even know the time.
If she knows the time, I'm going to get up and do a lap or something.
Yeah, then get ready to do a lap. Because that's basically when I bought CrowdStrike. I gave it a couple days since after that. I mean, I don't think we got it that exact day, so I don't have to look.
I was thinking about, I don't know the exact time, but it was certainly early in the, I would say between like midnight and 4 a.m. That's just a guess though. Again, I was asleep when it happened.
Yeah, when we came to work.
I was close to having to do a lap.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there was an exact time, because I think it was just one of those things that they rolled out software and then as it hit, as people upgraded or, it got rolled out. But there it is right there. So, yeah, it did continue to go a little bit lower. I probably gave it the good old 3-day pull in there. So if this is when it happened, July 19th or whatever day. What day did you say again? July 19th. Right, yeah. July 19th was that day right here. And then the 20th, 21, 22. And I mean, I can look back and see where exactly I'm long, but somewhere in this area, and I haven't sold a dime. So CrowdStrike, I just really like the space. And obviously that gave us a dip by that. This would have been another one. These 50, 200 periods, all great. I do think that I'm similarly long. And the reason why I bring this up is because we talk about our earnings today, which is Cisco, which is also in networking and in cybersecurity and all that, firewalls and whatnot. Palo Alto has been a similar stock. This split, so this is going to have probably a bad chart in a minute right there. But yeah, I again like this stock and still in this and looking to get longer, to be honest with you, in some of the cyber names. I don't know which ones you guys like out there. There's the Hack ETF that sort of holds them all. There's Fortinet. FTNT, this got destroyed not even that long ago, and I just wanted to, oh yeah, nice pickup there. I mean, there it goes to show you. I think trading the right trends and the right
back buys this on dips.
Yeah, that guy.
I think the last couple he's liked Fortinet on dips.
Yeah, too bad about that. But yeah, right into there here. That was a good move there. 75. If you're able to not only get that was huge. So good move there for Ford. The reason why I say too bad, I mean, unless you literally bought 75,
you have to buy it. With that one, you had to buy the dip.
Yeah.
Like right the day of or the day after.
So I like all those stocks, and there's a lot of money to be made in cybersecurity, even moving forward. Why buy the loser if you can buy the winner? There's one more that's a super hot stock. It's CrowdStrike.
Oh, you're thinking Zscaler probably.
Zscaler, that's what it was. Yeah.
Zscaler was like better for a really long time, and then I'd say so much. Like it was really good if you go back to like from the April low it was really good, and then like still good. I mean whatever. Like it was literally at its highs like 5 days ago, but it's just not as parabolic as it was before because this was going ham.
Zscaler is great.
It's been but there was a point when it was easily doing better than Strike, but I don't think you can make that comment anymore. For Zscaler, but the trend is your friend, and if it breaks, it breaks. Like, sometimes it's easier to find the quality names. We say this with GM and Ford all the time. You don't have to guess when the chart makes it obvious to you, and therefore guess a lot of times. If you don't know, buy the one that performs better. Buy the one that's trending.
I mean, there's a good point there. I mean, I'm gonna find this, right, and this is the kind of stuff that I'm always thinking about, and I think you have to think like this. Oh, from you, David. Yeah, okay. Cybersecurity is so key when quantum gets useful, right? And it's like so many people there's gonna be so many hacks out there that continue to happen. The faster these computers get, the more the starts to figure out just simple 2FA and all this kind of stuff. Once these things get cracked, then I think that there is gonna be a big push. So I like that, David. So I go +1 for you on that.
Think about the firms.
I like that talk, right? I mean, I think my kid asks me, he's like, Dad, you own all these shares of all these companies. Like, what if you wake up one day and they're no longer in your account? And I'm like, Dad, that's a pretty good point right there. Like, I don't know, someone could hack into Wall Street, and when and if that does happen, or into your broker, and next thing you know, like, poor Joe doesn't own any more Bitcoin. Like, I don't know what's going to happen.
I had a glitch this afternoon.
There you go, right?
I couldn't sell, and I couldn't buy or sell anything for like an hour and a half. It was just, and I'm not saying they got or anything like that, but like,
oh, they probably did. But I mean, it's going to be patched.
I'll never know.
No, they'll probably never tell you. But So that's the scary thing, right? Is not being able to do that. I don't know about everything getting stolen, but it's just about not having access. And I think that's what made crypto kind of special. But now everybody's holding IBIT and all that kind of stuff. The good part about crypto, and I still have a chunk on my ledger, and that is that cold storage, is that this thing, and hopefully I remember the password. This thing is just locked away in the safe right now, and I'll be handing that over. Here you go, son. Welcome to your inheritance. Try to figure out how to get into it. But by that time, more people will, be
all the Axel Rod styles.
Yeah, I didn't actually finish watching all of the What season?
I don't even know. My favorite thing was when he would
right when it was getting into cryptos.
But he just wouldn't use the word Bitcoin on the show. It was
maybe they
so
were
annoying.
They not allowed?
I don't know because he would bribe people. He'd literally hand them the stick and be like, and here's X million whatever in crypto. I'm like the ass you're not using. And you're talking about like tens of millions of dollars here, and you're a big billionaire hedge fund guy, like as if you're paying people off.
It could have been Fartcoin. It could have been Melania coin.
I actually think so. Sorkin is a producer on the show. I actually think they made a concerted effort not to say Bitcoin, so that
I guess
think they're not
That'd be interesting.
Which made it ridiculous to me. And when you take me, what I don't like in a show or a movie, where something gets said or done, which takes you out of the moment of, hey, I'm with this story, and then you it's just utter nonsense. So obviously you're talking about Bitcoin. It just doesn't make any sense. It would be like handing someone a tissue and not saying it's next, or taking an Uber ride and being like not using Uber. Like what are we doing here?
I mean, maybe Raheem was in a Lyft and he an Uber. You never know.
Was he even really in
or maybe Raheem was just late. Nobody will ever know.
Was he really in an Uber?
Nobody will ever know.
I want proof.
I don't think he can provide.
No, it doesn't matter.
But so I just want to say, I just get breaking through 256. It fell back in. We got an out there at 256. I now have 3 left of this trade, and it is a small one. As we'll wait to see if there are any follow through here. Again, I was just like, as we talked about, some different things, and we went over some stocks and everything like that, and what was moving today and not moving. The market has really been the problem. It's been a downside push right off the open. Everything sold off, man. We got rinsed in Google and in the futures. And then all of a sudden, man, we just put on our Superman cape and did what we did to AMD. And, and now we just kind of wait, forcing a trade rate here as we're literally in the middle. We bounced off 25.5. So that's, if we can get back into there maybe tomorrow, I definitely am thinking that long could be worth printing or looking at it anyways, down into there if we can get 25.5 or potentially, what time is it, 320? If the market really gets going right now, I don't think it has enough legs to even get up here and then want to get going unless we get a story. So we'll keep our ears to the ground for some news, and if there is anything, then Adara will most likely say something like, come to me, please. Andre will in our ear say, go to Adara, and then I will say, yes, Adara.
And I will say, Sean, we have keep an eye here in RRX. It's Regal Rexnord Corporation. It's on the NYSE. Here's TSLA, though, because involved. It has to do with a note from James Altucher. I've mentioned his name a lot on the show just in general because he basically has this newsletter where he talks a lot about potentially M&A or merger and acquisition related notes mostly. This time, though, he's commenting that he believes RRX or Regal Rexnord Corporation could be the, quote, backdoor way to invest in Tesla Army. So TSLA not really moving on this, but RRX is getting roughly $1.50 pop here. Again, it's a $135 name on the NYSE. RRX, as we send you back to Neil and Sean, guys, like and subscribe.
Yeah, always looking for a story that can move the markets. Apparently, LPTX, okay, well, they technically do have a story. I was going to say doesn't need a story to do what it's doing. Most of it is going to be all these halts that are up here. These guys, it's crazy. These guys reported and now are up 450%. And what's this done 700 million in volume? There is something seriously broken. There's so many halts for this stock that my halt scanner today is basically just this one stock. Like, what is going on that you can halt probably 24 times, yet have $700 million, $700 million in volume going through on a $2 stock? That should mean so much liquidity that you shouldn't have all this trouble. Like, why the need to halt it all these times? Tons of liquidity with this thing. But for everyone here, we'll show you the old, well, it's good now, but we'll later chart. That's the example. You are essentially right back into the last time it looked like it had support was at $2.50. The chart speaks for itself, what happened after that, and just tagged $2.48, which is really close to $2.50. It has yet to break that. So level on LPTX. It hasn't been able to get through. Just be careful. If this false breaks, the last time it did this, it got up here and then reversed. It literally halted down and then trailed back 40%. So this seems a little bit dangerous here. And yeah, it's annoying, Nate. It halts every 15 cents when it closes underneath 75 cents the previous day. There are mechanisms by which they could change the halt bands for previous penny stocks or stocks that are penny stocks, and then in real time when it gets to a higher price, being able to do it more reasonably. I just think nobody seems to care enough to make it more reasonable. That's all. They could have the halt bands, sort of expand a little bit on a stock like this in real time if they want to, but no one cares about these things enough. You know who wins? And I've shown you guys this chart a million times. I'll show it to you again. Here's who's winning. And not to harp MIAX or anything. There's a million you could be using. These guys win. They came to market and literally nobody cared. All they do is they provide a book that we see. They provide liquidity or a book for where you can provide liquidity. So here's Open Door, MEMX, that's them, and MIX. Those are their two gateways. And so every time someone clicks on that gateway, boom, they make money. Doesn't matter if they buy or sell. So when a stock like that does 700 million shares, they take their little bit of that cut and make straight cash, homie. And this stock has up since its IPO. How many IPOs look like this year? I'm going to give you a hint. One. And if there's another one, show it to me. I don't think there is. Is it a Citadel scan, Dijon Mustard? No. It's not a Citadel scan. There's a difference between the gateways that get executed on and then a firm like Citadel. It's not quite the same thing. I think I know what you're trying to get at, but it's not the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, so Serve Robotics tonight. I mean, I think that if we're going to look at, potential setups here heading into earnings, we only have half hour away until these earnings hit. This Serve Robotics served to the downside quite dramatically, but at the end of the day, you're looking for a good trade. And I think if you know anything about it, and robotics has been, now hot topic. I mean, we talked about the ARC Robotics, which is what I'm in. We have Ridge Tech Robotics as but yeah, right into here, you're now just underneath the 200 period moving average and looking a little lower. I would say, like, if you get any dips on Serve into like this is just 950. Like, it's not that far away from right now. We're at 1030. So with an implied move of, I'll just check Adara's quickly here, implied move of, wow, 11%. You could get into this 860 or so area. Now, I just want to say, like, if that happens, it's a little bit of a later report. We have it written down at 445. Yeah, so if it does happen and you do get a move down and it looks to bounce off something, that might be a good long as we these names that haven't had the greatest reports actually start to go back to the upside, like an Open Door, like Big Bear AI. Any squeeze names, I'd have to look through them, the ones that reported in the last couple of weeks. All were sort of taken back to the UI path. We're all taken back up to the upside on not overly great reports. So watch out for that, and just to see if there is some sort of a support down here. Dollars, that could be your get up zone to get back up. So if there's a possibility there, I kind of like that stock and like the opportunity for robotics moving forward. So see what kind of a report they do have. I think it is dangerous to get involved with names pre-earnings. Ones, and I have to look. They probably don't have any EPS right now. I like IoT. This is buying, but I've only really bought it once and rated about here. The 50 periods will 39 flat or so on IoT, Internet of Things. So this is another name that's, I really just like the setup on it because I'm not doing anything, but I'm not sure when they report. I'm kind of waiting to see IoT here. So there it is, unconfirmed 12th. So December 4th.
So Serve?
So right there, yeah. What's up with Surf?
They don't have a PE.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Their price to sales, they're trading at, and this doesn't even seem like a real number, but here, I'll show it to you just because it's ridiculous that, just so you can see that I'm not making it up. I have to scroll back to it. The price to sales are 350 times sales. They're trading at 350 times sales without a PE. Oh, nothing. Nothing.
No.
But you know what? What's crazy about that? That doesn't mean it's bad necessarily, right? Like Rigetti goes up, or the quantum names go up too. Like if you're talking about like future growth, sometimes you've got to suck it up, buttercup, and like something that looks terrible fundamentally, or at least looks poor fundamentally. So, you know, like I said, like this is a name where there's plenty of risk to the downside, but what I didn't tell you is the short float is 21%. So what happens if they have some kind of a surprise positively here? Then we could be talking breakout on this name tomorrow. I have no idea. You just got to be willing to play it in either direction that it's going to go. So we don't have any data. Yeah, it's a NASDAQ name, open door, so I can't tell you there's going to be a buy amount. It is breaking out for sure. Hinsey wants a poll. Usually we do the polls of this week have all been earnings based. Trying to think here. The biggest story today was probably AMD. What is it? Maybe we can do an over under on AMD. I don't know what else you could do a poll on because Serve Robotics, Cisco. I don't think we're going to do a poll on Cisco. ES closing green, maybe. ES is flat, so we could do that as a poll. I'll just make that one up. We're going to go ES, red or green. I don't have anything else to go with. There's nothing crazy happening in the market. There's no big earnings. So we can just, is the market green today? I'll throw that up.
Yeah, the market, will be the NASDAQ, of course, because the ES is green. So, all right, yeah, good poll there. And I mean, here's another example, Big Bear AI. I mean, you guys know that we're brigade. We may even be leading the brigade. And, you know, this name right here, 16% up there today. PS, right? And so we just talked about them coming through with earnings, so equating it to Serve is not horrible. Let's see if Shopify just came across my scanner, so let's have a quick little look here as it's 3:30, getting ready for the, yeah, there it is. So what a surprise, comes across the scanner right at VWAP, so a nice little move higher there for Shopify. You know, made that bottom there. Still really like the stock, although we are well off of the highs in this Canadian behemoth. But yeah, 180 down to 160 potential buy zone here for Shopify for sure. But as you go, good possible level here for the short. I don't think we talked about, will the NASDAQ get back to there today? Possible shorting area. I'd rather wait and short this. Let's see if we get a little bit of an extension and then a short opportunity right into here for the futures. But Shopify, a good little look if you're looking for something to do. I'm right there. I was just saying, I'm pretty exhausted. We've traded a lot today, put a lot of energy into the show, and a lot of trading capital gone today mentally. So I mean, it's been, like I said, one of the better days of the month for me, and really happy with the way it's all going down. Roblox also coming up in the scanner here today. Wow, this one's been getting crushed during this move down. I remember this name at 140, 150. Yeah, there it is. Roblox over the last couple of days just whap right back in. Again, I like this name. So work to be done probably on Roblox moving forward right now, because yeah, headlines, they had some child concerns there, which are obviously legitimate, but I don't know. I don't think Roblox is sort of the gaming thing right now. Watch it bouncing clean off of a hunch right there. I'll pick up some more Roblox too at some point. Let's just wait to see. I don't mind missing the bottom on this name, because normally I would have been like 120 there, but it's still a falling knife, and when you're catching falling knives, you don't really start anything until the 200 period, or for me, 3 days after earnings, right? Which is what we did with Lululemon. But yeah, right there, the 200 period moving average, $96 there for Roblox. So I think this is another opportunity. Again, a big, they will benefit from AI, but they don't need this whole open AI thing to really work for them. Roblox continues to get money taken off of my account every single month there. But yeah, 90
$15 right now for Roblox, but you know, one of my kids has the Roblox and the other one has the PlayStation Plus. So, you know, they're liking life. That is for sure. Yeah, Roblox, good movement here to the downside if you're looking to pick up something on value.
Well, I think when stocks do that, if you like them, you just nibble in, nibble in. What I learned the biggest from ARM, I think it's the first time, is don't worry about trying to get the bottom. If you like it and it's at a discount, then just mix them up. You know, like it's an easy way to do it. With about 30 minutes to go here, BBAI is a buy. Like this Open Door, or sorry, Archer. The both of them are supposed to be buy. But the more I don't see an early look buy on Archer, the less I'm inclined to think that it's going to happen. So if it's still 340, 45 and it doesn't pop up here, I would just get out of it and not even consider the rebuy. QBTS is also a decent buy. That's 1,000 shares. See, D-Wave, there's another name that doesn't make any money that we were just talking about with a buy and balance at the low of the day. That's always a bit more intriguing if you have a random buy and balance when a stock is at the low of the day. So if this were to come out a buy, a decent chunk, 1 million shares into 30 million, when the stock is at a pretty big support level of $26. So if Archer ends up being a nothing burger on the imbalances, maybe QBTS can get thrown up on one of my level 2s in its stead. So I'm going to watch this, Archer and Open, which I'm expecting to be, hoping to be big, and then QBTS, you never know. If it's 1 million shares and you can grab it off the low with a stop at the bottom, get a quick little spike to said upside, which the market's trying to do. I guess Softy must have. Yeah, Softy back to the highs. Because Softy's been one heck of a reversal at $500. It was Obi that pointed this one out to me. It's so close. We said that sometime this week we get above that 50 period on Microsoft, and then it's only a matter of time before the retest of the high. Sleeping giant, Softy is. And every time Softy is a sleeping giant, good things tend to happen. Like, look when it took the 50 period down here. It's kind of like, look at the downtrend, regain the 50 period, bye-bye. Now, oh, it's off the tops. Oh no, Softy doesn't look so good. Retake the 50 period, and hopefully the same thing happens. That's what I'm waiting for. I think that's going to be a buy. I don't think I've bought Microsoft in a account in a very, very long time. But I think there's something brewing here for them. Now let's go over to Adair.
Here's what to expect from these earnings names tomorrow before the bell in terms of implied moves. Smallest implied move is JD, and it's still 6%. Largest are going to be Canadian Solar and Bitfarms, coming through both just under 12%. And guys, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, expecting earnings from SharpLink Gaming or SPET. This is one of those crypto treasury plays, often referred to on this show as SBET. So lots of excitement here, guys. Exit TTV Research. There's also going to be a Disney-specific earnings infographic on the way. If you are a Disney fan, I already have posted some fun visuals on X for Disney. And then JD and Billy also, just two Billies, working on an earnings preview graphic for those as well. Again, Exit TTV Research for all of your infographic needs.
They should have a third Billy in there.
Yeah.
There should be a third one.
A Billy.
I like the way that rolled off the tongue. I was asking the chat which earnings name we're looking the closest at. That was from Famila. I mean, tonight it's Cisco. Tomorrow, just put up Billy because Adara just mentioned it. No, tomorrow morning, it'll be Disney for me. You know, I think that's JD's an interesting name as well. I prefer Baba, but JD's interesting. But it's Disney because Disney's making power moves. Well, hoping to make power moves. Accumulation. Somebody's been buying Disney at 110, 100%. And now you start, when it starts to go off that, all you just don't screw up tomorrow morning. I almost said tonight. Just don't screw up tomorrow morning, and this stock has a chance to get back into some of the. You can say, oh, I can gripe all I want about Disney, you know, kind of screwing the pooch with regards to Star Wars and other things, but you know, certainly this is one that does not get its due for the other two segments of their business, which print money. Unfairly seem to only be tied to, and I get it, streaming's a big deal. They also closed some deals recently, should bode well for them, but that's a downtrend being broken. So Disney, out of the earnings named before tomorrow's bell, this is the one that I'm the most closely watching. But for tonight, I mean, it's Cisco because it's only Cisco. Like, there's nobody else big reporting. I mean, Serve, I guess. But tonight it'll be Cisco, but also reviewing some of what we saw here today. questions, going over some big names. Like we can talk about how the Mag 7 or what's the word I want to use here? Not fragmenting, moving away from each other, pulling away. Like this, Mag 7's not a group anymore. You know, they're kind of like New Edition. It was a cool group back in the day, but then they just had to go their own ways. You know, there's some solo acts, but then you had where they stayed a little bit of a group and stayed strong. You know what I mean? Like right now, like Google
like
and
Boyz II Men.
No, but Google and Amazon are staying tight knit up near the highs, but everyone else is breaking off. Meta's like Ralph, you know, went on the solo act and did nothing with it. So it's like one of those. Like when a big group breaks up, you know, some things like that'll happen, and that's what's happening. It's just not the same. And you can't. The Mag 7 almost. I know they're all big, but they just don't. They don't move. So I don't know why we care about them as a group as much anymore. You got to start thinking of them on their own merits currently, at least in terms of price action. Because with Meta, advertising, when you look at Google and NVIDIA, they're very more directly, Microsoft as well, directly AI. Google, you get a little bit of quantum. The big moat when it comes to Amazon, but they're all consumer as well. But then for them, it's all about the cloud, and that's why you can still group them together. With Apple, that's your protection name. Like Apple is, the devices are selling like hotcakes, and will run on the devices, and then throw in the fact that they're not doing a CapEx spend. What's the difference? Meta's doing big CapEx spend, Apple is not. And so right now, Apple's being rewarded with air.
Here on INTC, Fox business interview with Lisa Su of AMD happening. Apparently, she was asked if the company is considering a partnership with Intel, and she said, quote, "We're always considering options, never say never." So Lisa Su not directly dismissing the idea of an Intel partnership. For what it's worth, previously, and by previous early October, when announcing the partnership between AMD and OpenAI, Lisa Su was asked about it. All but denied it. So this is actually a little bit more open-ended comment from CEO Lisa Su of AMD than what we've previously seen. Back to you.
Okay, interesting there. As we're getting comments all over the place. We got stopped out at 257 break right there. So we got that our last percent. Like I said, we added quite nicely to the top side of our day there by this short. Therefore, we now only have 20 minutes left. So thanks, Adara, for all of that one. The move down today in Rivian, I don't think it was, you know, unheard of or anything. We were sort of looking for that move, but who is the question, because now Rivian's basically flat on the day, only down 2%, which isn't that bad considering we were down 8 or 9% near those lows. So again, here's a company that came out with a decent, still losing a lot of money per car, but maybe battling back is Rivian. And, you know, hopefully you're not stuck at 105, 107 its IPO price, but nice battle back right now for RIVN on the back of nothing really, just fell into what could have been some decent support where we sort of took off from yesterday or 2 days ago, sorry, $16. So we were just back in there, and then there it goes. So, you know, if you're looking at this individual stock, you probably nailed that. So congratulations on that one. Flutter and Cisco, of course, tonight with Serve Robotics, so that's Flutter. That reminds me of DraftKings, because we saw DraftKings with a very bad move off of earnings, and it went all the way to the downside, hit $25, and now it's at 32. So you're up $7 off of that bottom. This is almost up 25% in just a matter of 3 days. So DraftKings can show you the possibilities there if you're patient enough and waiting. I was going to buy 30s and never did it. So at least we, you know, kind of called a good spot right there, but, you know, didn't have, I don't know, balls, I guess, to jump in there and hit that when it was falling back in. And then we were pretty happy off earnings, but didn't give us that third day, right? This is now or so off of earnings, and yeah, nice bounce back there. So congratulations to anybody that was able to do that and got DraftKings. We'll see what happens to Flutter later on. So yeah, Microsoft, Meta, those names, I think they just go lower from here. But right now the NASDAQ's about to go green. So I voted no, that it wouldn't get green, but it looks like we are right now very, very close to doing that, as the Bills are a good team, but this is go Bulls right now. And again, not influenced at all by the capitalization of anything here. But yeah, we'll wait to see what winds up happening. We're net flat. I'm net flat right now off of a really good day. So I hope all of you guys are having big days there. And if you're not, that's fine. They'll always be tomorrow. You know, traders are red, traders are green, and that's what happens in this market. So just as long as you're staying, you know, within the pocket a little bit there. Webull, I know people are always asking us about that. This is the one that I equate with Robinhood as just an app, but Webull is nicely popping here today, up 3%. So yeah, maybe the bottom's in on this name as well, $9. You know, you can't go wrong trading this now against that 9. It would give you a 10% hit with plenty of upside. Robinhood spent, I told you, like a whole year underneath $10. We had sort of gone through that chart already, and now Robinhood 140. So will that happen for Webull? Most likely not, but at least the pedigree is there for these apps. Continue some upside play. So we'll wait to see what happens with Webull, but yeah, really beat up. And this happened to Robinhood as well, eventually popping. So let's wait to see if you're a fan of Webull, then maybe there's something here for you, but I'd wait for it to break 10.
I'm only in that thing when it starts holding the 10 again. I don't mind. One for 2 on Webull on swings. I don't mind taking a third shot at it. I think that's perfectly fine. Saw a little volume spike here in Mara for whatever reason. I hadn't seen Bitcoin much of anything. Mara breaking through VWAP. A couple people in the chat mentioning this. It's a NASDAQ, so it's not like it's going to be imbalance related, which is only 7 minutes away. Everybody, or less than 7 minutes away till we get the imbalances. But Mara taking it. Look, I mean, if Bitcoin's not been good, then obviously Mara's not going to do well either. They've gone into the treasury as well, right? Like they're not just. Well, I think when at the end of the day, miners have had to find other ways. They know long term that's going to be part of the plan. So them it was treasury, but it's bouncing right at $14. I haven't looked at this in a while. There's been accumulation and consolidation before. Hopefully you get a green day next, and then you can start thinking about another opportunity to buy some Mara, and we can trend up. First things first, Bitcoin's probably going to have to hold 100K. If we don't hold 100K, then throw that out the window, but you got to be able to do that for sure. Open is still flying higher. This is going to, if this ends up being like a big buy-in 350, the shorts are already in trouble. If this comes out like 7 million to buy, it's going to just run people over. And nothing really on that, like I said, nothing on the early look. I still don't see Archer, and it's now 354. So what's crazy, it was supposed to be 7.5. It was a big buy and balance yesterday. Maybe that's where it all got done. And it'll be Open Door today and not Archer. But this one, yeah, it's going to come out because there's no buy and balance. And that's the reason to be in it. So unless something happens recently, it's going to put a trail on this and probably not trade it again. But the imbalances are finicky. Just because you expect something to be there does not mean it will. So don't at me if Open Door is in the gigantic imbalance. You're treating it like it's going to come. Unfortunately, we just don't have early data on a NASDAQ name. That's all. And I said, I didn't mean 344. It's not 354 yet. So 5 minutes till the imbalance here, everybody. The market it was green. I actually voted green, but it's not anymore. Got right to green. This is every single candle on the 15-minute that has gone green for the NASDAQ has managed to not close green all day today. Like this one, tried green, failed. I think in here it tried to go green. VWAP, remember, it was in the middle of the day, didn't happen. This last one as well. Tried to open green after taking it, no. So they're literally selling the NASDAQ at the kind of green to red point, unfortunately. So it hasn't been that good of a day. But again, you got to parse out the names. Plenty of other names have been fine. Like Microsoft's been fine. Apple's been good. AMD's been pretty strong. The other name that we were talking about on the other side, how are you supposed to go if Meta's go? You know, this is probably the reason you're not getting any liftoff. Divergence was the word I was looking for. Thanks, Sean. When you have this kind of divergence in the Mag 7, it's tricky. Meta's going to break the low of the day, potentially, here in the last couple of minutes. And then Microsoft just can't get us. Chuck of all trades saying SoFi is doing
I'm getting a feeling like in my stomach that tomorrow's going to be a horrible day. I don't know. I'm not getting a good feeling.
That's why I think
we're not going to be saved by things. We're not going to be I don't know, Open Doors running today. Like, there's just so much happening. is going to break a level. Microsoft's going to break a level. You come in tomorrow and you see some of these names on the mat.
Bitcoin 100K.
Bitcoin's going to crack.
There's a lot.
Yeah, this is why I'm talking like that, right? I mean, even NVIDIA is near a tipping point. If we break below and hold below 190, I mean, that's going to be a problem as well. There's like we bounced off of 183, 184, but I think just like psychologically right here, if NVIDIA, if we tomorrow and we're underneath like this 190 area, I do think, you know, the bears come for this name too. I mean, they've already come for it. And yeah, downside there. We saw Palantir downside as well. So I don't know. I'm not like, I love shorting and going long. You know, so I just love the action. And so whatever happens tomorrow, completely fine. But I get the feeling of that. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it's completely wrong. Just like the tilapia talking to me from yesterday. But for right now, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and a big congratulations to everybody. Awesome right there, Open Door. Some of you, even in the morning, were like, we should buy this break of 850. I mean, I don't know if that would have worked because it did go to close enough anyways. 850 hold. Right there up to 9.25. So we'll figure that out. Thanks, Beta Pro, also for your continued sponsorship. We are getting excited to launch very, very soon, of course, the Trader TV Live Academy. So that'll be coming to you guys very, very soon, doing something different than anybody else is doing. So we want to keep promoting that so that when it does happen, you guys don't get caught off guard. We're ready to, you know, support that project and be here when that does launch. So, you know, big exciting moments for us around here with Trader TV Live Academy. So that's going to be something that we all are pretty excited about. And that'll be coming up very shortly. So stay tuned to all the socials and everything for that. You might have seen that throw down near the bottom of the screen at some points here this afternoon. Trader TV Live Academy. So yeah, excited for that one. All right. Other than that, oh man, just sitting around here waiting. I'm waiting for Open Door to see if there is. Neil had mentioned some sort of an imbalance potential today for Open Door, so I'm potentially waiting for that as well. If that does come through, I'm here for it. So let's wait to see the Open Door. Just minutes left, 1 minute left now. We'll wait to see. I'll just put this like this and see if anything from the top comes through.
I don't know what could come through, but we are all very excited for the Trader TV Academy. Because it's so very close to being able to show you. No, can't show you that. I'm kidding. No, we are, like, the site's already up. Got some ideas.
Hello, Trader TV, Neil had said.
Look, what was exciting, obviously, before you release it, and we got to make sure that it's how we want it.
Yeah.
So we've done some testing on it. We have logins so that we've been able to go in and give some feedback so that, you know, when it's all ready to go there. So I was just showing you some of the beta testing we were doing. 15 seconds to go here. Okay, good luck to, I forget who it was that said they were a short Open Door, but I'm hoping you're not. If this comes out a big buy, it's already squeezing. You never know what could happen. I mean, I punched out of Archer like 5 minutes ago.
Out?
In bounce,
5.5
million to the buy
side. It just shot
side.
up pretty nicely there. I did not get long.
On
but there
Open.
goes there was an opportunity, man, to get long there. I shit the bed.
There's a buyer at 53. Yeah, never mind. I saw that guy try to buy.
I could have got.
Archer isn't. See, Archer ended up not being a buy. Oh, SoFi is a buy of 2.8 million as well. So there's 1.8 million, Apple 1.3 million, Nvidia 1.2 million. Obviously, we got buy balances across the board. Rigetti's a buy of 1 million shares in there. So and BBAI, that's 860,000 for BBAI. So Mag 7, Apple, and Nvidia, and Open Door and SoFi for your small cap names with some big imbalances. Their overall market's a $1.2 billion buy. NASDAQ 1, Mag 7, 620, all buy side.
So watch out now. Coming right back in here is, but still, nice bump up there. We get that buy imbalance that we were looking for, but not taking advantage of. But there it goes, nicely taken to the upside. We could have just trusted it and bought it. And I think I was watching it, 920, there was some hesitation there, but I don't know if that was a issue maybe, but I'm pretty sure I could have punched at least low 20s when that first came out and just hesitated because I need to double check it, but I was watching the levels. I think there was some opportunities there. So the algos probably got into that, and there goes Open Door cooking upside on OPEN. And as Neil mentioned, SoFi, there's Rich Tech Robotics. So
there's
no, sorry, RRR, no, Rich Tech, 2 R's is Rich Tech.
I think so.
Red Rock Resort. So that's a nothing burger.
Never heard of them.
Again, good move today, but still not as beat up as the rest
of the bigger names that are out there today, but still Apple not having a great time.
Oh shoot, that's an addition. Red Rock is
okay.
S&P 600.
All right, so there we go.
6.7 million shares. How big is it? It's supposed to be 6.
Now it's only 1. I don't know what it
that's
came
not
out as. Came out as 1.5 plus 2, so it did come out at about 3.5, 4 million shares for shorts right there. Yeah, Rigetti. Some of these names have really been getting crushed, man. Rigetti, SMR. Wow, that's down another 10% today is Rigetti. And QBTS, probably something very, very similar. As, again, like, put up or shut up, and these names are really shutting up right now because they can't put up. There's no profits there. Everybody that was riding this to the long side, I hope you're able to get out, but this is, again, a decent level that we've already seen before for quantum names, and then, you know, we did get a huge bounce back today in Oklo, so that was nice, but Circle gets the square, and today gets the kick. Circle down well into double now, down 12%, and yeah, not great for Circle as this name almost makes it back to IPO time. So if you like this stock, do some research tonight, do yourself a favor, and figure out what the heck is wrong with this name. The report wasn't that bad, but you couldn't be able to tell that by looking at the stock. So down to $85 right now, looking for that to hold 82.
I hate to say that, but like, doesn't that chart, the chart reminds me of Coinbase's chart from the IPO. Yeah, and that's not actually a good thing. That's not even kind of, you know what, I need to use Z-Signal for this. I'm not going to try going further back because I need a monthly chart. So I want it to work quickly, so I'm just going to trust Z-Signal. Like that's what Circle's reminding me of. Like when it lost the bottom, it got cut more than in half. Like it went 400 to 200, and when it lost that bottom, it went to $40. It gained it, so that's good. But I feel like Circle's going to be a similar story, where there's going to be a lot of people hoping it bounces, and sometimes there's an initial bounce, but maybe not so much after the fact. But you know what? If you're playing bounces, if you're playing breakouts, if you're trading in general for too long, it meant risking your own money or not having enough to start. You'd fear losing, and that's what kept many traders in the sidelines. But that's going to change because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, discipline, and more discipline, but also consistency and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code and get 10% off your first evaluation. And you're not going to get it now, but when some of you sign up for the Trade TV Academy, you're going to understand why I said discipline, discipline, and more discipline. You'll get it later. But if Circle does something like this, like break the low and then cascade, you just want to be patient. Because when Coinbase was over itself, there was a bottom and it was glorious. But look how long you had to catch the bottom of something that gets that far out of favor. Over a year.
A minute.
It took a long time. That sometimes those types of bottoms require patience because the stock is deep in the box. It's past 355. I meant to go back. That's my bad. I didn't realize 355. Open door got cut in half, that imbalance, so it was 5. It's now 2.6. Keep in mind the expected total was 7.5. So it's already done paired volume, all of that. So, you know, don't necessarily assume it's going to close with a big upprint because you were expecting a much bigger number and a lot of it's already paired off. Stayed a 1.1 million buy imbalance. SoFi has stayed a 2 million buy imbalance. So those are looking pretty strong as well. Still some time. They're NASDAQ names, so that whole 355 pair thing is more prevalent on the New York than it is on the NASDAQ. These could easily pair off, but Open Door just took out the high of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was, I really hope that guy didn't shock.
Was somebody shorting it?
I think someone in the chat said they were shorting
well,
it.
I mean, they know the risk.
But it's a thing, when it's a buy imbalance, I'm not saying you never go short when it's a buy imbalance, but some of the worst at the close blow-ups I've seen have been when someone tries to go against what the expected imbalance would be. Because it's like, okay, well, if it works for you, great. Sometimes that happens. But if it comes out the wrong way, you're like doubly screwed. Because the A was already trending up, and then B, the imbalance is there as well. So you're like, you get like this double action. That's the other thing. Sometimes you get a mean reversion on when these imbalances, like, you know, buy imbalance gets paired off, or it happens, it prints up, and then you kind of can have a big correction the next day. So I don't necessarily think this open door is going to remain this strong, but keep in mind, there's multiple stories here. Yes, that Russell 2000 is a big deal, but the other story is open squeezing. Like, this is a pure squeeze play right now. Eric Jackson will be happy about this. The shorts are getting wrecked. And if we actually take out $11, there's probably going to be some big stop orders sitting at the $11 level. Top is still okay for now, but that's over in $1.50.
Yeah, Eric, get on our show, man, and
Eric,
explain.
the stock is up like whatever. We cover it every day. It's at the top of our list, or near the top of the visualizer. I think it's number 1 right now. Literally number 1 on the visualizer, and it's been there every single day. Come on, Eric.
Eric will come through. Let's see if he comes through. With only 2 minutes to go right here, join Neil and Nadera for Cisco, for Serve earnings, for Flutter earnings, to see what winds up happening here. And it looks like the NASDAQ once again tried to go green, and then it looks like it will fail out. So I voted red. It doesn't matter these votes, but it looks like the bulls will lose out today unless we get a crazy spike in the next little while, which you could get. These imbalances just kind of let the market go flat, and it's been a pretty disappointing. I mean, it's been a great day trade. Like I said, it's my number day this month, but that's just because of AMD. After that, not much else for me today, as we just basically just trend traded. I tried to look at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac a little bit. That's hitting some keys right now looking at it, but it's just up to 10 and then fell right back in, and I actually didn't catch that move, but 980 high.
Any news there?
Not really. I mean, I don't know. I was looking
10%?
at it. Yeah, exactly. 10% down for Fannie. I actually talked about this yesterday with Adara, that there was some talk there about different mortgages and potentially some fraudulent dealings, but I know that was more with Lisa Cook and whatnot. So, but Fannie Mae here, yeah, getting kicked back to the downside. We talked about this with Jeff Mendel just the other day, and I was like, this is doing good volume. 17 million shares today, actually, for Fannie and Freddie. So, yeah, less than 1 minute here. It's been a really, really good day, man, and you know, I just sticks with it. You know, we had some rough moves early with Google just falling in, and again, like, taking the trades too early, man. We're going to do better at that. Like, this was almost right away when Google fell right in, and that was just a disaster happen. And then we lost small on TQs, but then it was AMD. I only traded 3 names today. I don't know, all of us traded many different names. There it goes right here. AMD at the end of the day back up to 260. Wow, that's really got some acceleration back into it. And someone in the chat actually said, I bet AMD gets to 260 there today. Afterwards, but there it is by 3D Capital, CSE, IDK, OTC, IDKFF. Scan that. They got a $1,000 giveaway. Find out what they're all about. 3, 2, and 1. And that is that. There's Mark and Fabian there behind us working their butts off. Market imbalance was 1.2 billion to the buy side, but almost enough to get green. And look at that. Our vote comes within, I'll call that a wash, man. I mean, whether or not voted one way or the other. That's a great one. ES up barely today. That fell back in a little bit there. But yeah, lots of stuff going on. Bitcoin hopefully can hold that 101. But that's enough for me. I hope you had a good time watching. And we're going to be doing this exact same thing tomorrow. So get ready for that, man. It's Thursday tomorrow. And we don't have too many earnings, but I don't know. The market, maybe now I'm feeling a little bit better as the market recovers to green there today. I'm off Friday for hockey, but back tomorrow. Should be a good one. It's Neil. It's Adara. It's your market recap show. Ciao till then. I'll see you in the morning.
Hello.
Welcome, everybody. The chair just did it again. Okay.
It did it today when I sat.
This thing is like sinking on me, and also it's like sliding, so I'm in the wrong place in the shot. But welcome to the Market Recap Show, brought to you by Beta Pro. It is not the craziest earnings day. Look at the right camera, Neil. But we do have Cisco. We did have a lot of action today in the market. Of course, yesterday, AMD had their investor day. Today, a few names took it a little bit on the chin. The Qs tried to get green so close every single time today that the NASDAQ ticked green, it completely rejected it. Every time, go green, reject, go green, reject, reject, reject. No, like Mutombo, or I guess Wemby, I should say these days, complete rejection for the Bulls up top. I don't know Wembanyama. He's like the, I mean, I don't know, he's kind of trending to be like the greatest player of all time. He's a freak of nature.
In football?
In basketball.
Oh, basketball, okay.
Freak.
Oh, are you talking Giannis? How did it come?
Not Giannis.
No, I've only heard of Giannis.
This dude's like 7'4", and he's an athletic freak.
Taller or shorter than Giannis?
Taller than Giannis by like 5 inches. He's taller than Giannis, more skilled than Giannis. He's a better defender than Giannis. Wemby is just doing some things that breaking bank. What was the Wemby like? Think of Wemby and his upside potential right now is like SNDK.
Okay.
Right now, the thing that maybe not everybody is talking about or heard about might be the most ridiculous chart in the market.
Oh my God.
And it's SNDK. Memory's a big deal right now. And look at what's going on with some of the AI trade, and these guys have been blowing it out of the water. I would be concerned that it's getting a little frothy up here. Certainly, this bad boy is looking pretty ridiculous. Yes, Michael Jordan. We'll always have fun and mess around. I said trending towards potentially being the GOAT. I didn't say Wemby was the GOAT. That's MJ all the way. But look, Sanders, incredible move to the upside. Hasn't had a red day in a while. But I think, today we've got to start thinking about what to do with a lot of these Mag 7 divergence we were talking about here, where you have a lot of weakness in meta, where it's heading to the downside. I'm seeing serve here getting squashed.
I'll look for the numbers.
We weren't expecting them till 4:45.
We weren't.
But
I have them though.
The earnings are out, and they're percent and continuing to go lower.
Okay, so with SCRV, you've got a better than expected loss per share here. Adjusted losses of 24 cents per share. We were expecting 33-cent loss per share. That is actually a beat. Sales, though, are unfortunately not a beat. Are you ready for the numbers on Serve? So they reported sales of, drumroll please, $687,000. Now, that is small, but it's actually not that below estimate. Estimates here, $691,000. So again, missing here by about $4,000 for a name this small that's going to matter. So again, that happened here with regards to SCRV. They missed on earnings. I want to mention as well, we have Cisco earnings infographic. I'll pull that up in 2 seconds. Also, guys, remind me to show you all my Disney infographics for tomorrow, because I spent, one could argue, too much time on them, and I'm very excited to show them to you guys. But Cisco reporting tonight. This is what we're looking for here in CSCO, and here is CEO Chuck Robbins. Again, a lot of these look better on X, so showed them on X to use colors and it gets bright. But either way here, earnings of 98 cents per share is what they're expecting here. Revenue, 14 billion. Now, Neil, they beat on both metrics last quarter, but just barely, and they guided inline guidance. So I think if I had to summarize Cisco with one word, it would be tepid. Hopefully they're not tepid today.
Well, if you're summarizing it with tepid, then good luck, Chuck. That's all I say for you. That is the first and last time I will make any reference to anything that Dane Cook has done.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's but Serve, $500 million market cap. Check that. Okay, it was 680. I think my mental math is gonna be wrong. So it's probably more like $600 million market cap, or of $600 million market cap, with $600,000 in quarterly revenue, I believe you said?
Yeah, 687, I believe.
So it's not about the fundamentals in a particular case like this. They do have a short flow of 23%, which makes sense when you have a divergence. But ultimately, the only positive you have is we were expecting a 12% move. It's a fraction of that, and it didn't break. Obviously, a 12% move would have taken Serve Robotics underneath its support at like about 870. So it didn't break this level yet. So it might be a down move, and it might not be a good report yet. Always a chance that you get like a squeeze bounce, take out that low.
I have Cisco.
I wouldn't be betting against that. Cisco is out, so hopefully Chuck was good luck. And there you go, 77. Cisco was already up on the day, so maybe doubling that move with a 7% here, Cisco.
Great job, Chuck. Adjusted earnings of $1 per share. Much like last quarter, they squeaked by here, like just a squeak for the EPS beat. They beat EPS by 1 last quarter. They beat it by 2 cents this quarter. So good job there, Cisco. Again, $1 adjusted earnings here versus 98 cents expected. Sales $14.883 billion, above estimates of $14.7 Yeah, 14.766 billion, so double. And Neil, let's talk about their guidance. They're guiding adjusted earnings here for Q2 26 between $1.01 and $1.03 per share. Once again, would you believe it? But I said that's a squeak by beat, just barely beating estimates of 99 cents. Sales here, they're guiding between 15 bill and 15.2 bill, actually well above estimates of 14.627 bill. So much like we had last quarter, very marginal sales beats, but guidance here a little bit more promising than it was for last quarter, and they raised their guidance for fiscal 26. Adjusted EPS, they're now expecting here for the fiscal year to $4.08 to $4.14, above estimates of $4.04. They raised their fiscal 26 to 60.2 billion to 61 billion. That's well above estimates of 59.677 billion. Well done, Chuck.
Do you know why it doesn't matter if they only scrape by?
Why?
Because this was a PE coming into this print. You're talking about how many tech names you got in the teens on their price to earnings. So you didn't need to beat by much. You meet expectations, and then at current prices, they'd have been 17. Obviously, the price is changing here, and we'll get updated numbers. But squeaking by when you are relatively cheap compared to some of your peers can be good enough. And at this point, looking very good for Cisco. The implied move is only 5.7%. So it's not like people were expecting gangbusters. Now you're breaking out with a bigger move than we were anticipating.
Really?
This one could have a little bit of follow through. I think part of the key is that it wasn't. This is not the first time. I think it was when Western Digital was breaking out a few weeks ago. We were sort of mentioning, despite how strong it wasn't like it was trading at a ridiculous PE compared to. Which sometimes when a stock is at the all-time highs, you don't, or local highs, you don't think that. I'm just looking at the right now as it's coming back in for everybody real time. As this pulls back, you're going to want to see if it holds on to the price, about $75. Right now, I don't see much. There's a small order there at 75, but that's the key defend. Back in here as we absorb some of the normal pullback after earnings. Can it hold that 75 prior? That's for sure. TPS reports, shout out to you in the chat. You get that red stapler to staple those together. Your reports, I want to make sure that you get one. That's important. You got to go all in with the office-based references. You're not building AI clouds without Cisco. Truth. There's so many ways. There's so many ways that you can play. The good fundamentals some other people are saying as well. But we can come back there in a second because there's a stock that I don't think enough people talked about today. And when there's not a lot of earnings, sometimes you have to go over what's important on a day. And we might have ignored Netflix. I know they don't split. You're not going to. Well, the split's 14th, effective on Monday the 17th. So we have a few days before that happens. But talk about the rounded bottom setup. Oh yeah, did Netflix? There's your rounded bottom. There's the regain of the 200 period moving average. There's the local break 1140. Straight shot today. I know it's only 2%. Was into a market doing a whole lot of nothing and not getting green. So relative strength is relative strength. This is part of the story. This is a name which is upward trending right now. We talked about it where you have, sometimes you have like Apple's going up, you got Netflix going up, you have Meta going down. You have lots of divergence that's happening in this market. And why Netflix, I'm mentioning it now, is because only a couple of names for earnings tonight, but tomorrow morning we get Disney. And unfortunately, people look at Disney streaming and other competitive streamers. This is one name where you might see Netflix react a little bit on Disney earnings. What I'm saying is, if it dips because of something Disney does, buying opportunity. If Netflix dips because of something that happens to Disney tomorrow morning, I think you have a buying opportunity. 200 period moving average, because I don't think it should, and I don't think it's a good comparison whatsoever, but sometimes it happens, and when that happens, sometimes you want to get in there and buy.
Yeah, guys, let me know if there's any earnings I missed. I know some people were tagging me prior to being like, look at these earnings, and so just remind me what those ones were. I want to talk here about some of these Disney earnings infographics. There's another one that'll be on X in about, I scheduled to post in a minute, so that'll be out soon, but I have the ones that are out right now that I will talk about. So this one is the company's revenue growth. This is just like a traditional infographic. There's quite a lot of these on X at TTV Research, just, their acquisitions, who's the president, who's the CEO. But then that didn't take me too long, so I decided to have a lot of fun with it, and I created this one. This is more specific to the company's films and specific updates with their films, and we also have a lot of fun and Disney characters on this infographic. Again, X and TTV Research. I did not realize that the soundtrack for High School Musical, but now I know. So you guys could learn that too.
Damn.
Lots of fun facts here. X at TTV Research. Same revenue. It's just, I think, pictured in a more fun way. And again, Mr. Bob Iger and his good friend Mickey Mouse, they'll be in an infographic coming out in, what, now 3 minutes. We have Flutter earnings. We'll talk about those, up 17% year over year to $3.79 billion. So a great job for its eyelashes to the upside, I would presume, or at least the sales are. So they actually missed the estimates. So 3.794 billion, up 17% year over year, but below estimates of 3.906 billion. Adjusted earnings, $1.64 per share, well above estimates of 86 cents. So big EPS beat, mild sales miss, though they did grow on a year over year basis, and they cut their sales guide, though, for the fiscal year, Neil. Guide is $16.69 billion. And that is going to miss estimates of 16.056 billion. So big EPS beat, sales miss, and cutting that guidance is my overall takeaway for Flutter.
Yeah, and we've seen recently, like obviously DraftKings had a really good bounce recently. Flutter doing the same thing. So I think it's more about the lows here for Flutter and DraftKings. Like both of them came back into historic lows, and both of them are bouncing from them. So it might be a meh, but it's trading green and trying to go. Like the initial move was downside, but if a stock's been beaten up badly enough, sometimes the dip buyers are like, well, this is a bottom for the space. Let's get in there and buy. And that seems like that's what's happening in Flutter. You've already seen that happen with DKNG here. DraftKings has been bleeding a while. They're going to move in sympathy, of course, here aftermarket and Flutter. Just be careful. Like if anybody trading this in the aftermarket, it's dangerous enough. But, understanding that DraftKings is only moving because of Flutter right now, not on its own volition. So you got to be extra careful there.
Yeah.
DraftKings made a recent bottom. Flutter made a recent bottom. I think that's more of what you're seeing here than saying it's a great report. So I think you give it like the 3-day rule or something like that for Flutter. I saw a lot of people in the chat are asking about class over holdings, this kid stock, this penny stock. I don't know why it's moving here, kids. That was a movie back in the day.
Oh my God, Larry Clark and Harmony Korine.
The original Kids?
Yeah, we're talking about kids like from the mid-90s, right? I love Harmony Korine, so I'm extremely biased. That man can make as many weird, uncomfortable movies as he wants, and I will watch them. But yeah, I kind of want to watch that tonight. That's 95, right? 95?
I was about to, you know what? I don't even know why I Google anything sitting next to you. Like, I'm not making, I typed in kids to search for when the movie was, and before I could even type it, like Adara was giving me his 1995. No, Leo Fitzpatrick. I was trying to figure out Leo Fitzpatrick is Telly.
He's such a good actor.
And then he was in The Wire as well. He's an unbelievably good actor.
He's excellent.
I didn't realize it was on screen. This guy here, unbelievable. I don't know if he still does anything, but the guy the movie is really difficult to watch. So understandably, if anyone, don't at me if you watch that movie and you're like, what the heck did you tell me to watch? It's not easy to watch. That being said, the stock kids, which see a news story for them outside of like Monday, there was the small story for them. They had a breakthrough of a real-time AI tutor, and that was the story a couple of days ago. And now I just sort of see it randomly moving. So we're tracking it. If there was something hitting the wires right now, we'd let you know. But I don't see anything. Up 36%. That's a penny stock,
yeah,
right?
No, I don't have
36% for a penny stock. It's good, but it's not as if it's a massive. And you're absolutely right in the chat. Adara forgets absolutely nothing. We'll revisit this conversation like a couple of months from now on the Market Recap Show. And I'll be able to ask her, when we were talking about Kids, the movie and the stock, what was the major earnings name that day and how did they do? And then she'll be able to tell you, like 2 months from now, we'll do this, and she'll say Cisco, and she'll give you exactly what happened with that one. So we'll see. Now, ear to the ground for Kids, but so far.
Oh, Bovin says apparently it's a 13G from Goldman. I haven't seen it yet, though, so thank you, Bovin, for letting me know. I have not yet seen it.
Okay.
I always like to wait on these things till I see them. I will say that is apparently what's happening. Firefly also did post earnings, Neil, and it was a double beat and better than expected guidance. Fly is probably flying.
Oh, it's flying all right. And Firefly, this is another one of these, you know, grit your teeth, suck it up, Buttercup, because Firefly Aerospace is not going to have the fundamentals to back much of anything, guys. It's like they don't have, there's not a there yet. That has been definitely reflected in the price. We talk about recent IPOs that come to market. Remember I showed you guys the Miami Exchange, like the only one up? This one might be the worst of the year, but when it's this bad, maybe the bottom's in. I don't know. Like sometimes it's a report. Who knows? Like sometimes there's an actual fundamental breakthrough, whatever it might be. A positive report, maybe this will make the turn. As a trader, it almost has to be on your radar for the potential upside here. It's breaking out that low. But the last time it looked like it was breaking the low, you had not much of a fun time. You had a couple of days, and then you went right back into the downtrend. So don't get too excited until you get like the rounded bottom and the higher lows. You don't have that. You're still trying to just hold one low and break it on out. So Firefly, I don't know what the short float is here. I don't know if it's too early. It says 4%. I kind of believe like that seems light to me, but it could be right. Maybe there is only a 4% short float in Fly. But it is flying higher. You just got to understand that this has been one of the worst IPOs of the year, if not the worst IPO, and one day does not make a turn in what has been a nasty downward trend. And I said it before, it's the boring names that have done well for the IPO season, like the Miami Exchange, and I keep throwing it up here, the one that nobody cared to talk about. I don't remember hearing anybody except for our show mention the Miami Exchange. And I only said it because we use the gateway here at Real Trading. Probably do a couple of percent of my volume on this exchange, and there are two exchanges. And look at them, straight shot to the upside. Doing volume and people are trading, this kind of thing that wins. I'm not saying buy it at the highs, but one of these IPOs is different than the other. Circling back over to Cisco here, it did hold these gains. So the dip, I mean, they have some wicks that are down to 74, but the bid held well above 75. So it's holding that prior high. It's a small beat, as you said, Adara. They kind of eked it out, but it was a reasonable forward PE, and that's going to hold them up pretty well, up 8%. Not a crazy move, but certainly a decent one for sure. So good look here on Cisco. And TPS report, building rockets does take a lot of CapEx. And people are getting punished for their spend without results right now, with the markets getting a little bit frothy. And that's going to weigh on Firefly. And that's a very, very good point. But at the same time, you know, if they do turn around and turn the ship around, I think there's tremendous upside with this. We've seen it in things like, you know, Rocket Lab, ASTS Mobile. I'm just not sure you got the bottom yet.
Yeah, I want to talk here, just a reminder on those numbers too, Neil. So better than expected, the earnings losses of 33 cents versus 41 cents expected. Sales 30.778 million, so pretty small, but it was above 7.708 million. And they raised their fiscal 25 sales guidance to 150 million to 158 million. I would say that as well of estimates of $135.485 million. Now, Neil, I do want to take a moment here to kind of chill out and talk a bit about some of the Fed talk that we got today. And I also want to discuss the shutdown situation, because a lot of people are saying we're going to get CPI tomorrow. I would not bet money on that. And here's why I think that. So as you guys know, I listen to pieces of commentary from the Trump admin. We did have Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. She was talking today. She had a conference. And to be clear, she was trying to make a political point when she said this. I think that's like a big thing to remember. But she basically said that there is a very large likelihood we're never going to get any October inflation data. So again, worth noting, she was like, there was a point that was trying to be made there. So it's not politically neutral. But the statement, if true, which we have no reason to necessarily believe it isn't, regardless of the context in which it was said, we might not get that inflation data. So I do want to let you know about that. And then I also want to give you guys an update on the Fed chair search, because an individual certainly put his hat in the ring, I would argue maybe too aggressively, and his name is Kevin Hassett. I was talking to Neil about this off camera. So this is when I initially made the infographic. 11 people who were in contention. Larry Lindsay, this guy in the corner, he's already said he just wants to focus on family time, so he's out. But Kevin Hassett, who does have like a brief amount of Fed experience, he basically said, yeah, if Trump asks me, I 100% will become the Fed chair. And this, I was kind of shocked to hear, that he said basically he is more likely, in his opinion, to cut rates than Fed Chair Powell. So that is like, what a way of saying that you'll cut rates if you're the Fed chair. I mean, he didn't out and out say that, but let's be real, that was the meaning of what he said. But it gets a little wilder because, Neil, I told you this part as well. He basically said, yeah, I could step right in tomorrow if they need me.
Oh, goodness.
I have the experience. So like Kevin Hassett going to the mall with his resume and being like, hey, you need a job, give me a call. And I respect the ambition, but sir, you do have a job already too. So if this doesn't work out for you, I think you're going to be like, you know, too hard pressed. But it's quite an aggressive strategy, and it's actually almost the opposite of what we've seen with Scott Best, who is he's not in this infographic because he already dropped out by this time. But he was, I think Trump really seems to want him to be the Fed chair, and it's been mentioned a lot. And Bessent has said that he's really happy where he is and he likes his position. So I mean, in the exact opposite of that, you have Kevin Hassett. I don't know, guys. I'm entertained by this stuff, and I want to mention it.
You're talking about the control, like rates control the money supply for the United States to a certain degree, which is controlling effectively the biggest control of the money supply in the world, which is somewhat of a control of the world economy. I kind of prefer the notion, it's like Game of Thrones, man. I don't want you on the Iron Throne because you want to be on the Iron Throne. I would rather the person who actually doesn't want to, who the job, but actually doesn't want the job. They're like, I don't want to do this, but I'll do it to serve. That's exactly the kind of person that I would want, but none of that necessarily matters for sure. Mike Peter Ryder says, I never watched Game of Thrones, never seen a single episode. That's fair. Oh, Fabian just yelled out, okay, I'm gonna out Fabian here, because Fabian just yelled out loser for not watching Game of Thrones. There's nothing wrong with that. To each their own. I think it's a good show. I thought the books were a million times better. They usually are. That's how it goes. But ultimately, the kind of thing where a lot of times in a role like that, you're not going to get that kind of a person. Let's be real. Nobody ends up the president of the United States, the Fed chair, because they reluctantly are doing it. Unfortunately, you're not going to find that kind of a person out there. No. One thing to keep in mind with the reopen potentially happening, I'm just going to throw, we only have like 5 or 6 minutes to go. With it not being a lot of earnings names, and we're talking a little bit about Disney for tomorrow morning and Netflix and reaction, if we open back up here, I want people to remember some of the airlines.
Yeah.
And specifically AAL. Right now, the reason I'm saying AAL is, just trying to zoom it out a little bit further so you can see here. I'm not going to, I could use my drawing tool. I don't need to. Do I need to draw you the line at 14? I don't think I need to. So just around the $14 level, right in here, like go back into like beginning of the year, this was resistance points where it dumped, and then a recent high, some lower highs which are rebounding. This is a potential breakout stock for after when things get back to normal. And look, it's no guarantee that, hey, you end the government shutdown and everything goes back to normal. I'm pretty sure even if they end the government shutdown, you're still going to have that 10% that they said, or 8% they're going to pull back. That probably still happens because does everyone, do the flight controllers just go back to work the next day? Is everybody? Maybe they don't. So it might not happen right away, but it's a trade worth looking for when it does eventually over that $14 level. So I'm there for you. And who put pluribus in the chat? Or pluribus in the chat? Was that you, Fabian? I watched the first episode. I'm all in. I'm all in. Get it, Apple TV. You should just buy Apple stock because they're crushing it when it comes to sci-fi. What do you not get with Apple? You got streaming. You got the device that everybody wants in their pocket except for me. You have
and Obi. Obi's also notedly like an Apple tech. He's not bearish the stock. He always says this, but he's not bullish on their product.
My way of looking at it is this. I am not a follow the crowd type of person whatsoever. When it comes to the stock market, I am a follow the crowd kind of person. If it's trending and everyone's buying it and it's strong, I'll own the stock. I might not want to have a phone. I might not want to have an iPad. It's just not I'm an Android guy. It keeps it real. But Apple stock, sign me up. No issues with that at all. But let's be real. It didn't really do much of anything today. And I don't think one show is going to do much, Fabian, for the stock. Unfortunately, that's just not how it's going to go. But we've been forgetting to talk about the big story with regards to Apple, which I think is why in the Mag 7 it's pressing toward the highs. Yeah, they only have to pay Alphabet, allegedly, $1 billion a year to integrate.
That's pennies.
Gemini.
For them.
That's pennies. Pennies for them to improve the AI experience, to improve service. My dad, who loves Apple, will tell you that. And once they do that, I think you're going to be able to retain more in the ecosystem. Their services are what drives, so they need to keep the user base. Experience is good and everyone stays on the device. Services is where the margins are at anyways, and that's been growing like gangbusters. So that's what Apple needs. That's why they're at the highs. I think that's going to do well for them. Think about it. They get an absolute steal to improve AI on their devices, and that's why they're at the highs. Meta, on the other hand, is spending boatloads of CapEx, being punished for it.
Well, Reality Labs is. Can we just address Reality Labs for a second?
Do we have to?
I don't think it's a reality.
I own Meta. You don't have to. We don't have
I'm
to.
sorry. Reality is great, and it's definitely a real thing that's
not
making
why
profit. No, I'm joking.
I like the valuation at these prices. I like the valuation in March. I like it. I'm starting to like it again here in Meta. It's that. I'm not afraid to buy companies that are good value when they look trash. I think that's in the long run how you end up doing well.
Yeah, I mean that's what Buffett always used to say, right? Like great companies or good companies at fair prices, not fair companies at good prices. So shout out to Buffett. I do want to shout out as well Bob Iger, or as Elon Musk once said, hi Bob. So again, this infographic is probably more legible if you view it on your screen. So check it out on X at TTV Research. I swear I don't do that on purpose. The visuals look better on my screen than they do in the TV. Regardless, Disney reporting tomorrow morning. Here is Bob Iger and his good friend and coworker, Mr. Mouse. But yeah, last quarter we had a slight revenue miss. It was up 2% year over year. EPS was a beat. Net income, massive improvement on a year over year basis. So it's out here, DIS earnings. This is the third of 3 infographics here for Disney that you can find on X at TTV Research. Kurt Hudson's asking if I'd be bought to go to MSNBC. I'm happy where I am, but thank you very much. I'm not Papa John's.
Come on,
I'm not Bill Holdings. I'm not in a merger acquisitions conversation. I am just, there's no activist investor involved here.
Not allowed.
With me. I'm just chilling and living my life and having so much fun, bringing all these fun visuals to you guys, which by the way, there's some Chinese ADRs reporting earnings tomorrow.
Ooh.
There's also going to be an infographic in just under an hour that will be posted on X to prepare you guys for Billy and JD earnings. But I'm not going to show you guys because you have to wait till it comes out on X.
There is not going anywhere. Both Sean and I swing a mean baseball bat. It's not going to happen. You try to poach one of our team, and it's not happening. We can't lose Adara. How would I remember anything if we didn't have Adara? Seriously.
I love when Sean pulls out the
crazy?
crowd strike as like a party trick. It's one time too, they had the people from the Intercontinental Exchange, I think, and all over here he's like, Adara, what was the crowd strike gate? And I say it, and the guy's like, oh. But yeah, it's fun. I like doing it. It's fun. It's funny too because I don't talk about this a lot. I was kind of like embarrassed about my memory when I was younger because it freaks people out sometimes. I'll be honest, right? You remember stuff and people are like, what? Like I mentioned that once in passing, but now I feel like I'm really grateful for it.
She got all A's.
This is an awesome job where I feel like I really am able to use my memory. So I thank you all, everyone in the chat, for being so awesome. I'm so happy with this community too, where we get to just do what we like doing and what we're good at.
Devin's like, yeah, the bass in the voice comes out when we keeps it a little bit more real. Also, Los Pollos Hermanos, would you want to join CNBC tomorrow? No, I couldn't do it. You know, there's you know what's every now and then you'll hear me talk about like how money works and the money supply and all that stuff. There's a certain discourse that doesn't happen in the mainstream, whether it's regards to the market and stocks or like how the economy works and how money works. It's really cool, and we get to talk about it all the time here. But I don't think it flies the same way in the major media. It is what it is, and plus, like, part of it, the interaction with the viewers, like
yeah, that's huge.
Is there going to be? Are you actually going to see a roll call anywhere else? You're going to see Adara, and by the way, it's roll call time. That's why I'm throwing to it here. You're going to see that on a major network? No. We're not going to cover things a million years after it happens. We're going to talk about it when it does. When Disney reports, you'll know right away and all the juice and know exactly what the EPS is, and she'll be able to tell you like a month after the time that it dropped and what the CEO said on the call and all that good stuff. And that's why I give another chance for everyone to jump in the chat right now. Do it by hitting the subscribe, because it's roll call time. If you want to dare to show off one of our other skills, which is being able to see every pops through, read it in rapid fashion and give you guys your individual shoutouts, then hop in here and say, get it Adara, because until I come up with something better to say, and there's nothing better than that to say, then drop your get it Adara and let's do some roll call.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the kind words. I really appreciated this community. Means so much, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Mark, Rob, Randy, Russell, everybody working on the set, everybody you see, everybody you don't see. Thank you, Travman, Go Bills, Andrew Chow, Byron Hart, Team Johnson. We've got Trillion Small. We've got Stuart, Michael Spatafor, Ali the Conductor, Bear Slayer, JR, Roger Noonan, Siesta Mike, 44, Nitish. We've got Dinkelberg, Supreme Paper Hands, By Grace, Byron Hart, Scott Edwards, Mike Peter Ryder, Big 40 Nephew, Girl Trader, Andrew Chow again, T-Money, High Vibrations, Marlon B, Daniel B, TJ Morty, Harry Lou, saying Adara for Fed Chair. I will politely decline, but you know, Kevin Hassett, you can bring your resume again if you want. Thank you to Rivian Millionaire, Q Trader 21, T-Man, Dave Schreiner, By Grace, Eric's, Team Johnson's Resurgence Candle, Death God, TPS Reports, and we'll end here with Swizzler Sniper. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. But guess what? We'll be here again tomorrow for more earnings, for more excitement, fun, and hopefully for some more fun trades, because today was a really good day when it comes to trading opportunities.
Lots of opportunity out there. And yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and say that we're going to be here to do it tomorrow, just like I had to. TPS Reports, all I can think about is Office Space right now. One of the greatest movies. It's just a great comedy. If you've never seen it, go out and check it out. I think it's hilarious. I know Fabian must love that movie as well. It's an absolute classic. Check it out, but make sure you get some rest time. Whatever you do. Maybe you want to watch a movie. Make sure you have a good dinner, because you got to rest up, do it all again tomorrow. There's going to be lots of action like there always is. Probably not going to get the CPI report, but that doesn't mean the market's not going to move. We'll be here to cover it. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live, brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX, and we'll see you at 30.
Bye, guys.